Good evening. We are live here in Chantilly, Virginia at the Glenn Youngkin for Governor headquarters here, set up for what could be a very historical night here in the state of Virginia. Good evening, everybody. Brian Glenn here, live at a very highly anticipated rally for election night here in the state of Virginia. You're taking a look at the stage that is behind me. The doors open here shortly. We will have a packed crowd inside this room. There are a few other rooms here at this venue that will accommodate some other supporters as well. But all eyes are on Virginia. And of course, there are some other gubernatorial races going on in our country right now. The state of New Jersey has a highly anticipated race as well. And there's some other races. But tonight, it's all about Virginia and the race that was so stuck at a dead heat about 2 weeks ago has now opened up to a 9 or 10 point lead in favor of Glenn Youngkin. And of course, a lot of that has to do with what everyone is talking about right now, and that is education for kids. That tends to be one of the #1 issues amongst voters right now, and that hasn't really been a political sided agenda, as it seems like both Democrats and Republicans can both agree, at least voters voting wise, that education is a key issue for parents, and then of course the economy, and then dealing with COVID and the reopening of a business. But we're glad you're here. We have a long night ahead of us. The polls here close in the state of Virginia at about 7 o'clock. So we'll find out a little bit, some early voting totals coming in. Now, due to election laws here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, they actually have up until Friday to count the absentee votes. And that was something that I read a lot of stories about the last day or so, how once again we could get into a situation where we don't know who is going to win this election tonight, and that's all based upon what the results coming in. But I'm going to set the scene for you real quickly. We've covered hundreds of Trump rallies through our existence of this network. We have been to many rallies around the country. This is probably the tightest media space as I've ever seen. Now, of course, I'm on the ground. I'm not even on the risers right now because there's no space for me. But bear with us, as you're probably going to have people throughout the night walk behind me, and in front of me, and beside me, and I'm just going to be respectful for people around me. So I'm going to kindly step aside a lot of times and let people do that. So I'm just trying to let you guys be full transparency that tonight is going to be unlike a lot of broadcasts that we give you, but we're glad that you're joining us here today. And don't forget to download our app. Go to your Apple, your Android store, and of course, just months ago, we were the top 3 most downloaded app on the platforms right now, and as far as news goes. So go your Apple, your Android store, Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's free of charge. Download on your phone. Of course, you can watch this stream and all the other past archive rallies that we have. Diamond and Silk is on our, Laura Trump shows on our network. So all that stuff's in the palm of your hand. So stay informed with everything. Also, so make sure you subscribe to not only our YouTube channel, but also Rumble. We do have the record for the most concurrent live views on Rumble in its existence. So hopefully tonight will be another one of those top 5 or 10 turnouts for views, because all the eyes are on Virginia, as this is a very important election. Of course, this does set the tone, I believe, for the 2022 primaries coming up. And this is the first election, if you will, of major significance that will get a pulse on what America is thinking about right now as we go into this 10 months under the Biden administration. We've seen some of the policies that have really unraveled, that have made Americans concerned. We're talking about the border crisis. We're talking about the economic downturn, hyperinflation, China, energy independence. All those things have been reversed over the last course of the 10 months. I would imagine we're going to have some programs behind me as well. We'll keep you updated with all of the acts. So I'm going to step aside here and let you guys, we have some people that want to get through here, and I want to make sure I be respectful of what's going on with them. But we're glad you're joining us, and as always, we want to encourage you to share our broadcast and basically help us reach as many people right now as we can, because like many other outlets, we have experienced a lot of shadow banning on our content. A lot of our views have been historically not as high as they traditionally have been, due to a little bit of big tech working on us. So make sure you do download our app. Make sure you do share this broadcast As you can, you're taking a look at that right now, just how tight this media space is, and our camera person Gage here is doing a fantastic job. He's standing on maybe 24 inches of a platform, giving you all this stuff. We've got major networks right below us, so at times you will have some heads pop in and out, but at the end of the night, we want to make sure we bring you all of the information you need as we build up to getting some of the first results coming out of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Now, let's set the scene here for a little bit, because if you take a look at what has happened over the last several months, this is very much a grassroots campaign. This is something, you've got a political outsider versus someone, Terry McAuliffe would be considered a political, incumbent. He was governor of this state not too long ago. He's trying to get that position back, but this is something that the people of Virginia have been gravitating towards. This political outsider, businessman, man involved in his church, very active in his community, and basically walked away from a very successful and profitable career to get into politics. And that was one of the things that people really gravitate towards. And of course, his attention put on education in our schools, and to make sure that our kids are being taught the curriculum that is best for them, getting rid of CRT. Those have been some of the issues, and despite what political party they're affiliated with, that has been one of the things that has been just so interactive with this campaign. Now, Terry McAuliffe, on the other hand, we saw a rally mentioned last night. Glenn Youngkin has mentioned that Terry McAuliffe doesn't care about what your kids are taught in school, and he feels like he should dictate what your kids learn, versus the very opposite of Youngkin believes that your parents, should be in control of what your kids learn. We've got a long night ahead of us. We're going to keep you informed of what's going on, but I do want to mention we do have a broadcast partner of the night. We cannot do this without our friends over at mypillow.com, and of course Mike Lindell is a patriot, a true supporter of not only what we're doing here, but also in the pro-conservative movement, the pro-life movement. He's a big involvement there. So there's one thing that we can all do is to fight this cancel culture and go back and help him. So we encourage everyone to go to mypillow.com, put in the promo code RSBN at checkout, and yes, you'll get up to 66% off. And let's get ahead of the holiday rush. Let's get ahead of all the shipping delays and all of the emails that might tell you that your product, although you ordered it 2 weeks ago, it's not going to be in time delivered before the holiday. So get ahead of all of that, and simply go on to mypillow.com, mystore.com as well, and we will absolutely ship those products to you. And I've always said, if you want to put an American flag in your front yard, buy it from mystore.com. mystore.com, pillow.com. And we want to also encourage you, before we get in tonight, go download our newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, as you'll be able to get it. Subscribe to our newsletter. It's easy to do, and you'll be able to basically get up to date on everything that we're covering here at Right Side Broadcasting. We've got all kinds of different topics that are concerning the border, the economy, trade, schools, education. It's all on there. So download our newsletter as well. Subscribe to it, rather, at rsbnetwork.com. But all eyes are on Virginia. Now, the polls close here in about 8 minutes, and we should start to see a little bit of some early indications of what we can expect tonight. Now, about 20% of the absentee early votings have been counted, but due to the size of ballots that are still out, it could be potentially up until Friday before we actually count all of those ballots and maybe have a winner declared by then. Now, of course, we don't know, because if Glenn Youngkin is able to open up a substantial lead in this race, then perhaps a victor could be declared tonight. But if that does not happen, this could fall into Friday, which, reading on a lot of opinion pieces, just spending some time on Twitter over the last day, it does, one can indicate that the American voter does not want that. We're do not want to get in a situation where we have our elections decided days later or perhaps weeks later. We don't want to get into that situation where that happens. So as far as an American voter is concerned, I think it's important to note here that the sooner this election is decided, one way or the other, is what's best, because election integrity polled amongst a lot of citizens here in Virginia, they want election integrity. They want to know that they have a trusted election, and not one of these things that's going to go on for days and perhaps weeks, and what we saw in the presidential campaign and controversies and things like that. So that's very important to the voter here. Now note, as far as Virginians, as far as what they care about, number one has been education. Number two is the economy. The economy is a major concern, and that is a bipartisan issue as far as what has been happening due to COVID, businesses reopening, businesses being shut down. That is a major issue as well to the voter. I saw a survey that said basically 7 out of 9 people polled have already had their vaccinations, at least one vaccination. So it seems like Virginia as a whole has been outperforming, if you would, as far as vaccinations amongst other states. So that is something that if you look at COVID vaccine passport mandates, they seem to be in favor of a lot of these mandates that have been brought down. But just some of the concerns for voters here in the state of Virginia. Turning our attention to, as far as the business side of things that are going on right now, active day in the market, Dow reaching an all-time high. It seems like the stock market has been just exploding the last 6 to 8 months on the Dow, but that is concerning because if you look at the fundamentals of the market, you look at the fundamentals of the economy right now, hyperinflation, you've got high energy prices, you've got an unemployment situation that quite honestly, wherever we travel around a different state every other day, and I see businesses that they need people, they need employees due to the due to supplemental income, as far as being compensated not to go to work. And so that's one of the things that has been a major concern for a lot of these employers in the state of Virginia, is to make sure that they have workers ready to work. And in one way is to getting these workers off of any type of unemployment compensation. So businesses need to reopen. And of course, Glenn Youngkin has a plan from day one. He said from his game plan from day one of basically helping out small businesses, medium-sized businesses, the businesses that are essentially the heartbeat of this country, and getting that open from day one. And one of them was to eliminate the gasoline tax, to also minimize the grocery tax as well, the high taxes here. And that's one of his biggest concerns, is it's just unaffordable to live in the state of Virginia. So affordability as far as cost of living has been one of the things that is a concern to the voters. But we're so glad you're joining us. And as you say, please share this broadcast. Please comment. Yesterday I read a lot of comments. We had people watching us from around the world, and that was one of the things that we just absolutely are mesmerized by, the fact, the reach that we have right now. We should be getting some early numbers in here for too long. Of course, Biden did win this state more than about 10 points this last presidential election. That is something, as far as having a conservative Republican governor in the Commonwealth of Virginia, is something they have not had in quite some time. And of course, maybe you can look at what has happened in the last 4 years might be indicative of what we can see here coming up for this election here, because voters are basically they're concerned. They don't particularly like what has been going on the last few years in this country. And if you look at the immigration crisis that we have at the southern border, and I know that's one of the things that we don't worry about it, man. You're good. See, we were talking about the crowded media space here, and it is absolutely a zoo here. But so bear with us on that. But we're going to get through the night. But the immigration crisis, the border situation. We've got the schools. I live in Texas, and I've seen the direct impact of what happens when you have a school system that's already crowded. It's already, to a certain degree, reached its capacity. Now, when you interject kids from coming up through the border, a lot of them obviously don't speak English. They've got to be segregated into different classrooms. Of course, that overcrowds those classrooms as well. So it is a key issue not only in Texas and around the border states, but it also goes up to states like Virginia and states up, like we were in Iowa just a couple of weeks ago. They're concerned about the border. So immigration, border security, the economy, and of course the vaccine mandates that have been put in place. And of course, Virginians favor some sort of vaccine mandate in this state. Unlike a lot of states you might see in the deep south, Texas being one of them, Oklahoma, I know overwhelmingly the people are against any type of vaccine mandate. It seems like a passport that will allow them to do things as simple as going to the grocery store or the bank or to a restaurant. Now, I've got family that lives out in California, and of course there's a lot of mandates that are been placed in that state. Gavin Newsom has really, in the day after the recall election failed, the effort to recall him failed, the very next day he implemented a lot of different mandates in that state. So it seems to be a very diverse set of opinions as far when it comes to vaccine passports, and right here in Virginia they're all for it, which, so that's their state, and they absolutely can have that opinion and vote in whatever way they want to vote. But when you look at the state of our nation right now, overwhelmingly people are concerned about the economy. And has it hurt Terry McAuliffe to have President Biden and former President Barack Obama inside, basically side by side of campaigning? Has that hurt them at all to have that? We've seen his numbers drop since I wouldn't say an endorsement, but let me move aside because I know we've got some people with, it's just a tight quarters here, and I just want to make sure that we get everything straightened out. But anyway, so has it hurt the McAuliffe campaign to have a Biden endorsed or have a type of former President Barack Obama? A lot of people aren't too keen on that right now. But and on the same token, I mean, the Terry McAuliffe has been very smart to align them to put the messaging out there that if you vote for Glenn Youngkin, then you're essentially voting for a Trump-based candidate. He's very smart by putting that message out there because, once again, we kind of know in certain parts of the country, Trump does not poll very favorably there. So we understand that logic when it comes to that. But that's the scene here. And, of course, this will dictate exactly what the rest of the primary season can unfold, and if the Republicans are able to pull off a victory here tonight in the Commonwealth of Virginia, that could predict a wave of conservative wins for moving forward, and that's one of the things that has been really indicative of this political season, past a post-Trump administration. But we're glad you're joining us here. We are live here in Chantilly, Virginia, at the Glenn Youngkin for Governor headquarters, and the doors just open here for the general public and the attendees that have been invited to come here. They just walked in the door. We'll try to have a few words with a few people as they come in here and get their opinions on why Glenn Youngkin, why should people vote for him for the next governor. So we'll talk about that as well. Really one interesting thing I saw in the news as I was preparing for today is that China is warning the citizens of China to prepare for a food shortage. And I think that's really interesting as an indicator of their economy there in China. Now, we have heard for quite some time that China is hurting economically. They are not the thriving country they were years ago. Therefore, they are now faced with a challenge of their economy. So is there a food shortage coming up? They urge people to conserve food, to store food, to be mindful of how much you're consuming. And what will that translate to other countries around the world? Now, other side note, I saw that Yahoo pulled out of China completely as well. It's things like this that really makes you wonder right now exactly what is happening on a global scale. The rise and fall of China, and of course our association with China is in terms of trade and the way President Trump often talked about how we got ripped off from China. We were constantly getting ripped off from China. So that tends to be another hot button as far as the whole pro-American movement. The whole America First agenda is simply putting America first in terms of just economic sovereignty, putting America jobs first, putting the interests of Americans first. And I think that Glenn Youngkin really embodies that movement of America first. Now, he hasn't been as open about verbally phrasing it like that, but he is very much an American first, pro-America, protect your rights type of candidate, which is, I think, needed in this day and age, and as far as the political landscape is going. So we're glad that that message is being received by the voters here in Virginia. Behind us, you're going to see probably some video screens. They are playing some highlights from not only what's been going on around the country right now, around the state of Virginia right now, as Glenn Youngkin has absolutely been everywhere around the state, helping out, flying. I think yesterday, they said he did 10 states or 50 stops in 10 days, 5 stops a day at various places in the state of Virginia, going out and seeing the voters, meeting in coffee shops. And we have noticed a huge turnout at these rallies and at these events. Now, I can speak of what I saw last night in Loudoun County, Virginia. Absolutely packed house there in Loudoun County. Now, I know that they were anticipating a sizable crowd at the venue that we were at, but they had no idea that the size of the crowd would be that big. It was very much set up like a Trump rally. It had the banners, the bleachers, the music, the flags. It had a nice feel of a Trump rally, and so that I think resonates with a lot of voters as well. As far as seeing like the turnout. Now, if you look at Terry McAuliffe's rallies, adversely, we are seeing an extremely low turnout. Even with former President Barack Obama and President Biden joining him on the stage, you're still maybe bringing in a total of maybe 1,000 voters or 1,000 attendees at these rallies. That's a very low percentage compared to the amount of political magnitude that those two individuals have. So it's been one of those campaign seasons where if you try to look at the turnout and try to basically at that point look at what they were actually doing when they show up at the polls, it's two different things. I mean, we've seen the Trump rallies. We've seen the number of people that have shown up to a Trump rally, but then we also see what happens in the election. But at the same time, you look at Joe Biden's rallies at the time where he was basically, pulling up at a drive-through with a few people standing in a hula hoop, and yet they say he got 81 million votes. So there's just a lot. I wish you could base upon voter turnout based upon what you see at rallies, but you just can't make that connection, sadly, because if not, we would say if the election was tonight, I would say Glenn Youngkin is your governor of Virginia, but that logic just doesn't transcend. But we've got a long night ahead of us, and I would want to hope to think that we can say that we'll have a winner declared tonight, and I would hope that would be the case. But there are voter laws here in Virginia as far as the absentee voting goes. That is not necessarily the case. They have up until Friday to count all of the absentee voting. Now, if you look at back in the 2020 election and some of the certain states that changed their election laws from the very beginning, as far as right before the election, changed the dates that mail-in ballots could be received. I mean, they widely violated a lot of election laws in those states, something that clearly could change the outcome of an election by doing that. You know, the state electoral boards, a lot of times they didn't vote on some of these changes. So does that law here, is that a good thing to be able to count votes post election days? It's something to be seen. I know the McAuliffe campaign is in McLean, Virginia, not too far from where we're at right now as well. I'm sure that they're monitoring a little bit of the crowds there, but I can say from what I see, and I know we can get if we get a good shot of what's going on, it's real difficult to pan the crowd here because we have such a limited space to do that. But a good crowd coming in here right now. We also want to remind everybody that we will be live here tomorrow night in Arizona. We'll be in Glendale, Arizona for a Kerry Lake election integrity rally there at the Dream City Church there in Glendale, Arizona. I want to invite you to join us there. I believe we're going to kick that off at about 5:30 local time there. Watch our social media for the direct, for the actual exact times on that. But what we got, Wendy Rogers is going to be there as well as some other others. And if you want to kind of look at the significance of Arizona, on 3rd of November is a very historic day in that state, and so that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to talk about the 2020 election. They're going to talk about exactly what happened in the state of Arizona and how that state went down in terms of counting the votes, and they're going to recap some of that, walk us through, but more importantly, find out ways how we can make our elections a little bit more secure and increase the election integrity, because that was one of the key issues that people had, was election integrity, and that the fact that we could make sure that we had types of transparency in our election, as far as, you know, when we can look at the voter rolls, we can look at all of that stuff. Just going over some notes here. It's interesting that this race, if it's able to go to Glenn Youngkin, would be a shocker in the political world, and I think it would put the Democrats on their heels about, you know, double thinking some of the policies that have been put in place and how the average American and how they view some of these policies. Despite, you know, the approval rating for Biden, it keeps dropping lower and lower, and, you know, where's the bottom on this? But I will say this, I don't think that Joe Biden had an existing base to begin with. I think that his base was falsely inflated. I think that if you look at what happened in what's happened in this country, and his approval rating keeps dropping because there wasn't a base there to begin with. So it didn't take much. Now, if you want to compare that to Barack Obama, who polled very high throughout his tenure as president for both years, he relatively had a very strong approval rating amongst voters, even amongst independents, because he had a solid base going in. But I think at this point, Biden doesn't have a solid base to start with, so it doesn't take much to deflate that. I am getting word that the polls have been closed, so the polls are closed as far as tonight. So we should get a little bit of news coming in. I know that news organizations are reporting right now that the race is too close to call at this point, and I think it's very early in the night that would not even we wouldn't be able to do that right now anyway. So we're about 13 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock here in Virginia. So I don't anticipate having a lot of feedback right now anyway. So it may be maybe within the hour we'll start to see some numbers come in on that. But right now it's too close to call. Let's turn our attention over to New Jersey. We got Democratic Governor Phil Murphy is taking on a Republican Jack Ciattarelli in that race, another heated race. Now, apparently that's been too close to call right now as well, which is interesting because, historically, New Jersey, a very dominated blue state. I think that could be interesting if we see, even if that tends to stay in Phil Murphy's advantage, but it's close. That could be indicative of what the tide is turning there. We're also watching the mayor race in New York as well, a very highly focused race there. It was Atlanta, Boston, Buffalo, and Minneapolis all have a ballot in place. And of course, a lot of those states has issues with the police, defunding the police. I know that Glenn Youngkin just said the other night how much of a concern it is to the voters here in Virginia that they have funding for the police. I mean, the notion that we're going to defund the police is something that the average voter here in the state, quite honestly, can't put their mind around the fact that we want to defund the police. So that is really a sensitive topic amongst the inner cities. And if you go with, for instance, we were in Minneapolis just not too long ago talking about that, and that the city of Minneapolis has essentially on the ballot to defund the police and minimize the presence that they have going on right now. So that's, if you do research in the inner cities, parents, community leaders, they do not want any type of defunding of their police departments at all. But hey, as you can see, this room is filling up. I'm trying to think of the last time that we were involved in a gubernatorial race was back in California at the Gavin Newsom recall. Was one of the things that we had recovered, and of course that was a race that kind of was uneventful because as soon as the polls closed, it wasn't shortly after that Larry Elder and the others that felt that wanted to replace him, and that effort failed relatively quick. And even though it was a short campaign, it wasn't the longest campaign. He got into the race very late in that running, which might have to do with why it turned out the way it did. But nevertheless, Gavin Newsom had a lot of people vote against him, which once again could be another indicator that Californians and Americans in general do not support some of the agendas that are being pushed down right now to the American people. Although that effort failed, Elder did scrounge up a pretty good sizable amount of votes. If I'm not mistaken, it was around 2.4 million votes in that recall effort. So California, we would never think, for a long time that we would say California would ever skew red anytime soon. But hey, you keep these policies in place, that could very well change. And of course, if you've been in some of these inner cities, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about as far as the crime, the homelessness, the drug problems, the cost of living in some of these major cities. That is a major concern for a lot of people that live in the inner cities and around these big metro areas, and that we must have leadership even on the mayoral level, the city council level, that we can make sure that we have leaders and policies in place that protect families and protect businesses, and that's something that's important to the voters. But we're glad that at least we are trying to make some type of reporting on that. I'm getting some numbers in here real quick. Let's go into what we're seeing here. Right now, we've got 1% of the vote reporting. Right now, we have 69.9 going to Youngkin and 30.5 to McAuliffe. That is with 1% of the vote That's at roughly, 70.3 to 29.7. So Youngkin in a huge lead. And we probably thought early on that is what would happen right now. Youngkin at about 60.7, McAuliffe at 38.5. So we knew it would be out of the gate Youngkin. Now, what will happen in other parts of the states as the results come in and as they tend to count the absentee votes, a lot of times, a lot of Democrats tend to vote absentee. Those numbers tend to skew a little higher than normal. So maybe when they start to count those, we'll see a little bit better results from that. I don't know if we can get a good shot. Can we show a little bit about the crowd coming in here? I know that we've got a little bit more people. I know it's tough to swing this camera around because we have such tight spaces up here on the media risers. That's one of the reasons why you have not seen me on camera that much, because it's very tight and it's hard to move around. But I'm trying to do the best I can to make sure that you stay informed, not only what's happening in the election, but what's happening in this room. I mean, the energy of the optimism in the room is high, and I've had plenty of time to talk to people throughout the day, throughout the last couple of days in this race, as we've checked into hotels and restaurants and things like that. We've seen exactly people are talking about education, people are talking about the economy, and these are people that aren't necessarily Republicans. This is kind of education is kind of an independent, non-political type of topic. I know a parent of three, it would be one of the number one topics for me if I lived in Virginia. I was able to talk to a couple people earlier today, and they've got one gentleman had 7 kids, and all kind of in that elementary, middle school, high school range. And he said, "Look, I've been a long time registered Democrat, but right now the topic of education resonates with me more than anybody." And he felt like Glenn Youngkin was the perfect candidate for his state to lead education and really invest in the schools. And it's all about training. We've heard about training our kids for the next step in their life, trade schools and getting kids ready, college ready. That has been one of the things. And of course, Terry McAuliffe has not addressed education to the degree that Glenn Youngkin has done. And he's really laid out a plan that what he would do for it. And he said just last night about putting the hands of the education in the parents, and let the parents get involved. Because Loudoun County was ground zero for these school boards. If you want to talk about how the school boards, how that worked out, that county was pretty much ground zero for all of the school board issues that you saw around the country. And of course, we did see Merrick Garland send the letters as far as calling parents at these school board meetings, pretty much direct domestic terrorist and a threat to a public threat. We saw that last week on Capitol Hill. Some of those questions came up. So parents have just been flooding school board meetings across the country right now, and that's because of Loudoun County up here in Virginia. They've inspired really hundreds of school districts around the country to get involved in their kids' school, and that's a good thing, getting involved in your kids' education. I know that with 3 kids, I live north of Dallas. Don't think that I didn't check to see what my kids were getting involved with there in their school district. So that is, if anything comes out of this, it's just really waking up parents to understand exactly what's going on in the schools and make sure it's something that they want to be taught. So at the very minimal, this effort has done just that. Let me step aside, set the scene for you. We are live here in beautiful Northern Virginia, which is great this time of year. If you like foliage, if you like the cold weather, then perhaps this is a place for you. It's very, very beautiful out here right now tonight. Just getting some things in right now. Glenn Youngkin with 2% of the vote in. Looks like he's at 63.4, and McAuliffe's at 35.9. That is with roughly 2% of the vote in. So once again, Youngkin having a huge lead right now. But like I said, we've got a lot of, thank you. We've had a very large, we've got a long night ahead of us to go on that. I do want to see if we can talk to a certain degree a couple people that would be willing to talk to us about why they support Glenn Youngkin. I mean, it's one of those things where, let me see if I can get right over here for a second. Do you mind if we talk to you for a second? Why? Glenn? Yeah? Okay, there we go. We're just trying to get... A lot of people are a little reluctant to talk to us right now, but it's great. I'm going to turn aside. Brian Glenn with Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're live right now. Of course, we're a big supporter of Glenn Youngkin, and we went to the rallies last night. We talked to parents. We talked to people to what was their concerning, why they liked Glenn Youngkin so much. But would you like to share your feelings on?
Sure, right. Well, Glenn's just been an outstanding candidate, and I actually represent small business owners, and they have been very much behind Glenn Youngkin. They really see him as protecting small businesses, making it easier for them to recover out of the pandemic. And so they're real excited to see a Glenn Youngkin win.
And when you look at what's in the voters' mind, the economy, it's all about the economy. And I like the fact that Glenn Youngkin is a very accomplished businessman, and he knows how to put a business plan together, knows how to get people to work. And I think that's what people want right now, especially coming out of COVID. I've always said this: if you survive COVID, as far as your business, you want a leader that's going to give you all the tools to stay open.
Right, absolutely. I mean, when we balloted, I'm with National Federation of Independent Business, and so when we balloted our membership, it was like over 90% of our members said endorse Glenn Youngkin. And the reason they did that was because he had a plan for them for recovering. A lot of our members, were shut down for weeks on end because of the governor's restrictions, and they're just now beginning to see some recovery.
Incredible! Just now, well, like 18 months since the very beginning of that. And as we travel around the country, we got to be honest with you. We see a lot of for lease signs on businesses, and we saw it in D.C. We've seen it everywhere, and that's a bad thing for local cities to have to deal with.
Right. Well, the number one problem our members are having right now is finding good qualified workers. They can't get people to show up for interviews, show up for work, and so that's really been a big concern of ours.
Why do you think that is? Because I have a theory that people were so used to being compensated to stay home. We went to don't main sign that we went to a Chick-fil-A not too long ago. The dining room was closed, not because of any COVID restrictions, but because they can't find enough workers to open up the dining room.
Well, that's what some of our members did hear from their employees. They were like, "Look, we're making more on unemployment right now." Or they could go, take a day job 1 or 2 days a week for cash, and they were fine. They were good. You also have some in Virginia. We still have like rent relief and electric utility relief all the way through like next year. So when your two biggest bills are being paid for by the government, maybe you don't need to be out there looking for a job, and that's unfortunate because a lot of our members really need workers.
Do you think this is on purpose from the Biden administration and kind of a socialist agenda to get people relied on government assistance and not really being independent and entrepreneurs and business leaders to go out there and take a risk in business?
Well, I certainly hope not, but I think what they do miss the mark on really understanding people's behavior, and for small business owners, that's their biggest asset is their workforce. And so if there's no incentive for them to go back to work, then that's really how you're hurting small businesses.
Yeah. Okay, outside your business community, what have you seen in your neighborhood? Your family, friends, neighbors, people at church, what are they saying?
Well, they're really excited. I mean, and I know that signs don't vote, obviously, but you just can't. I mean, I had a lot of Biden signs out in my neighborhood that are now Youngkin signs.
Now, that's amazing right there, because that moderate Democrat, those independent voters, I think is what's key to a victory here tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, it's no doubt it's going to be suburban moms. It's going to be those independent voters that voted for Biden before that, recognize that, hey, Youngkin is the real deal, and he's coming with some good common sense values and policies, and he's looking out. He wants to make sure parents are heard.
Let's talk about parents for a second. We were in Loudoun County last night. A lot of parents there. Number one topic to a lot of people is education.
Absolutely. I mean, that has certainly become a central issue here. And I think, again, that's where Democrats have really underestimated that parents do care about their children's education, and they want to be a part of it. And they want to know what's happening, and they want to make sure that they have at least a seat at the table. And that just hasn't been happening.
Can we talk about your experience today when you voted, or I don't know if you did absentee voting? What was that like? Was the lines long? Did you wait very long?
Well, I actually early voted, and so and it was a very seamless process. I live in Henrico County, outside Richmond, and it was a very seamless process. But I certainly have been, hearing where, there have definitely been a lot of good lines and areas that I think are going to be helpful for Youngkin. So we're hopeful. We're feeling kind of good. So.
We drove around the state. Yeah. By the way, Virginia's beautiful this time of year. The trees. I'm a kind of a tree nut like that. But we saw a lot of Glenn Youngkin signs out. I don't think. And I'm going to ask my camera guy, I don't remember seeing a Terry McCullough sign anywhere. I would tell you if I did, but I don't remember seeing it.
Right. No, I have seen it actually last week, NFIB, several of our road team were out in some of the House districts supporting and sending out our voter guide to our members and doing member visits. And so, you saw much more Youngkin presence in the way of signs all the way down, the whole ticket, including the House races. And so I definitely feel the momentum is there. And we were in Virginia Beach and up in Northern Virginia, so we saw it in both areas.
Yeah. I've seen more Biden-Harris stickers on cars. Heck, you still see Obama stickers on cars every once in a while. And in Texas, you still Beto stickers on cars and their thing. So, all right, well, hopefully tonight we'll know. Obviously, it has to go to the absentee ballots, but right now we're looking at what? A 52.6 to 46.5. So that is tightened up a little bit. It looks like with about 5% of the vote in roughly. So the gap has closed a little bit, but that was to be expected.
Yeah, it's to be expected, and we obviously still have to wait for several of the Northern Virginia counties to come in. Fairfax typically is one of the last ones to come in. So, we may be here for a little while, but that's okay. If it's a win, I'm okay with that.
Hey, we're okay with that. I had a friend that was up in the Alexandria area, which is typically very, very liberal. I said, Brian, I've never seen so many Youngkin signs in business, in the windows and the yards that she knew without a doubt that years ago was complete Biden territory.
Right. That's what we heard last week when we were doing our member visits. We had one small business owner. She's like, I would just feel government is forgotten about small business. And she goes, it's important to, get out there and vote for pro-small business candidates. And Youngkin has certainly proven himself to be that.
All right. Well, thanks for your time. And I'm going to take you away from your, what a crowd though, right? You got the food out front.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. So.
Thank you so much. God bless. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Yeah, I love to talk to people like that. Come on through here. Because it's key that the moderate Democrats and the independents, the libertarians, get out and vote. And that's one of the things that Youngkin has been able to do is draw that non-traditional conservative voter due to a lot of his policies right now that does resonate with kids. So, and with parents, we talked about that. Small businesses, we've seen exactly what has happened with the small businesses across the country. Some places being hit harder than others. Of course, state of California, a place I spent a lot of time at, a lot of out of business, closed signs, for lease signs that are up. So the economy is a hot topic. And then, of course, states like Texas, Florida tend to be doing fairly better than other states right now when it comes to the economy getting the jobs open. All right, let's go over some numbers real quickly. At about 8% reporting right now, Youngkin is polling 52.8, McAuliffe at 46.4, and independent candidates rather at 0.8%. So about 8% reporting right now. Youngkin still has roughly an 8-point lead, if you will, but like I said before, that it's early and there's a lot of votes to be counted, but that changes continuously through the night. I will say this, covering the recall election in California, 20 minutes into the election, we already had a decision at that point. So it was kind of a non-eventful outcome there. Tonight, much different scene here as we are going to see this go down to the wire as far as declaring a winner for tonight. But we've got a long night ahead of us. We're glad you're joining us. Hey, we want to thank our partner of the night, the patriotic Mike Lindell. That's right. We can't say enough about that gentleman that has done so much for election integrity in our country, has done so much to protect our rights, our liberties, our freedoms. So we want you to help him out as well. Go over to his website. We all know it. That's right. You just said it out loud. MyPillow.com. MyPillow.com. And what's that promo code? That's right. RSBN. Put that in at checkout and you get up to 66% off your entire order. Let me tell you this these cold fronts move in this week. It's getting a lot chillier than normal. Why not throw a set of those flannel sheets on that bed? If you're sitting on the couch right now, if you're watching TV and you're kind of wondering, hey, I'm getting kind of chilly in here, why not? Why not put some flannel sheets on that bed? And right now you can do that and save up to 66% off when you put that promo code RSBN at checkout. You can absolutely get that. And while you're doing it, throw some of those great towels that they have, the most absorbent towels on the market. My goodness, you want to talk about a towel that would dry you off. I absolutely love them. So go check it out. mypillow.com and go to mystore.com. Talk about thousands of products right there. You can go shopping, and what a great deal that is as well. So go to mypillow.com, mystore.com, and shop away. What a great way to not only fight cancel culture, but also help out a guy like Mike Lindell, who has really put millions out to fight lawsuits, to do election integrity investigations, do all these cyber symposium that we covered there a few months ago. So he has done all of that. It's been self-funding. So absolutely go check it out. mypillow.com, mystore.com, promo code RSBN. As you can see, the room is filling up quite a bit. A lot of supporters here. We've talked to a couple here just a few minutes ago about their thoughts on that. I talked to people earlier. Going in at 9% reporting right now, Youngkin at 54.2%, McAuliffe at 45%, and 0.8% for independents. So once again, Youngkin continues to hold the lead on that. We just hope statistically that margin stays the same, and it stays, basically in that range of votes for Youngkin. So also to recap some other things, banking news across the country, and of course, the economy seems to be a big one. We got the Dow up to record highs right now, which is phenomenal as far as the degree of the economy. Look at the stock market. It's one of those things where you would never have thought that during a time like this that the stock market is taking such a ride that it is in the market. So, you look at that, you look at real estate across the country, you look at the different real estate markets across the country, you've seen such a rise in property values. It has been one of those, it goes outside the norm considering we just came off of COVID and the massive, jobs and economic downturns, but all of a sudden you have a surge in the marketplace, which is kind of surprising at this point. Of course, you got the auto industry that is trying to struggle and make it through a supply chain shortage. Of course, we all know exactly what the computer chips, and that we've seen a shortage on computer chips, which has a direct effect to building supply chains for these cars and on other electronics that we buy. So that's been disrupted. That's been stopped. And of course, if you want to look offshore about what's been going on there with the situation offshore in Long Beach, in Los Angeles, and other ports up and down the U.S. coastline, we've seen those ships offshore. We've seen a record number of ships parked offshore in Long Beach, and that's something that will definitely affect everybody. We'll get to more of that in just a second, but up to date, you guys, right now, 14% reporting, Youngkin up 55.5, McAuliffe 44%. So once again, we've got roughly 11, let's just call it a 10-point lead right now. 43.3, 55.9 being reported. They just changed it about 30 seconds ago. This is going to be going on all night. But like I said, though, if we can keep that margin active the entire night, then essentially that would, I think, safely hand Youngkin a victory like that. Also, I want to note that we were at the Supreme Court yesterday, at the foot of the Supreme Court, basically with the Texas Heartbeat Act, talking about that. Attorney General of Texas, Ken Paxton, joining us there at the steps of the Supreme Court to talk about the discussions and the arguments in the Heartbeat Act and its effect going forward. And of course, that's a very controversial act. To kind of recap that, any heartbeat detected after 6 weeks, an abortion is banned. It's illegal. And so that, they've said that, we can't talk about the number of lives that have been saved through the Heartbeat Act in the state of Texas. Mississippi having another very similar bill as well. The Dobb, there's a case that will be heard on December 1st in regards to that as well. So we'll keep an eye on that case to be heard on December 1st. But a very active day here in the D.C. area. We led off with the Supreme Court at the steps, talked to a lot of people, a lot of pro-life advocates out there, and then we turned our attention last night to the Youngkin campaign there in Loudoun County, Virginia. Looking at some of the turnout right now, more numbers coming in, but still we got about a 53.5 to a 45.6 advantage to Youngkin right now, and that is let's see what that is with 16% reporting. We got 55.8 Youngkin to 43.4 McAuliffe. That's with 16% reporting. Once again, keeping that 8 to 9 point lead on that. Let's see if we can talk to, find some more people coming in here, see if we can talk to them and figure out why they are here. And of course, if they feel like that Youngkin is the best candidate from there, obviously, that would be what my guess is on that. Also turning our attention to what's going on also in the world of social media. We want to encourage everybody right now to not only follow us on our social media, but make sure you subscribe to our newsletter. You can go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, and get up to date on what's going on in the world of politics, as we have a wonderful staff of writers that have done nothing but really pull the curtain back on a lot of topics and write some great pieces about that. Immigration, the economy, education, national security, climate change. We've got about just about every topic we talk about there. So go check it out at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. And if while you're there, we are, partly viewer funded. We've got some great partners like Mike Lindell and MyPillow, which is great. And by the way, we are debuting a new partner that will be alongside with all the other great partners that we have here tomorrow night. I don't want to tease what it is, but what I'm getting to is if you go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate, donate what you can. We are viewer funded. We are purely here because of you, because of our viewers, and we are so gracious that you guys have allowed us in your life for the past, since 2015, 2016, during that first Trump campaign. We are so gracious that you let us in your life. So if you enjoy the content that we bring to you, if you enjoy the information that we bring to you, which, by the way, I had 2 people today stop me on the street and say, hey, I watch Right Side all the time. Thank you so much for being here, because, mind you, we were the only conservative independent news outlet at the campaign last night rally. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm looking around right here, and I may be, we are probably outside of the local news outlets, outside of the the Richmond, Virginia Beach, DC media is here, obviously, is right in their own backyard, and the mainstream media. But we're the only independent conservative groups here, which is wonderful, because we have tried to really bring you content that you want to see, and that's one of the things that's made us so special. So if you could, please just go over to rsbnetwork.com/donate, and if you feel led to donate some money that helps us go across and cover stuff, that would be greatly appreciated, because we do grow with your donation. So thank you so much for that. So we want to thank you personally. So you can follow us on social media, give us a like on Facebook, give us a follow on YouTube, give us a follow and subscribe to our channel on Rumble as well. as those are great platforms that we get this message out, and definitely go download our app as well, as that is crucial to being able to connect with you in this hypersensitive world of social media. Looking at the map right now, a lot of 16% reporting right now, so it's still relatively early in the night. And of course, if you've watched any type of news coverage today, no matter what channel it is, all we see is the attention on Virginia. All eyes are on Virginia. And I kind of, you got New Jersey in there as well, and you got some mayoral races in certain cities that are very important. I mean, if you look at New York City, our very own Mike Crispy from Red, White, and Truth was walking around the streets of New York, showing the levels of trash and the things that were there on the streets, and seeing the trash and the termination of sanitation workers there. Very interesting situation there in New York City as Very interesting situation there in New York City, as you've got sanitation workers walking off the job. You've got trash piling up on the streets. And, mind you, I've been to New York City a handful of times, and we've had some broadcasts there. I could not imagine just the gravity of that right now, considering the population of that beautiful city. So that is something they're dealing with right now. And of course, you turn our attention over to the West Coast. Gavin Newsom has got a major effort there to clean up that city when it comes with homeless and crime and not only taxes. You've got a kind of an interesting situation there. And then you have these scheduled flights. Over 2,000 flights were canceled by American Airlines in the last couple of days, and due to weather. That was the explanation they gave. Now, if you look back to what has happened the last couple of weeks in the airline industry, it's been very much one of these, I guess, a call out. It's been people basically calling out sick. We've seen interviews on social media, pilots just calling out sick for their flights, therefore canceling those flights and shuffling people all over the country. So that is one thing that you're going to, there's every walk of life in our service industry is being affected by some of the mandates being put in place by the Biden administration. I know in the great state of Texas, our own attorney, Ken Paxton, has done everything he can to block in these federal mandates that would prohibit people from going and doing their jobs. And if you look about what has happened in this country over the last 18 months, we highly regarded, medical workers and people that worked in hospitals and frontline workers and helping with the COVID are now being faced to either, get the vaccine or lose their job. And so they go from a hero to possibly losing their job. And that's just not in the medical field. That's just not in the airline industry. That is everywhere. And so that is definitely something right now that is getting a lot of attention. And it is on the concerns of people here in Virginia. And of course, also, they do support a lot of vaccine mandates here in Virginia, which was very surprising considering that a lot of states like Texas, like Florida, are completely against that. And so I guess it depends on where you live, is where the sentiment is going to lay in that. Get the very latest on what's going on right now. 23% reporting right now. We've got Youngkin up 57.3, McAuliffe 42.1, with just about 678,000 votes accounted already. So once again, we've got a pretty good sizable lead that Youngkin has opened up even more than before. So 57.3 to 42.1 with just under 700,000 votes being reported. So we're about, a quarter of the way into the election coverage here as far as counting the votes. Once again, to recap here, if you missed this at the top of the show, is that the absentee ballots in the state of Virginia can be counted up until Friday. So they have a considerable amount of time to count these absentee ballots. And from the last number I saw, those absentee ballots represent about 20% of the overall votes in the state. So keep that in mind, as you've got a sizable amount of votes that can technically be extended to be counted up until Friday. So if we're all looking to see if we're going to have a clear winner tonight, there's a possibility we can, but there's also a possibility that we won't know until Friday if that's going to happen. Let's look at the numbers. Reporting right now, Youngkin up 57.6 to McAuliffe 41.7. Once again, a nice sizable lead with Youngkin so far, with about 25% of the votes being counted. But you're now joining us. Welcome. Buckle up, because it's going to be a long night. There's going to be some ups and downs here, and we're going to see definitely some changes in these vote totals as we get some of these votes, these sizable vote leads get brought in. We're kind of in a situation right now where we're in a ballroom here. As you can see, we've got, a good crowd inside here. And this is just one of the rooms here at this headquarters for tonight that is obviously got the screens on. We're going to have some speakers later come up, say a few words. So it's kind of a tight media situation. We've covered hundreds of Trump events and other events in our tenure here at Right Side. But I got to say, this is the first time that I've got to basically, my camera guy's going to stand on one leg and take a deep breath without falling off the riser here. And at least I've got the liberty to be on the floor and report all of this to you today. But a lot's at stake here in the state of Virginia. Turning to some other news as well, I know that we have the CDC has come out about the vaccination for kids, and that's been another hot topic when it comes to voters about the vaccination of kids. And I don't think they're necessarily against vaccinations in general. They just don't want the mandatory vaccinations of people. So that's one of the hot topics that has definitely been in the news. Let me check the reporting. I keep getting updates to let you guys know. We want to make sure that we're on top of everything. Right now, we have 29% of the vote being reported. Youngkin is up 52.8, McAuliffe to 46.6. So once again, we're seeing a pretty good, substantial lead throughout the percentages going up. We haven't seen any particular spike or increase in McAuliffe's votes so far. So we have seen just under 860,000 votes counted so far in this election. And as we said before, we've got about 20% of the vote being absentee voting. So it could be quite some time before we clearly have a winner. But you know what? If Youngkin is able to pull this election off, we'll get the state red again, which is really a big indicator of what could happen as we move forward into the primaries. And will this be the tipping point for Republicans and conservatives to get into some of these states that have just been so rooted in these Democratic policies, these liberal policies that have kind of destroyed a lot of the cities, destroyed businesses, and it's really increased the social efforts. Talk to you guys about tonight. Care to share some thoughts on Glenn Youngkin? We're Brian Glenn with Right Side Broadcasting. We're a big supporter of Glenn Youngkin. Obviously, we're here. We've been at the rallies. We love the turnout that we're seeing. Just asking people, what do you like about Glenn Youngkin, and why should he be your next governor?
I think he's a super guy. He's a family guy. My son worked for him this summer, and we've just gotten to know the family, and they're wonderful people. And I think he's going to make a great governor for Virginia.
I think he's really resonating with independents, and because he's a political outsider. He's someone that hasn't been involved in the swamp. People don't want the swamp. They want real people like you and I, and people with business sense that can really turn the economy around.
Right. No, absolutely. He's a successful businessman. He knows how to grow a business, and he's just a decent person. And so I think we need a little bit more of that in our society. It's
funny that you say a decent person. Some of the people I've talked to that I know have been longtime registered Democrats have said he has a likability factor. He's real. He's not a politician. He's not campaigning to get in office so that he can stay in office. He really wants to serve the people.
He wants to help. I think he's got solutions and he wants to help. So I don't think he's a divisive person at all. think he's got good values, and I think he's going to make a great governor.
I know that we've got about 29% of the votes reported right now. Youngkin's up 52.8 to 46.6. So he maintains a pretty sizable lead as we get these vote totals in. I'm just hoping it stays like that.
I hope it does too, especially as the big cities come in, bigger cities area.
I was going to ask you, and you don't have to tell me where you live, but in your immediate area, do you see a lot of Youngkin signs up in the yards and in businesses?
Far more than I saw Trump signs. I live in, here in Fairfax County, and there was a lot of Youngkin signs up. And as I traveled through the state, with my kids, you saw a lot of Youngkin signs. So I think there's a lot of excitement here for them.
I said this earlier. I have yet to see a McAuliffe sign, and I'm not making that up. I'm not trying to do a bit here I have not seen one sign.
They're out there, but I mean, there's a lot of Youngkin signs, and I think they really got out the vote and the support and everything.
One last question. I have noticed that a lot of supporters that have been to the Glenn Youngkin rallies have been older, like you and I, right? I haven't seen a lot of younger generation, college age. Why do you think that is?
I actually, well,
you did. I didn't.
My son is friends with his son, and I see a lot of support for the younger people. I think his message of unity, of family values, of putting Virginia first. I think that's resonating with all generations. So,
especially with kids and parents. I mean, maybe that's the biggest thing. But I kind of like the fact that this younger generation, in general, is really getting involved in politics. I look back at where I was in college back in 1988 or so. I wasn't involved in politics as much, but I see kids now that are very much active.
I got a 15 and 16-year-old here tonight, and the 16-year-old worked on his campaign because he believed in the message. So he's a good role model, Youngkin.
Yeah, he's a good role model. I loved it, and the fact that he spoke last night, he's so likable, and just the words that he uses. And I will say this, as the rally wrapped up, and you've seen this before, he will stay and take pictures, shake hands, sign autographs, throw out basketballs the other night, which was great. I learned that he played at Rice, which is phenomenal, right? Down in my neck of the woods where I used to live. Just a likable guy and relates to people.
Very relatable. I mean, he's just, again, he's a decent person, and I think we need more people like that in politics. So, I think he's going to have a good future.
And he's a man of the word. Loves God.
He loves Lord. So,
which is important, which we probably need more than ever right now in our society. Well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. God bless. Thank you. I love talking to people like that will open up and say, look, this is why I support this candidate. And we've got, as you can see, a lot of people behind me coming in. Let's see. I can give you any vote totals. Okay, we've got 33% of the votes in right now. It looks like we have Youngkin sitting at 54.5, McAuliffe at 44.9. Just over 1 million votes counted so far today. So once again, that margin still likes to stay between that 9 and 10% that we've seen here, which is not surprising. That's pretty much stayed the same throughout this entire night so far, which is good to see. Now, if we were to see that number get with, basically, a 4 to 5 point margin, then one can say that McAuliffe is closing some type of gap. But based upon what I'm seeing right now, I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening right now. But we're glad that the lead is staying what it is. And I got to be honest with you as well. There's a lot of media here. And there's a lot of, come on in through, man. Hey, you know what? You got the best outfit of the night. I can just say that right now. There's a lot of media attention here. Let me step aside now. We have some, our partners are coming in here. I think they're about to do a presentation in here in just a second. So I'm kind of going to get in position for that. But there's a lot of media here. And let's make no bones about it. There are people here covering this event that do not want Youngkin to win. Now, you can say, well, Brian, that's just being a journalist. They're not as necessarily biased as you are. Now, we are a conservative news outlet. You would expect us to basically rally for a conservative candidate. But there are people here that would like nothing more than for Glenn Youngkin to lose. And that is obviously last night we saw a couple things on social media that basically lays that case out clearly, trying to, I guess, smear reputation, trying to insinuate that Youngkin is a certain way that he's not. I won't go into it very much to that, but if you want to talk about someone who's a political outsider, someone who's not a politician, someone who is not a part of the swamp, it's Glenn Youngkin. So no matter where you live right now, if you're watching me right now in Oklahoma, if you're watching me in New Mexico, you're watching me in California, Texas, okay, you want, if you're a conservative, you want Glenn Youngkin to take Virginia. That only helps states that aren't necessarily red. That helps states like New Mexico. That helps states that need, that have had election issues in the past. This is very optimistic to what could essentially happen. Okay, let's run down some numbers real quickly. 36% of the vote is in. Youngkin at 54.7, McAuliffe at 44.7. So now we have about a 10-point lead in that. That's just over. That's about 104,000 vote lead on that. I want to thank our guys back down at corporate who have done a phenomenal job of keeping these vote totals up. James, you are a rock star back at the station. At Master Control, I certainly appreciate you giving me all these updates as we continue to try to bring you the very, very latest what's going on here in Virginia. And of course, we don't want to dismiss the election going on in New Jersey, and of course at the various cities around the country that have mayor races going on. Very important that you look at those as well. I mean, New York. If we can get a Republican and conservative, I wouldn't necessarily call him a conservative, but if you get a Republican candidate in office there in New York, that can change things in that state. At least, we saw what Rudy Giuliani did for the city of New York and some of the policies that he put in place that were really beneficial, not only to businesses, but to basically the crime and on all the other things that are very, very, very important. Let's see if we can talk. Would you guys like to share your thoughts on Glenn Youngkin tonight? Oh, great. Wonderful. Make my way over here. We're live on the air right now. You watch? Oh, wonderful. You watch us. I'm so glad. Well, we're glad that you're here. And obviously, we're a big supporter of Glenn, and we're glad to be here. Right now, he's got about a 10-point lead with about 36% of the vote coming in, which is positive. But what is it about him that you want? Why do you want him to be governor of the state?
Because I know he's got great character. I've worked with him. Our kids went to school with him. He's the real deal. The guy that you see up there talking every day is the guy who we're going to elect for governor, and he's that solid.
It seems to be a common trait that he's a good man.
Yes.
We need more good people in politics, and we don't need political swamps. We don't need professional politicians. That's one of the reasons why people like him.
Exactly. We don't need career politicians. It was never meant, the founding fathers never meant for this to be a career. They meant for you to go into public service, do this as Glenn is doing, and then move on.
I've been asking this question when people that I've talked to, in your immediate circle, your neighborhood, your church, your workplace, do they feel the same way you do?
Absolutely. So many people that I know have said he's just the kind of person that we are hoping for, and his ideas are all right. He really cares about people, unlike his opponent, who actually leapfrogged over 2 African-American women in the primary. He should step aside. He's an elder statesman. He should give other people a chance, the up-and-coming people in his party, and he didn't do that.
When it comes with kids in schools, it seems like Glenn Youngkin has been the candidate that has taken time to listen to parents and say, hey, what is your concern when it comes to your child? But Terry McAuliffe is more of like, I know what's best for your child, and that's really struck a nerve with parents.
That's exactly right. And we've seen this in so many ways, particularly through the pandemic, where so many of my friends, their kids were kept out of school for months on end. You can't do that to children.
We were talking about that earlier yesterday, how I know when the pandemic first started, now I live in Texas, and I could not stand the Zoom calls. I couldn't stand the YouTube classroom, and that's not what we need. We need kids in school, teachers in school, schools open, and these kids learning, because we're already behind the 8 ball when it comes with education in general in this country.
Exactly. And the other thing that Glenn wants to do is he wants kids to move as far ahead as their natural talents take them. which means you get advanced math at 8 years old if you need it. You're not going to be held back. You get advanced math at 13 if that's where your talents take you. You cannot limit people's potential. It's un-American.
Okay, let's talk about taxes real quickly. Talk about the economy. The average price of gasoline across every 50 state is at an all-time high in that state for the most part, or at least a 20-point high. What's your thoughts on the gasoline tax, reducing that, grocery tax, reducing that? As a consumer, what's your thoughts?
I think it's a brilliant idea. I'm glad he wants to do it, and it's going to help every Virginian and our economy.
It's got to help put people back to work. People make more money. They keep their own money, and they decide where their money should be spent. And, of course, taxes is a big thing with that. Well, you're just a blessing to come up here. What are your thoughts on the turnout tonight? I mean, good crowd here. A lot of people coming in here. A lot of good optimism. It's high.
People want hope. And, Colin Powell said this. He said, optimism is a force multiplier. We all have to have this about Virginia and about our country. It's how we move forward.
God bless with you. I appreciate your time coming over to talk to us. Thanks for watching our network. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let me step aside here and let you take a look at the crowd here. See if we get the latest numbers in here real quickly. I want to thank everyone at the back at the master control. Okay, we got 37% reporting. We got 54.8 Youngkin to 44.6. Once again, a sizable lead. All right, let's take a few minutes. Let's talk about one of our favorite Patriots, Mike Lindell. Check out this great video. We'll be right back.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, the CEO of MyPillow. Cancel culture has not only affected myself and MyPillow, but millions of you out there. My employees and I
He's not a racist. He's a Christian. He's a decent, uncommonly gentle man. Too gentle for politics, in fact, many assume. And yet, over the past few weeks, Glenn Youngkin has
slippers, bathrobes, sleepwear, and my new beds. We're offering the best gifts ever for the best prices ever. For example, we have this exclusive offer. Hello, I'm Mike Lindell. Cancel culture has not only affected myself and MyPillow, but millions of you out there. Before all this started, I had already written in my memoir, I dedicate this book to anyone that's looking for hope. Well, right now, we're all looking for hope. I believe that my story is going to bring inspiration and hope to everyone. By the time you're done reading my book, you will believe that with God, all things are possible. To thank you all for your support, I'm offering some of my best prices ever on MyPillow products, including this exclusive bundle. You get my book and these 5 MyPillows. They all have beautiful scenes and verses from the Bible, such as Isaiah 41:10. Do not fear, for I am with you. This 6-pack bundle is regularly $219. Now it's just $99.98 and free shipping with your promo code. Go to mypillow.com and use the promo code on your screen or call the 1-800 number below. Thank you and God bless. Hello, I'm Mike.
All right, well, welcome back. All right, welcome back. What a great Patriot Mike Lindell is. So we want to encourage everybody. And if you missed our live broadcast from Minnesota about a week ago, you can go on to our app and you can find that broadcast, which is phenomenal. We got a kind of an inside look at how they make all those great products. So I just encourage everybody right now to go check out that on our app. You can just go to your Apple and your Android store, download the RSBN app, and you can watch that, and you can watch a lot other shows that we have. Diamond and Silk, Laura Trump, Red, Right, and Truth, the great Michael Savage. Let me tell you something. You talk about conservative voices throughout, American political history. Michael Savage has definitely been one of those. So go download our app today, and you can watch, not only rewatch other broadcasts that we have, but really get involved in what's going on in the world. And don't forget to go to our website, rsbnetwork.com, to subscribe to our newsletter and get up-to-date information on all kinds of topics. We've got some wonderful, Grace Saldana, wonderful writers there. Alex Caldwell there as well, writes these wonderful articles, and we will push that into your inbox on your via email when they are ready. And so definitely take advantage of the fact that we are at your fingertips when it comes to all information, not only for President Trump, but all things conservative movement, And programming note, we are live tomorrow night in Glendale, Arizona, where we're going to be at with the Carrie Lake running for governor there in the state of Arizona. She is a Trump-endorsed candidate there in Arizona, and so we're going to be out there with her for election integrity bill, kind of a rally that really just kind of calls for hope and calls for optimism. And on November 3rd, and of course, we know what happened a year ago, November 3, and so this will kind of walk down a timeline of exactly what happened this past election. So I just encourage you, if you want to watch that broadcast, go out and join us tomorrow night from the desert. And I love the fact that she says, we may be in the desert, but I can assure you there's a swamp here. The great Carrie Lake. Follow her on social media as well. If you want to follow me on social media, you can do that. I would appreciate it. At Brian Glenn TV, at Brian Glenn TV across the board. You can also follow, more importantly, go follow us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Go subscribe to us on YouTube, Rumble. Great platforms for that. And just get involved. And, of course, you can always go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate, and throw a little something in a tip jar, as Larry Elder used to say, and help us out as we 100% of your proceeds goes right to helping this network do what we're doing. And I got to tell you, as we look across, and I know it's really hard to look across this podium right now, it is incredible the amount of media that is here. But it's also incredible that there are very few independents like ourselves here. But we're here, and we're here covering this, and we will continue to cover all things politics here, as you guys will allow us. Okay, let's get an update here for you real quickly. We got 44% of the vote coming in. Youngkin up 55.9, McCullough 43.4. That is just over 1.3 million votes have been reported. That is 164,000 roughly lead over McCullough. So once again, we are seeing that really consistent margin of 8, 9, 10 points at some points be in the advantage of Youngkin. So that lead has been relatively consistent throughout the night. Once again, thanks to all of you guys watching us right now. It is 8:10 here local East Coast time. We're glad that you're joining us. A lot of people just now getting home from work. I know you probably have been following on social media this election. Perhaps you turned the TV on in the last 8 hours. That's all everyone is talking about, is the state of Virginia and what is going down here. And this could be a pivotal point in the midterms as far as moving forward and flipping this state from a blue state to a red state as far as the governorship is concerned. And so, and I can only imagine that that will continue to be the trend as we move forward. We'll continue to have some momentum as far as conservatives go. And man, just a lot of people coming in here right now as we get closer and closer. A lot of people are paying attention to the monitors they have set up in here as well. They've got election coverage going on, so a lot of people, are trying to, stay up to date to what's going on right now as far as the point lead that Youngkin has right now. So the energy is high. From what I understand, I think they're going to have some type of presentation in here at around 8 o'clock. Now, we're about 11 minutes past the hour, but I can't imagine that we're not going to have some type of announcement here as we get a little closer to these elections. And as they asked Virginians what is one of their top concerns, of course, the economy is up there, if not number one, number two, depending on what part of the state is polled. People want jobs. People want the economy flowing. People need, businesses open. We talked to one lady earlier about a small business owner, and she represented many small businesses, and that's what's concerning to them. The livelihoods of millions of Americans have just been taken away because of not only COVID at the time, but also there's just the restrictions that's been put on businesses opening up. And if you throw any type of mandate on top of that, in far as the vaccination mandate, that can absolutely hurt businesses. We've seen companies like, if you look at In-N-Out Burgers out on the West Coast, they had to close a location down because they would not comply with the Northern California, I believe it's San Francisco, that area, in the county restrictions about checking vaccine passports, and they simply did not want to comply with that. So what did they do? They closed their business down. Now, obviously, they're a mega chain. They, I'm sure that hurts them financially, but they are in the ability to do that. Now, adversely, look at the small business market. I don't know any small business that can just voluntarily close their business over principle. It's just not something that you can do. So when you look at what's concerning to business owners, they want to stay open. They want to be prosperous. They want to employ people. And I don't care where you're watching us right now, think about the immediate business area that you're in regards to, if you go to a quick service restaurant, if you go try to get maybe your car cleaned, or car dealerships a lot of times have restrictions on what they can allow, it is hindering people's ability to open up their business at 100% and employ their workers. Now, we have a large percentage of workers in this country that simply do not want to go back to work. They've been incentivized to stay home through unemployment benefits. They've been incentivized to not go back and work, and that has hurt a business. I mean, we just today, we saw a fast food restaurant that their dining room was closed, and so we asked them, hey, why is it? Yes, sir. Why is that happening? They said, I just simply cannot find workers. Hey, I'd love to talk to you. Obviously, we're big. If you know who we are, then you know who we are. We don't know your name, but we know who you support.
Okay, Todd Hampton is my name. I work in the school system here in Virginia, and over here. I work in the school system here in Virginia, and I'm representing the kids here, students for Youngin.
Now, education has been one of the top topics that a lot of people are voting for Youngkin. I'm sure, obviously, your association with students that tend to resonate with you as well.
Exactly. So many issues with the education piece. School choice, is one thing, and then the vaccine mandates, and the main thing with me is the mask wearing. It's got to quit. It's child abuse, if you ask me.
Remind us, if people aren't familiar with what the mandate is in Virginia, let us know what is the requirements right now in terms of masks.
Well, see, it varies from school district to school district. Some school districts, like City of Richmond, they require that all their faculty and staff be vaccinated and wear masks. Okay, figure that one out. Where I am right now, masks are required, vaccines are not, but we feel that could be coming down the pike. And like I said, it varies from county to county.
So McAuliffe haven't been that vocal on mask and mandates, or so he's been, or been very vocal of letting them decide what's best for their students and not letting parents decide what's best.
Exactly. That remark that he made about parents shouldn't have anything to do with the education of their children. He's way off base with that. Way off base.
Let's get a vote total. I know you just walked in the building, and I don't want to hold you up for the night. But right now, with 49% of the votes reported, right now, Youngkin has basically a 185,000 vote lead, 55.6 to 43.8. So he continues to have a sizable lead over McAuliffe. We're just hoping that lasts the rest of the night.
That sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Okay. I wasn't going to go there, but yeah, hey, let's just keep an eye on it, though, right?
Right, exactly. I know y'all can't talk about that. I don't want to see y'all getting into trouble or anything. But
you must know us well.
Yes. I watch y'all all the time.
Let's just hope that margin continues, though.
Yes, we hope that margin does continue. I did see before the TV went out in there that Fairfax County failed to meet a deadline of counting early ballots, an 8 o'clock deadline. I think that might bear watching.
I know that Virginia law actually gives them the ability up to Friday to vote for the absentee ballot. So, for someone who I would love to see the vote ends tonight, like we have a decision tonight, like it doesn't need to go 2 or 3 days past the election day?
Look, I'm in my 60s, and I can remember when it was one day to vote, one night to count, and you knew who won the next day. And, you know, we should go back to that.
And actually, I'll go a step further. Paper ballots, show ID, paper ballots, make it simple, hand-counted ballots. You have people that verify the ballots, and you call it. I think when you put the electronic system in there, that's where things can get a little fuzzy. But so, to your point, yeah, let's get back to a very simplistic way of counting our ballots.
Exactly. I mean, my dad, who was deaf and mute, and my mother was deaf, voted all the time. There was never any kind of voter suppression. I mean, that's news to me, you know.
Yeah, obviously, as an African American person, yeah, this is you've never experienced.
Never have. I mean, even all the way back. I've been voting a long time.
We've come a long way in this country.
Exactly, and I've never had a problem voting, and I don't understand why anybody would have a problem with voting.
God bless you guys being here. Go enjoy yourself, man.
All right,
got here. The food looks good.
Where's old Brick Suit at tonight?
Brick Suit is not here. I don't know where Brick Suit. He's probably watching us right now.
Okay.
Say, hey, Brick Suit, you got a shout out. You got a fan over here.
Is Mike Lindell here?
Mike Lindell is not here, but he's probably watching as well. Right. So is 45 probably watching as well. There you go. Thank you so much. God bless you guys. Have a good time. All right, I love, once again, the same kind of ideals just keep popping up here to do with education and the quality of character that that Youngkin has at this point. It's all about character, and it seems all about a political outsider right now. About 50% reporting right now. We have Youngkin up 55.6, McAuliffe 43.9. That is about 185,000 vote lead with 1.572 votes being reported right now. So that gives you roughly a 12-point lead over McAuliffe. It gives Youngkin about a 12-point lead over McClellan. So these votes just, as they come in. So now when you look at it, we have about half of the votes being reported right now. So that is something that if you look at, we're halfway through the night, you can look at that as a wonderful thing that we're, dealing with. Okay, looking at some of the reasons why 68% of McAuliffe voters seem to think that the economy is good, and a slightly lower margin for people who vote for Youngkin. So I don't know why people are so optimistic about the economy, but 68% of the people thinking that the economy is good, perhaps they're not necessarily employers for that. Turning our attention to what also is concerning to parents would be the school system, and making sure that our schools are being essentially teaching our students what they should be learning. And the CRT has been one of those topics that has been absolutely controversial for so long, and we've seen the school boards. Loudoun County, just north of here, has been ground zero for all things school board, and that's what has really energized a nation of parents to get active in their school districts where they live, and just been, get involved in their child's education. I know as a parent of 3, it made me kind of take a double check of what was being taught in the schools there in Texas where I live. So I can just imagine that has been the case perhaps where you live. And then you got Attorney General Merrick Garland basically calling the FBI to monitor the school board meetings for potentially dangerous parents. We've all seen those stories, and we all think they're absolutely ridiculous. We all think that, and that's why this thing has been completely politicized to a certain degree. It's been completely politicized and as far as trying to paint any type of conservative concerned parent in the same category as a January 6th insurrectionist. We've seen those comparisons, and we've seen the visuals on that as well. And so that is one thing that's unfair, and that's, I think, plays to the advantage of a Youngkin camp, that parents should not be viewed as some type of radical insurrectionist, extremist. We just care about the quality of education that our kids are getting. So you've got that side of it. You've got the education process itself. You've got schools that need to be open. We've heard from several people here tonight that believe these schools need to be open. These schools need to be, the classrooms need to be open. And of course, if you look at certain places around the country, you're seeing that, we still have limited capacity in these schools. And some schools are overcrowded. And when you have an immigration situation, we've got kids coming into this country, and a lot of them obviously don't speak English. They need to have essentially a special situation there. How you doing, man? I have you on right now. We're live on the air. I can do it right here. Let's see if I need to get on this side, though. Just that's all. Let's get you right here. There we go. It's always... need to get you on this side, though. Brian, right side broadcasting, yeah.
Hey, Brian.
So let's recap. First, to everybody, I've met you several times, and it all comes with election integrity and making sure we get the vote out. We want to be very careful of what we say on this broadcast tonight. But let's talk about this race and why Glenn Youngkin. I just got the latest poll. He's still up about 10 points with 50% of the votes in so far. What's your thoughts on what we're seeing?
The broadcasting channel that most of us know about, we're saying the same thing. Is he's up 55 to 45, but Fairfax County, for some reason, going on to the whole vein of election integrity, whatnot, Fairfax County has not met its 8 p.m. deadline in reporting. So we're wondering what's going on over there, right? It begs the question. We need to scrutinize what's going on. So if anybody is near the tabulation center, I think the government center there in Fairfax County, if you're listening, watching, and you're there, please start driving by and take a look and see if you can pull up your Bluetooth, your Wi-Fi, and see what activity is going on. We've been doing that all day on my Telegram channel and other...
Let's introduce yourself as far as your Telegram channel. You have to remind me your name because I've seen you 1,000 times.
Yeah, so my name's Ivan Rakelin. Check it out on Telegram. I parted ways with the other socialist media, communist media platforms because they weren't doing justice to getting the truth out and using critical thinking like you guys do. So I appreciate you guys.
We appreciate those kind words. So that's the situation that's in Fairfax County right now. So I just got to imagine what happens if that is not clarified by the end of the night. I know that the state technically gives you up until Friday to count the absentee ballots, but what about these other late ballots that aren't being counted in Fairfax, Virginia? I mean, where do we go from here?
So let me contextualize this a little bit if I have a few minutes to really set the frame. So Virginia has 133 jurisdictions, 95 counties, and 38 independent cities. So what does that look like? Most of these counties are fairly rural, so the process of counting this really turns out really quick, right? 7 p.m., pretty much 7:05, 7:10. Most of these counties already submitted their information from the precincts to the county level, and then to to Richmond, right? Now, some of the cities, the bigger ones, the biggest jurisdiction is by far Fairfax County. I'm not sure what the numbers are right now, but it's usually around 1/7 of the electorate. Again, 1/7 of the electorate votes inside of Fairfax County. Many use the phrase, how Fairfax goes, so does the Commonwealth. Well, that's not accurate in full, because a lot of Southwest, the non-urban areas of of Virginia vote heavily, and I think in this election are going to vote very heavily for Youngkin, particularly with the last couple of days. President Trump came out, and a couple things really happened. A few weeks ago, Glenn Youngkin went ahead and said that he would be for some style of a digital audit of the machines after the election. And so for me, that was a big shift, because before that, he wasn't really talking about it. And I think that triggered a lot of the folks that are the America First base to go ahead and, you know what, even though we have a lot of, we have some things that we question about him, we're going to go ahead and get off the couch and actually support him. And I think what President Trump did was the right call, because we're in a position where we have to back the horse that we have at this point and then continue to improve from there. So going back to Fairfax County, a lot of these jurisdictions are going to report quick, and I think we're already seeing that. About 1.8 million have already reported. The cheating or potential for cheating or significant impact comes from Fairfax County, from Prince William County, just south, Virginia Beach. Those are the top three. Alexandria, to a lesser extent. But the really three critical nodes are Virginia Beach, which I'm hearing, I was talking to Chuck Smith earlier on the way up here. Chuck Smith ran for Attorney General, and he was barely beat out by Jason Miyares for Attorney General. He felt like there's some momentum in Virginia Beach. Virginia Beach is a purple area, but it looks like it's swaying. I live in Fairfax County on the flip side, and to be honest, I like to say I'm in enemy territory. 90% of my area, I'm kind of like a Lone Ranger there, is going to vote. If they come out, it's going to vote with, you know, the lemming, low IQ, other party, right? And so unfortunately that's the case. So if I'm sitting there looking at that data, it's a myopic view. But what we're seeing right now tonight, I think, I was skeptical, but I think the issue of a couple things. President Trump coming out, supporting Glenn Youngkin, somewhat not negatively distancing himself, but enough to a point where it brings in that
independence, maybe?
The independence, or the I would say also the anti-Trump crowd within the Republican. I think it's coalitions that are coming out because of different reasons. I think if he pulls it off, it's because he's been able to thread that needle of distancing enough from Trump, but also embracing him a couple of times enough to get us off our seats and vote for him. And then the second, and I think the most crucial component, which you probably heard about all day today and all week, is when you come after our kids, like they're doing in the schools. I got 2 kids in the Fairfax County school system. I pulled one out because I just didn't want to put him through it, the younger one. The older one, I left there, and I was going to say, let's give it a couple months, and depending on how this election goes, if Youngkin loses, we're homeschooling both of them. We're pulling both out.
There's probably a lot of people that feel just like
you. May just put both back in, but not until January when he takes off.
Takes over.
Day one, we're back in to normalcy, where kids are learning their arithmetic, learning how to read the basics to be good citizens.
Okay, actually, let me see. I'm getting a note on here. Let me see. We got 54. Let me see. We got 54%. Let's see. We got 54% of the votes being reported. Right now, 55.9 goes to Youngkin, 43.5 goes to McAuliffe. That's 1.7 votes reported with about a 211,000 point lead on that. And it's amazing. I'm getting reports that some people are calling this race to Youngkin. I'm assuming, but I want to get more information on that before I misspeak on that. But
let's take a look. What are the numbers so I can give you a little bit better framework here on what we're looking at? We're looking at a total of 1.7. No, so it would be premature to call because yes, you could technically potentially, but we're looking at, I think, it depends on how many people come out to vote. But that's still 1.7 million. We still have probably at least 500,000.
Okay, so we have a lot of still votes that are out. Now, how many of those votes are coming from Fairfax?
It's unclear. So a good source of information to go to, it's a nonpartisan VPAP, vpap.org, vpap.org is, if anybody still uses that platform called Twitter.
Let's see if we can get it. See if we can get a shot of what's going on right now. Go ahead and drink for a second. We've got. It looks like we're getting some very strong numbers in Ivan, and of course, you know, there are some counties that we knew McAuliffe was going to win. Like you said before, there's some markets that you just can't swing.
If I may, so yes. I didn't finish the train of thought because I like to talk, I guess. So Fairfax County, you don't have to win Fairfax County to win Virginia. You have to perform, I'd say, about 38% or above in Fairfax County.
Look at that map real quick they're showing. It's a lot of red on that map. Now, that is Chesterfield County going 55%.
That is massive.
That's massive.
Chesterfield, if it's going 55%. Chesterfield is in the 7th Congressional District where Abigail Spanberger pulled it off with about 1 or 2% of the vote. So if it's flipping, that's flipping 6% at a minimum from last year's election towards the Republican. So again, if about 38 to 40% is done in Fairfax County, it's game over. I don't care what happens in the rest of the country. Now, if it's less than 38 for Youngkin in Fairfax, there's still definitely room for victory. And if it's 55 in Chesterfield, I'm telling you, man, if that's the case in Chesterfield, I'm feeling good.
Does that surprise you for Loudoun County going only 44% to Youngkin? I mean, Loudoun County I thought would be stronger for Youngkin.
That's still, I think, that is 4% over what Alicia Andrews did last year. We're still looking much better than last year.
McAuliffe, is that the Virginia? I don't know what county that is. They're showing on there, but yeah, there's right now. Ivan, if you look at that board, that board, there's a lot of red on that board so far.
Problem. I mean, there's a lot of red. I get it. We like red. Trust me, I like red. In the country, we have 3,143 counties. Most of those are red, close to 3,000, about 2,900. Problem is those counties don't mean population. It's not like the Electoral College here, where we have to actually get individualized votes, and most of those votes are in those blue counties. Again, 1/7 from Fairfax, 1/14 is coming from Prince William County, and then Virginia Beach.
Which is historically, you said, have been relatively blue, historical.
Yeah, relatively blue. And again, I mean, some of these Arlington, Alexandria, those are 80, 90% blue territories. If you pick off 5, 10% from those key nodes, blue nodes, it brings in a whole different perspective on who's going to win this race. And I think that, again, the issues with the school, the CRT, it's just nonsense. And I think it's gotten a lot of people come out, and especially what Biden's been doing over the course of this last year.
Let me ask you a question. Well, when Biden shows up and former President Barack Obama shows up on the campaign trail with Terry McAuliffe, I can only imagine if you're an independent watching this race going, wait a minute, I see what's going on in our country right now. Why is this a good thing? Why should I vote for Terry McAuliffe if he's just going to be Biden 2.0?
Yeah, so I mean, I would say most voters aren't nerds like us, right? We get it. We get the details. We're very involved, engaged on a daily basis. I think your normal independent voter that could care less about politics, what do they know? If they got kids in school, they're not voting blue. They're not voting blue because all they see and hear is school board meetings. And guess what? If you call me a domestic terrorist because I am expressing my grievances with what you're teaching and providing my kids, and you're forcing, I call it asphyxiation. You are conducting what's called child endangerment by forcing a mask on my child who, knock on wood, is a healthy child that does not need a mask. There are some children that need the mask because of the risk factors. I get it. But at least for my family, we're lucky enough to where that is choking the child.
Update, we got 60% reporting right now at 54.9 Youngkin to 44.4 McAuliffe. That's about 1.9 million votes reported so far, and almost a 200,000 point vote lead on that. And that's with 60% reporting.
Now, okay, I like those numbers, right? But Fairfax County is not reported yet as far as I know.
So that's the biggest thing right now is getting Fairfax County to really get their numbers in, yes. And that will give us an accurate read on what's going on right now.
Fairfax could go between 70% blue to, let's see it.
So we don't have to win it. We just need it.
Blue to 60% blue. Depending on what happens, it's going to be a significant impact.
We could just carve into what happened on the last campaign, in the presidential campaign. We have a chance. We don't have to win it all. We just have to win enough.
Yes, I think that's probably a correct statement. If we get at least, I say 30 to 35%, based on that, I think 30% in Fairfax County could still pull it off. And if that's the case, I don't know.
Yeah.
We're looking good.
We're looking good. Ivan, how can people find you on Telegram? I know that you've been involved with election integrity on the presidential level. We've seen you in just about every state that we've been to. How can people stay involved with what you're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you want to follow along and actually get uncensored information and analysis on the election, previous elections, current elections, medical freedom, I'm helping out with some of the cases that are going and pushing it back against.
You're an attorney. Let's just full transparency.
Yeah, I'm an attorney. I'm helping out a little bit behind the scenes with some of these anti-vaccine mandate cases that are coming up. Actually, a few are coming up here in the next week. Oh, they're going to be great, by the way.
That's a nice little tease you just gave it.
And so find me on Telegram. It's Ivan Raiklin, Raiklin. Thanks for the opportunity, and thanks for coming to Virginia.
No, thank you.
It's huge.
And we're headed to Arizona tomorrow. I know you got some thoughts on Arizona. I don't want to spill the beans too much on this, but what an exciting state that is. Well, I don't want to know here. Go follow you on Telegram. Perhaps we need to do a Zoom segment together.
Keep an eye on the sheriffs. Keep an eye on the sheriffs in Arizona and nationwide. That'll be my teaser.
There you go. I like that. Ivan Raiklin joining us here. Go enjoy yourself, and if you see anything develop, please come over here and see us, because you know where I'm standing. There you go. It's always like I met that gentleman on the campaign trail during the election, and I got to tell you, he pretty much lives, breathes politics, and especially in the form of election. So he is definitely someone that I feel comfortable getting his opinion on, because he's definitely is in the weeds on the election. Just to recap, hey, if you're just now joining us, welcome. We're sitting on potentially a very historic day here in Virginia, as we are about to go into, we've got about 60% of the voting has been recorded, and we got 54.9 to Youngkin, 44.4 to McAuliffe, giving us about roughly, I guess, 1.9 million votes has gone. Sorry, I was trying to read something else. About 2 million votes have actually been reported overall. And as Ivan said earlier, it's all about Fairfax County. It doesn't have to be all Fairfax County. We need to get enough of the votes in that county to give us, I think, a solid pad to go in to some of this right now. We are continuing to monitor the election back at our corporate studios, and we will continue to update all of you on that. I want to remind everybody that you can go to your Apple, your Android store, and download our app. We are constantly on the road covering stories, and this is one way that you can, no matter where you're at, you have our app at the palm of your hand, and you can open up and not only watch this broadcast and broadcast very similar to this, but ask Laura Trump. We got Diamond and Silk. We got Red, White, and Truth. We got some great shows on our platform that you can watch. That's all based around, well, very likely some of the things that are important to you, and that's our goal of this network, is to bring you the information that you need to keep you informed with everything. So anyway, we're just glad you're joining us, and we're getting a lot of different information here, and I want to make sure I got all the stuff. I'm hearing that it's being called for Youngkin. I'm getting some messages about that, so that's what we're going to continue to monitor. I know that until we kind of want to verify with some other sources, though, but I'm fairly confident that this thing is getting, we've got an election desk. In full transparency, some people are calling this election already. Now, until we hear something from this campaign, I'm going to be very reluctant to just want to verify everything right now. I saw that, so it is getting. Let me read that. Anyway, if you're just now joining us, welcome. This is kind of a fluid moment. If you're wondering why this is one of the most crowded press risers that we have been on, and probably in those, as long as I've been with Right Side, it's a very, we've got all kinds of media here, and so we are very tight quarters up on the media pub. We usually are known for kind of, you'll see us pan the crowd a little bit here, but for the most part, it is a tight situation in this building right now. There's a lot of speculation of what's going on. There's a lot of, we got every news agency. And I said this earlier, if you want to base what we saw during the rally between both these candidates and the turnout that we saw, and of course, I can't really speculate on the 2020 election, as we kind of know we saw tens of thousands of people show up for the Trump rally, and of course we know what happened there on the election side. But if I was to compare the turnout for both these candidates, it's overwhelming Youngkin, absolutely, to the fact that when they would have one of these rallies, have to prepare for larger crowd. They have to upgrade. All right, we're going to go ahead and call this election. I'm getting notifications right now from several sources that Glenn Youngkin has won the governorship of the Commonwealth of Virginia. According to my sources, we are calling this race. And I would think that with about 61% of the vote called and about a sizable 10-point lead, that gives us about 1.9 million votes reported and almost 200,000 vote lead on that. According to several other sources that we are working on right now, this election has been called for Glenn Youngkin. He is your next governor here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We're going to try to get some local people here to speculate and give their thoughts on that as well. So we will continue to monitor that situation. But we're glad that you're joining us. And that's what I said earlier. If I was to look at the turnout for these rallies, it was overwhelmingly for Youngkin. And that was something that you saw even when they put former President Barack Obama and President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden on the stage with them. It would only pull maybe 1,000 people at a rally. We saw about 2,500 people just last night at the rally that we were attending, and that was, started at 9:30 at night, a very late start for that. Still packed the house. So, here we go. Let's see if we have any major update here from this camp. So we're getting word here that Republicans are outpouring a lot of support in the and Trump. Obviously Trump supporters have come out en masse to vote for Youngkin, even though there has been a degree of a little bit of not a complete separation between the two candidates, but nevertheless, it never showed up in person at a rally or anything like that. But definitely, President Trump giving his kind words to Youngkin as far as being the quality leader that the Commonwealth of the and we'll talk to you a little bit of right side of what. For the Commonwealth of Virginia. Hey, we're live on the air right now. We just want to get your thoughts on what you're seeing right now and why Glenn Youngkin should be your next governor in Virginia.
Oh my gracious. First of all, I want to say thank you, Right Side Broadcasting, for being so diligent and full covering President Trump. And Youngkin is the way to go. We've had McAuliffe before in Virginia. I'm in Northern Virginia. We want things turned around and get back on the right track. Not only in America, but in Virginia as well.
We're getting some great numbers coming in. We actually at Right Side Broadcasting called this election just a few minutes ago for Glenn Youngkin. That's what we tweeted out, and we called it because obviously we're making that prediction right now. I'm waiting for the official word inside here as well. Like, we can make that prediction. You've seen your immediate word that you live in, your work, your church, your neighborhoods. What are the people of the streets telling you? What's their opinion on what's going on?
People are not happy in Northern Virginia about the direction that our state and our country are going. We want a change, and we proved it today. I worked the polls at our precinct in my community, and the turnout was phenomenal.
I'm just going to ask you what your experience today at the polls were.
Phenomenal turnout in spite of the rain. And I've had some Democrats to say I voted Republican today, so I'm proud about that.
I'm very proud of a lot of Democrats and a lot of independents and libertarians that know that, you know what, I'm going to cross over party lines. I'm going to do something that's typically not in my pattern, but I'm going to do what's best for Virginia, despite whatever political affiliation that Glenn Youngkin has.
I grew up being an African-American who automatically grew up saying we vote Democrat. So I'm one who switched as well later on once I became knowledgeable of politics and the facts of how things were going in the community for myself. So it's not about political party. It's about what is best for America, what is going to keep our country on the right track, thriving and being the leader of the free world.
We have seen the turnout of these rallies, and I was just saying earlier, they're massive.
I thought it was a Trump rally.
Well, I think probably everybody at the Trump team thought it was.
I live 5 minutes from here. I thought yesterday was a Trump rally in Loudoun.
That's funny. But, when you look, adversely at what's going on at the Terry McAuliffe rally, it seems like, at the time Joe Biden had three people standing in hula hoops during his rally, and Trump would put 50,000 people in the field.
Absolutely. So do you really want to believe that Trump lost the election? I won't go there because it's about Youngkin tonight, but...
Well, it's about us. It was tech censorship too, but we know what you're saying. Let's go, Brandon. Is basically what we're saying right now.
Absolutely. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Youngkin. We got this tonight.
We got this tonight, and RSBN has officially reported Glenn Youngkin as your next governor in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We've put it out there
because Winsome Sears will be the first African American woman voted to state office in Virginia. And not only that, I'm a Marine mom. My son is serving in Okinawa, Virginia. Way to go, Sergeant Galashaw. And Winsome is a Marine. Hoorah! Congratulations, my sister.
Thank you so much for your time and being a supporter of Right Side Broadcasting. We appreciate it. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank your son for his service. Thank you. Man, there you have it. You talk about a very historical moment. I mean, we've called this election, and we've had people come up to us and very, they don't doubt it because they know what the turnout is. They know what the support is. They've seen this campaign trail. They've seen this swell of support that is going on right now in the Commonwealth of Virginia for this political outsider, for this person that is not involved in politics. He is not a career politician. He is not a part of the political swamp of D.C. He is a man of faith. He's a family man, and of course, he's a businessman. And of course, we've seen exactly what would happen when someone gets in office and is able to turn this country around. And that's exactly what he intends to do, is turn the state around into a positive direction. We've seen what's happened during COVID. We've seen what's happened during a lot of businesses shutting down. A lot of small businesses have shut down, and despite what the people want in the Commonwealth of Virginia, their leadership has failed them. Their leadership has not listened to the people, and that is one of the reasons why Glenn Youngkin has had such a sizable lead since the moment the polls opened, because of listening to the people and doing what they want. They want small businesses open. They want freedomship. They want liberty. They want, as far as the schools, they want to open the schools. They want the school choice. They want to make sure that they have accelerated learning programs in the schools. They want the parents to not be regarded as domestic terrorists, and as far as that's concerned. So there's so many issues, and that is the total disconnect that we've seen from Democrats in powerful position. Thank you. What we've seen is the disconnect from that, and the American people have recognized that they have been put back and taken a back seat to what the career politicians want and not what the people want. And it's very reflective in the turnout that we've seen. I mean, from as soon as the polls have opened, we've seen just a sizable and confident lead the entire night. And so on behalf of Right Side Broadcasting, we want to say, Glenn Youngkin, you have earned the right to be governor in the Commonwealth of Virginia. You have earned the respect of the people here in this great state, and then you've earned the respect of the people in this country, as they understand that what happens here in Virginia could be very indicative to what could happen across this country in the next coming months as we get closer to the 2022 primaries. This state is important. This state is very politicized, being that the fact that it's so close to Washington, it's so close to where the policies are put in place. And this is just a thundering basic message to the world that it is time for the American people to wake up and get conservatives back in power. Wow, what a night here in 8:52 local time here. We have been reporting live ever since. We're going on about 2.5 hours here in Virginia, and we're not going to stop until Glenn Youngkin takes that stage and confirms his hard work and his dedication to serving Virginians across this great Commonwealth of Virginia. What a great place to raise a family. And that's been one of the things that we've heard from teachers and parents and concerns, that this is a great place to raise a family. And they want to continue to make it that. And I tell you what's really, I think, and they said this earlier, Democrats for so long have really ran on the platform of education. Democrats have made that their calling. Well, it kind of, you got a situation that we had, makes it very difficult to really campaign on education because of what the direction that it's at right now. And I would say if the education system was not as fractured right now, they would have a completely different campaign to stand on. But because of the policies that they put in place, the education platform is no longer a platform with stability that they can stand on. It's more a platform made of sand and not of bricks. Let's just kind of going over some of the comments here on social media. People are really excited about what they are hearing from us, from the reporting, from the sizable lead and vote count that Glenn Youngkin has right now. And it just, what an awesome situation for that as well. I want to remind you guys, please follow us on social media. This is just the beginning of this 2022 primary season, as we will be hitting the road in all these key political states that we have, these races that can literally change the course of America and change the policies that have been in place. People are not happy. And I know the world that you probably live in and what's important to you. It is the economy, it is jobs, it's taxes. And of course, Glenn Youngkin from day one says he has a game plan that he'll roll out. He has a full agenda of what he would do on day one. And plus, it starts with prayer. He said he will start with day one with prayer, which is great. And also, he will start with cutting taxes on gasoline, cutting grocery taxes, making it affordable to live in Virginia. And of course, you look at some of these states that have such high property tax and have such high income tax, sales tax. It makes it very difficult to survive in some of these states and raise a family, and it just your quality of life really goes down at that point if you live in one of these states that's just so tough to make ends meet. And being California and New York, I would think, would be the other two states. As the crowd sees some of these counties being reported, and of course, you know what we've reported, it has been phenomenal. It is basically a red wave that is coming to the state of Virginia, and I don't think that a lot of people necessarily expected some of these counties to poll as strong as they did to conservatives. Hey, talking about somebody you need to support real quickly, let's turn our attention to the great Mike Lindell. My goodness, you want to talk about a patriot that has fought for all of us as far as election integrity. He has fought for transparency in elections. He's put his own money out there to make sure that the election process is safe and secure. He put on the cyber symposium just months ago and he put up millions of dollars for anybody that can disprove a lot of the evidence he had in terms of the 2020 election. So I just ask you this on this very historic night here in Virginia, is to go to his website, mypillow.com. You know the website. I probably don't need to tell you. mypillow.com, mypillow.com, mypillow.com. I'll tell you 3 times. Go to also mystore.com. Thousands of products right there. A lot of products made right here in the USA. But I can tell you one product that I know is made right here in the USA, and that is that classic, most comfortable pillow you'll ever sleep with. That is the classic MyPillow that right now you go click on, add that to your cart. Matter of fact, buy 2 or 3 to your cart. Put that promo code RSBN at checkout, and you'll get up to 66% off your entire order. That's mypillow.com. And let me tell you something. Mike Lindell, if it wasn't for that patriot, we may not be having a discussion on election integrity. We may not be having this pivotal review of what it takes to put somebody in office through our fair elections. So he has really put a spotlight on election integrity And so I just want people to understand here how important it is to support patriots like him, and in full transparency, because that's what it's all about with this network. I want to tell you this. When you buy one of those classic pillows over at mypillow.com, a portion of that sale goes right to our network. So if you want to contribute to conservative causes, if you want to be a patriot that fights back with your dollar, then do that. Go to mypillow.com, mypillow.com, mypillow.com. Some signs raising in here. I don't know if we're going to have somebody take the stage here in a few minutes, but nevertheless, we're going to continue to hold this feed to see if we can have anybody come on stage and say a few words. I'd say at this campaign headquarters, we've got easily in this room, I'm not sure what the capacity is, but it will be reached here soon. There's a lot of people here. We've got a lot of people represented here. We've seen, posters that say parents for Youngkin. We've got Latinos for Youngkins. We've got blacks for Youngkins. He is a politician. Well, let me back that up. He's not a politician. He's a person for the people. He's a person running to represent the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I think that's the reason why people love him so much, as he is really painted a easy to read and easy to understand version of him. He doesn't have a track record in politics, and that's a good thing. He doesn't have, caught up in scandals and on the political side, and that's a good thing. And that's why people that are independents, people that are moderate Democrats, people that are libertarians, that's why they absolutely have gravitated towards Youngkin in this race. If this would be anybody else other than Youngkin, perhaps this would have went a different way, because obviously, one of the common things we keep hearing from people that we talk to is the fact that he's such a likable guy. Once again, Right Side Broadcasting Network is calling this race for Glenn Youngkin. He will be your next governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and we said it here first. I think we probably were the first media outlet to call this, and based upon the information that we have, based upon the analytics that we're putting across the board here, he is your next governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And of course, things are about to change big time in this state come January 1st here. I want to also remind everybody to make sure that you like and support us on all social media platforms as we continue to evolve and we continue to cover many different topics. Your support. So you can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Of course, follow us on Rumble and YouTube as well, as we will continue to be advocates for all things conservative and all things America First. We have really built our platform on being an America First network. We want to support candidates that put America first, put the people first. We do not want to get in a situation where we support a candidate, we cover a candidate that does not put the American people first. And of course, that's one of the reasons why we've become so successful over the last few years, is we know what the American people want, and we simply want to give them the content and give them the coverage. And we've seen a couple of people come up to us tonight thanking us for being here. I couldn't imagine being anywhere else but here tonight. And of course, we back up a couple of days. We were yesterday. We were at the Supreme Court for a very involved, emotional topic of the Texas Heartbeat Act that was put in place, and some discussion and challenges were heard on the steps of the Supreme Court. So just something that is just revolutionary that's going on in this country. The wave of support for conservatives, it's just been extra special, and the fact that we are changing the world through our faith, and we're changing the world through our broadcasts as well, bringing people together, giving the voices that have traditionally not been heard, showing the crowds. That's what we're known for as well at Right Side, is showing the crowds. Early on, whenever Trump would campaign, one of the reasons why we became so successful is because we showed the crowd. We were able to talk about just how many people were going to these rallies. I'm going to see if I can make my way over here real quickly, see if we can talk to somebody. We're live on the air, Right Side Broadcasting Network. Oh, there you go. Some people don't want to talk to us. That's fine. Quite okay. Big supporters. There you go. Well, you get what you get. Some people that just don't want to be on camera, and I respect that. But that's the reason why we have built such an empire in this conservative movement, is because we've able to really listen to what the American people want to see. So that's what makes Right Side so special. So I encourage everybody to make sure you're following us on all social media platforms. Go download our app, as well as we are going to continue to stay in touch. And don't forget about that newsletter. Grace Saldana, Alex Caldwell, we got some great writers in there as well that dedicate a lot of time to writing these articles and just really putting their thumb on the heartbeat of what is important to you and what is important to America. So go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, and sign up for that. It doesn't take 30 seconds to do that, and you'll get that into your email inbox, and you can stay up to date on all things Right Side. Man, what a night. I got to tell you, though, we said this earlier, as we traveled around the state, I did not see one Terry McAuliffe sign, and I'm not making that up. That's not something that's a bit here. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I'm just being realistic. I never saw one sign for Terry McAuliffe in this state, and we've been here 3 days. Have not seen it. Now, is that indicative to the turnout we have here tonight? I would say that's yes. I mean, we saw a lot of Youngkin signs, and not just around the campaign areas, but through the countrysides, driving up to Northern Virginia and doing all that. Thank you. Hey, a couple words with you. We're live on the air with Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay, great. Big thanks for watching. Yeah, I love it. A lot of people want to say hi to us, guys, but they are a little shy to come on, and I totally get that. I totally get that. Not everybody, absolutely. How you doing? Everybody wants to spend a couple of times on the air with us, but we're glad that they're supporting us, and it's always nice to be the choice of the people in a way. You know, when we go to rallies and we see some of the feedback that we get from people, it's amazing. And it actually, I know I can speak for probably all the correspondents with our network, is that there's nothing better than to have somebody come up to you thanking you for your service and what we do for the conservative movement. Obviously, can we call ourselves the unofficial Trump network there? You know, we basically cover all things President Trump. And so we kind of built that reputation of being out there and fighting for conservatives. And to everyone's point here, obviously by looking at the probably 800 people in this room, it's important to them too. So it's important to stay focused, as we, especially the news, the media, the dynamics of the media changes so much. They're going over some of the totals here in Chesapeake County. Big margin for Youngkin, going into Virginia as a whole. Just a massive wave of Youngkin support here across the Commonwealth of Virginia. It doesn't really matter what sizable, my goodness, the county of Scott County, Virginia, 88% Youngkin. 88% Youngkin in Scott County, Virginia. Just a slaughter there in that state. 89% of the vote in Lee County, Virginia. Another bloodbath for Youngkin there. 86% in Staswell County, Virginia as well. So just a overwhelming wave of support there for Youngkin across, and we talked about it earlier, and there's going to be some counties that obviously we could not imagine would be flipped red, but for the most part, you're seeing a large percentage of votes going to Youngkin across various states. Looking at Loudoun County, Loudoun County 54.7 went to McAuliffe. That is kind of to be expected. We knew that would be potentially something that would happen, but it's really, as long as you're shaving in so many of these counties, the percentage that is typically drawn by Democrats, if you could take an edge into that, that helps out the win, and that and the overwhelming support that we had there. I'm going to see if we can talk to a few more people here. I would love to get some perspectives on. Excuse me, sir. Can we talk to you? Yeah, with Right Side Broadcasting, we're live on the air right now. Just want to get your thoughts on Glenn Youngkin. Obviously, we're a big supporter of him. We've already pushed out that he's clinched the race here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We have, based upon the analytics that we have, based upon the votes that we've seen. But what are your thoughts, and why do you like him so much? Why should he be your next governor?
Well, he's positive, and I don't get that from Terry McAuliffe at all. I came actually all the way from Harford County in Maryland to come help out with the Get Out the Vote effort, knocking doors in Arlington. So I'm excited about him. I'm excited to be a good governor.
We keep seeing the common theme of he's a good person, and that the people of Virginia want a political outsider, someone that has not been corrupted by the swamp of D.C. and really in the swamp of politics in that degree. Is that the reason why you think so many people have turned out to vote for him?
Yeah, it's definitely that, and it's the education issue. I mean, you can't have a candidate who says things like what Terry McAuliffe said about not allowing the parents to have a control over their children's education. I mean, you can't get away with that in a year like this.
What about the economy? The economy is a hot topic, obviously. A lot of small business owners want to, they didn't have the chance to open back up. After COVID, they were, with restrictions, they end up closing and losing down. And from the business community, how many people do you know that maybe operate a business, manage a business, that are pro-Youngkin?
Everybody that I've talked to here tonight who's an entrepreneur has been supportive of Glenn.
We certainly appreciate your time here. Let's talk about schools real quickly. You got kids in schools?
I do not.
Okay. Business.
So I actually fight up in Maryland for against the Board of Education. They've pretty much decided to stop meeting in person because of us. So I know that's the same way it is down here as well.
The school board, a lot of people are active on these school board meetings, which I think is important. Now, we've said this before, though, if it wasn't for Loudoun County up here, there's a lot of people that would not necessarily be involved in the school system if it wasn't for the counties up here.
Well, and the thing is that I don't have kids, but I have a nephew and I have a niece, and I pay taxes. So, their education is as important to me as it is to somebody with children.
Thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy yourself. Thank you. Another perspective here at the headquarters here. And you know what? The common theme here of great guy, nice guy, family man. Those are some, you can't, look, when somebody, I'll put it in perspective like this. If you were to ask somebody who knows you to share a few words about you, for them to say that you're a kind person, a generous person, a likable person, that's one of the best compliments that one can get. So to a certain degree, if that's what people are saying about you, there's no surprise that he's getting the support that he's gotten in this election. Being a nice, kind person resonates far deeper than being, oh, well, he's a good businessman, or, oh, well, he's a great politician. Those things don't matter to people. You've got to talk to people's hearts. You've got to get people, you've got to get people involved. You've got to feel like they know you. And I think that's what Glenn Youngkin has done throughout this campaign, is he's reached people, and they feel like they know him, that they have a friend in politics, and that is so important. And that is something I think is lost in today's political cycle, that people don't feel like they know the people who supposedly is representing them. That there's a huge disconnect, and we see it all the time. You see it, people. You look back prior to Donald Trump, when President Trump got in office, one of the things that really resonated with the voters is they felt like they had someone that was a political outsider. They had someone that they felt like they knew and trusted. That's why you're going to see candidates like Kari Lake and other candidates running for political office, not just for main gubernatorial races, but city council races, school board races, mayoral races. if people feel like they know you and they trust you, they're going to vote for you. If they feel like you're just trying to sell them a bill of goods to get into office, that they know the first day you get in office, your goal at that point is, how do I stay in office? That is so important, and that resonates with voters big time. And that is the key, I think, moving forward. If you want to look at if there's a magic formula to winning a political race in this hypersensitive environment where it's so polarized on both sides, you have got to reach the moderates, you got to reach the liberals, you got to meet the libertarians, you got to meet the people that you have that potentially could be swayed to vote your way based upon your character. Policies can be discussed all day long. Your character is what's true to you. And so you should never yield on your character, but you can always convince people to different policies. So it's going to come down to the person. It's going to come down to the character of the candidate. And by far, Glenn Youngkin has convinced voters here in the Commonwealth of Virginia that he is the man and he is the character to be your next governor. And that is just my biggest takeaway here tonight, is from talking to people and seeing the turnout, that the people here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, they don't want just another politician. They want a friend in office. If you're just now joining us, officially called this race to Glenn Youngkin as your next governor of Virginia based upon the polling that we have. 69% of the polling is in. Youngkin 54.6, McAuliffe 44.8. That's just over 2.2 votes have been reported, and the lead is 218,179 votes at this point, with 69% of the votes leading. But I will say this, though, it kind of goes into that Fairfax County, it goes into the absentee voting that is happening right now, and giving Friday to count all the votes. If you talk to voters and you talk to what's concerning to them, we talked to a gentleman early today, is the fact that we want an election system that we count the votes on one day. You have one day to vote. It's paper ballots. It's counted by, multiple parties to make sure it's a hand count, make sure there's no discrepancies, and we have a clear winner chosen on that day. That's exactly what the voters want. That's the election process that we want. That is what's important to the voters. They don't want a drawn-out election, because that just absolutely diminishes the value and the integrity of the election if it's taken multiple days to count, if it's taken multiple weeks to count. We've seen that in past elections, just how long it takes to count some of these votes. And I think the American voter does not want that. They want full transparency in their elections. But that's what we have here tonight. We'll see if you're getting a good look at the crowd that is here. I will say this: we don't have a camera, but if we had a second camera, it would probably be posted up in a room behind us. There's a gigantic room behind us. It's a viewing room that has people gathered in there watching the results come in, very much like you are here. So a lot of excitement, a lot of energy, a lot of positivity, and that's one of the things that we've heard as well, is people want hope. People want real hope and change. They don't want just a narrative coming in here. The Youngkin, 70% of voters for Youngkin say they do not want CRT taught in the schools. That is one of the most important factor in all of this. And in schools, the voters favor vaccine mandates. It's about 64 to 63. It is kind of, it's interesting, because we had a poll earlier that 80% of voters actually supported some type of vaccine policy in terms of business and just society, which kind of surprises me that they're not as much, they're more for masking and vaccine in general than they are with your kids. And that's understandable, because parents obviously want to protect their kids, and if they feel like that is something that is a major concern for them. They don't necessarily want the mandates and vaccines imposed on their kids in school, but in general, that seems like something that they're somewhat in favor to, which is surprising. Now, if you were to do that same poll in the state of Texas or anywhere in some other, generally conservative states, I probably imagine that vote that might be in the low 20s is something that is a concern to them, because I can tell you, for someone who lives in the state of Texas, if that question was asked, I don't think it would poll very favorably at all, either on the business side or on the education side. It's just something that people aren't in favor of. It is, let me check the time for you here. We are sitting at 9:18 here. Giving a little sports update. If you're in the world of sports, the Braves lead the Astros 3-0 in Game 6 of the World Series. That is incredible. And mind you, Atlanta, the city that, Biden encouraged MLB to withdraw their All-Star game from, and they did that. This is fun because it's a situation where, they came out. There's a lot of controversy, so Biden encouraged MLB to move that game out of Atlanta, which oddly enough, I think hurt a lot of local businesses that would be down in that area, because you can imagine the millions of dollars that pull in to that local economy due to the Major League Baseball. And so when they removed the All-Star game, they really killed a lot of businesses. So it's really great to see that the Braves could clinch a World Series there in their home. Well, not the home stand, but they're in Houston right now. But it's great that they could clinch that and really kind of give a let's go Brandon to the administration for removing that All-Star game. So that's your sports update here on this very historical night here in the great Commonwealth of Virginia. That Right Side Sports, who knows? Maybe that's something we develop here before too long. And I wouldn't be, I would not be doing a sports update without saying War Eagle to all Auburn grads out there and Auburn students. War Eagle. And of course they great win last week, if I'm not mistaken, over Ole Miss, who can always be tough, but that's great to see War Eagle stepping up and getting a win. We were just talking about that earlier, about the college football and just how great watching college football has been. And of course you have seen a lot of the Let's Go Brandon chants around college campuses. And hey, when it comes to bringing in that younger voter and their mindset of what the political situation is, hey, that's pretty indicative of how they feel about this administration. So there you have it on that. We haven't talked very much about immigration. Of course, we have been down along the border often. We've been from El Paso down to Brownsville for the most part. We do plan on going back to the southern border. I have plans going to Yuma, Arizona, where I hear is another extremely, of lately, a hotbed for immigration. And we've all seen the video of the tens of thousands of immigrants underneath the bridge there in Texas, and something that they're just not coming from Mexico and Central America. They're coming from all over the world, and that's something that we must keep in mind, that the border crisis there just doesn't affect Texas, but affects states like Virginia. And so I would imagine if you took a random poll amongst people who lived in Virginia to ask them exactly what is their biggest concerns, I don't think that immigration would be in the top 5 of concerns. But as you go in other parts of the country where they're directly affected by the border policies, I would say at that point that would trend relatively high on that. But as of right now, not so much in Virginia, although we've seen what the drugs and the sex trafficking and the illegals, human trafficking coming into this country is definitely something that we should be concerned about no matter where you live. I'm just going to walk over here and see if we can talk to a few people here. If you're just now joining us, welcome. We have been live here at the headquarters here in Northern Virginia from about 3 hours now, bringing you full live coverage of this very historical night here in Virginia, as it looks like they are going to elect Glenn Youngkin as your next governor for the Commonwealth of Virginia. We called it about 20 minutes ago. We've got about 70% of the vote has come in. He's got basically at any given point anywhere from an 8-point to 11-point lead in this race. So he is continually to hold, even though more and more counties come in, even counties that have historically been very blue are not as blue this time around. And of course, that is the direct effects of, I think, the Biden economy and the Biden situation, the Biden administration. Come on through here. We got the Biden administration. We've seen that the people are just, they're making a call. They're basically standing up and saying, look, we don't like the direction of this country, and we're going to change about it. So what does this do with the elections moving forward in the primaries? And this could be indicative of what we can see. Maybe traditionally some other blue states might not be so blue coming in this next primaries, or perhaps do what exactly has happened here. Looking behind us, we still have a lot of people obviously in here. They're excited at what they're seeing. They're keeping up with the numbers just like you are, and just like we keep reporting here on the air. And so we're glad that they're here with us tonight, and we're glad you're here joining us as well. If you want to follow us on all social media, go ahead, because we're making things happen. I want to bring in Ivan. I want to bring in Ivan once again, our unofficial attorney, for our election attorney for the night.
I'm drinking tea instead of my ginger.
Yeah, we might want to get some caffeine to stay up late. We called this race about 20 minutes ago. I think we were with you when we called this race about 20 minutes ago. I think we were with you. But yeah, we did. We're going to, as the votes keep coming in, at this point, with 70% of the votes reporting, what could possibly stand out to you that could throw a monkey wrench in what we're seeing, the trend that we're seeing going right now?
So I don't know exactly what happened on November 3rd of 2020, but I think some of those precincts had 98% reporting, remember? And then all of a sudden, in Atlanta, in Fulton County, what was it, 10:30 p.m.? Everything stopped. So I don't know, did Fairfax County already report?
I don't know if Fairfax County has reported or not. I need to.
It has not reported. If Fairfax County has not reported, we cannot assume anything at this point.
But based upon if they have, if there's been a level of reporting, do you feel confident that calling this race to Youngkin is the responsible and I would say accurate way to call this race?
I'm not in a position to give good advice because I haven't been crunching and looking at the specific numbers.
Understand.
I would need to see what the numbers, how much of a percent of the precincts of Fairfax County have reported. If you can give me if the western, remember, as you go farther west in Fairfax County, it becomes more red and less blue. If you're in my areas of Fairfax County in the eastern side, closer to Arlington and Falls Church and Alexandria City, that's mostly blue. It really depends on what's being reported for Fairfax County. Again, I'm going to say this again. I got to stress this. 1/7 of the numbers of voters in all of the Commonwealth of Virginia come from Fairfax County. So just like Maricopa, Arizona, just like Fulton, Georgia, or Wayne County, Michigan, or in Dane County in Wisconsin, or Allegheny in Pennsylvania, all right? The county that you need, if you need to cheat, you're going to cheat in Fairfax County if you got limited resources to cheat. I'm not saying anybody's cheating, but based on again, Chris Krebs is batting 0 in terms of these forensic audits. Chris Krebs said last year was the most secure and safe election in the history of our country. I summarize and say he basically said it was the most safe election in the history of humanity. Never before in the history of the human race have we seen such a pristine election. Well, guess what, buddy? That didn't show in Maricopa during that audit and those hearings, nor in Antrim County, Michigan, nor was that the case even by Harry Hursty up in Windham, New Hampshire. Those are 3 audits that occurred. Well, guess what? Going back to Virginia, last I heard, Fairfax County didn't meet the 8 p.m. deadline. It looks like they're still slow rolling. Are they going to dump or kick people out like they did in Fulton for a water main leak, kick out the observers, and then start pumping.
So you're saying be cautious right now, be optimistic, but just be cautious. I do like the results that we've seen so far. And if we can just get it accurate, I don't know if we can get somebody back at master control that can look into that Fairfax County.
Say this with this sign up, right? I'm a veteran. I'm supporting Youngkin. Cautiously optimistic, yes. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best, right? So, depending on what happens in the next, I'd say probably hour or so, we'll see. But again, other than Fox, right? Because I think Fox is all in for Youngkin, I mean, right? RSBN, obviously. But I think that's only the minority of the digital landscape.
You know, it's interesting you say that, and it may give us a check to talk about the media. I know there were some media outlets over the last couple of rallies here for Youngkin that I know for a fact staged different shots to smear Youngkin in a different light. So, to your point, we're the good guys here. There's a few of us that are here that are good guys.
Well, I don't talk to the other guys. So if you notice, like, I get, you know, some publications, I've never heard of these publications, but they reach out to me. I think one of them was called like New York Times or something, right?
I think I've heard of them.
I think there's one here in Washington. I mean, I'll talk to the Washington Times, but I think there's some smaller one, Washington Post. I don't talk to them. If these guys want to talk to me, by all means, follow my Telegram. But in terms of truth, you know, truth giving.
Hey, I got some information.
Yeah.
In here, sorry. I was caught up in something. Here we go, right here. Fairfax. I'm multitasking. Fairfax has reported 95%.
Okay, you know what?
What do you think about that?
I really like that. You know,
does that make Ivan hype?
I'm going to contain myself right now.
Okay.
But without using expletives, I absolutely expletive love
Okay,
that.
so that's coming in. So 74% of the vote, 54 Youngkin, 45 McAuliffe, and that is 2.4 million votes recorded. And Fairfax has reported 95% of their votes.
Slow down. I want to let this marinate because I like these numbers.
It's almost too good to be true, right?
2.4, reporting 74%, 54 to 45. Fairfax has reported 95%. You know what I'm going to say right now? We won.
Oh, yeah, baby. You like that?
Yeah!
You like that, don't you?
Yeah!
Because that was one of the things that you were real concerned about was... Let's see here.
Is that 38 Fairfax?
If it's Montgomery County, well...
38% Fairfax. I think it's in the bag. I think it's in the bag.
And that was one of the things that we were reserved here to find out what the percentage of Fairfax had been reported. And we were kind of speculating based upon the actual stats that we were getting.
Investigate. I'll be back.
He's going to go investigate for us. Ivan's going to go investigate that. I'll be back. But that was one of the things that was reluctant to call, was the percentage of votes that came from, that were being reported in Fairfax. And so if that is actually the case, if 95% has been basically reported, then you're right. That is a safe assumption and a conclusion that Glenn Youngkin will be your next governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I don't think that's going out on a stretch at all to make that call based upon what we're seeing and the trend that is happening right now. That's only making an educated assumption based upon the facts that we have. If we had a very low reporting in Fairfax, then yes, I can probably assume that we'd have a little bit longer and a little bit more mysterious of a night. But based upon the 95% reported in Fairfax, and considering the lead that Youngkin has really laid down in all of this, with 74% of the vote being reported. Now, Chesterfield County, overwhelming going to Youngkin. They're kind of going over the board here. I don't know if you guys have a shot of that. You don't. But they're just breaking down the counties on the election coverage here. So that's why when you hear a reaction from the crowd, that's exactly what they're doing right now, is reacting to the various counties being called for. And remind you, Biden won the state of Virginia and during the presidential election darn nearly over 10 points. That is not reflective of what's going on today, and perhaps that makes you almost question the actual, turnout from the 2020 election based upon what we are seeing here tonight in Virginia. It just remarkable night. We knew, if you back up 2 weeks ago when we were in Danville, Virginia for a rally, just a small little food market, if you will, a farmer's market, and that place was packed. And at that broadcast, we said basically it was a dead heat, that nothing could be called at that point. Nothing was, it was, no one really had the edge. Now, fast forward a week and a half, very different scenario. Now, I wonder why that is. Is that because Joe Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, former President Barack Obama chose to get on the campaign trail for McAuliffe? They chose to join him on stage and really promote him. That might have hurt that campaign. Apparently, it did hurt that campaign, because if you look at the independents and moderate Democrats and the libertarians that were very much indecisive on that, what you have is a swing in independent voters, I would assume here. People that traditionally maybe not have reported that. Correction on here, Fairfax County is 70% reported, not 95. That's 70% reporting, not 95. That is a correction I want to make right now. 33% for Youngkin in that county, Fairfax County. So once again, correction here, Fairfax County is 70% reported, not 95. So we do have another 30% laid out for there. New Jersey looks like a very, very close call there in that race, a 50.1 to 49.0, an edge going to Murphy in that election. But boy, would you ever have thought that would happen in this race? Like I said, it wasn't too long ago when you thought of New Jersey as being just a runaway blue state, and now that is almost at a dead heat as well. So what a great night for conservatives across the country. I'd like to see if we can get an update, guys, in the studio on what's going on in New York in the mayoral race. What is going on there? If you could, guys, shoot me a quick message on that, I would appreciate it that you could do that, because I'm curious to see what's happening there. I'm curious to see what's happening in some of the other races around the country. And you know what? You just got to say, this is a direct result. I know I've said it 100 times tonight, but if you have an illegitimate presidency, if you have failed policies, then you're going to have basically failed, the results, and you're going to have the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia are not going to like what they're seeing, and they're going to stand up, and that's just in every state. We saw that in California with Gavin Newsom not getting the sizable vote that they thought that they would get in that recall. I mean, Larry Elder pulling off, a sizable chunk of support there in California. Here is a quick update for you for the New Jersey. Murphy, 50.1. Centrelli, 49.1. That is with 25% of the vote reporting. So you still have a large percentage of vote reported. Okay, here we go. A winner is declared in the NYC race for mayor, and Adams is declared the winner there at 73.1% of the vote, with Silva getting 22.4% of the vote. 25% of the vote is an estimated have been reported, but they have a winner declared in that race in New York. You want to talk about a city that needs to get back on track. You like what we do here, right? Can we talk to you on the air about Youngkin and just, are you excited about everything though?
Of course I'm excited about this. I learned about you guys from Sundance, so,
Oh, really?
So I've been watching you guys for years, while Trump rallies and everything else. So
we appreciate your support. We called earlier. We called this race. Right Side officially called this race going to Glenn Youngkin. based upon the turnout in Fairfax County.
I agree. I think all the indications were there, but I'm still superstitious a little bit.
You know, we're all a little, I would say, gun shy. You know, we all know what has happened in the past, but we feel confident that the percentage of reporting from Fairfax County is enough to continue the lead that Glenn Youngkin has had throughout this entire race from get-go.
I mean, I think Glenn is right up about where Northam was, about 1.4 million right now, 4 years ago. So I mean, I think he's on a great path. I mean, I talked to him last summer when they're in a little restaurant with like 10 people.
Isn't that amazing how easy and quickly that started?
I tell you, it was. And I told him I'd support him, and I did. And this is fabulous. But I don't want to dominate the conversation.
I don't know.
We love right side. We'll look forward to you in 2024 with Trump 2024. How's that?
Hey, I like the way you just ended that interview. Thank you. God bless. Thanks for your time. I kind of ran up on him as he gave me the thumbs up on that. But he said it. You know, he's like a lot of people. It's almost like it's unbelievable at this point. You almost don't want to believe that we actually made something happen here, and it could be shock, even though I'm not too terribly shocked because we've seen the support across the state of Virginia. We've seen all of that, so I can't be too surprised right now that this is happening. We've seen it. I mean, you see the rallies, you see the support, you see all the turnout, you see the effects of a Biden administration on the everyday person, and so you get what you got tonight, which it seems like a lot of these counties have just been red, and so one can expect that to continue to happen. Hey, I do want to talk about Mike Lindell. I know we talk about him a lot during our broadcast. It's because of this. He is a patriot. He has supported not only the American people, he has supported workers. We were just there about a week ago, and we saw how they make all those wonderful products there at the My Pillow factory and how he employs thousands of people. Hang on just 1 second. Let's turn our attention. Let's.
He ran for lieutenant governor. Puneet. He's up here in Northern Virginia. Can give you insight if you would like to hear.
Give me 2 seconds and I will. But by the way, we revised the percentage of reporting in Fairfax, Virginia. It's actually, we had it wrong. It's 70% we're reporting in Fairfax, not 95.
It's 95. If it was 95, that's
70 gives you.
I think with 70% reporting, I mean, there's an outside chance if those 30% are from the eastern precincts of Fairfax County, that there's a very outside chance that it could kind of skew towards McAuliffe. But I think it's almost insurmountable.
And it's funny, the last guy we just talked to, we told him what we reported, and he was excited, but he was still very, it's almost like a shock right now. We want to make sure that we don't, it's almost like you can't believe it. Like he pulled off a victory tonight.
You know me, I've been working on this election integrity. The same thing happened last year, right? November 3rd, Trump's up, you wake up, he's down, and then on Saturday they call it finally, right? So we still have to be cautiously optimistic, but I think once we get to that 95% mark, it's over for Fairfax County.
Okay, let's go ahead and introduce you. I'm not.
I was the API chair for Glenn Youngkin.
So what's your thoughts on what you're seeing? I need to get over there. But what is your thoughts on what you're seeing here tonight and the overwhelming support of Glenn Youngkin?
I've been part of the Republican Party for over 21 years. This is a fabulous night. We haven't seen this kind of excitement since 2009. I think what Glenn Youngkin has done is he's captured the emotion and the disappointment and the frustration of Virginians. And what he has done is he's been able to pour that, and it can be seen here that we have such a diverse group and crowd here. And it's an overwhelming number. So Virginia has spoken loud and clear. It's important that we have the right, optimistically right response on the election results.
Do you think a win here tonight really starts that premise going into 2022 primaries that this could just be indicative of what we're going to see moving forward?
Well, definitely. This not only defines what the future of the country is, and most importantly, the 2022 election, but I'll even go a little further. This could make Virginia a play state in 2024 presidential election. So that's the reason it's such a huge dynamic shift here. I think it's a tectonic shift, and Glenn and the team has done a phenomenal job in doing this.
So in your immediate world, your work, your neighborhoods, your things like that, what are people saying? They feel like you? I mean, I've been saying this all night, that it's pressed to find a Terry McAuliffe sign in somebody's yard. I never saw that.
Well, first thing is, if you see, this is such a very different opportunity here, because I saw more Glenn Youngkin signs ever before in Great Falls, McLean, in Northern Virginia, including Alexandria. So it was such an amazing thing to see that people really wanted to be heard and be seen, especially the parents. You saw the parents were really concerned about the critical race theory.
Do you think that was one of the biggest elements that got his vote?
Well, I would say I recognized it very early on, because I spoke about critical race theory when I was running for lieutenant governor. And it was important to show the divisiveness and the not taking away the merit-based system in the education system, and the parents kind of jumped upon that. And then defunding the police, and then we see what's happening at the border.
I haven't talked a whole lot about that tonight, but the defunding the police is surely not a very popular subject to put out there, but yet the Democrats still push for that.
And you saw the mayors in different cities running, especially Democratic mayors, they kind of pulled back from the defunding the police. So I think, and you know who pays most on that is the immigrant, the first generation immigrants, because not only they have gold and live in big houses, they don't want, when they dial 911, they want to make sure.
Let's get you right over here. Get you on the other side here. We got some media coming in here. Go ahead.
And it is important that make sure that when they dial 911, that there is somebody responding to their call.
And so that, once again, you got education, you got the defunding, you got things that the Democrats have really pushed for months, and they even did that during the presidential election, but they're starting to see these platforms that they're traditionally, I guess, worked out for them. It's not working out for them now. We've seen the results.
Well, people have started the pandemic, the way they mandated, they conditioned the American public. Now they've kind of suffered it. They've seen what they've done in the school system with our fiscal responsibility. They want to give away money to people who are non-citizens, people who have not contributed to the system. They want to give money.
Talk about immigration real quickly, because that's a hot topic. You know, the Biden administration came out just this past week and announced that even the conversation of giving illegal families that have been separated from their kids $450,000. I don't care what side of the aisle you sit with. That's disturbing. That's American taxpayers going to illegal immigrants.
That is unacceptable, because that's disservice to the people who have served up armed forces, the people who have got retired, at the same time, people who are hardworking, who pay towards the taxes. It's basically the ones who are successful, hardworking, are being penalized by the Democrats.
And we've seen immigrants, and we've talked to probably half a dozen people the last couple of days when I was in El Paso, and I will tell you, people who came to this country the right legal way do not like what they're seeing on the immigration policy, because they feel like it's a slap in the face for them doing it the correct way.
What they're doing is they're blurring the rule of law in this great nation. That sets us apart from the rest of the world. And what is America about? And the Democratic Party is basically 0.2% of the elitist party, which wants to control 99.8% of the Americans, which we are not going to stand for. We believe in individual freedom and the American dream. That's the reason we're running, and that's the reason I ran for office.
Let's talk about the economy, and of course that was one of the biggest issues that Youngkin talked about making it affordable to live here in Virginia. Reducing the gasoline tax, reducing the gross property and grocery tax.
Well, if you see, again, the Democrats have found a way to penalize hard-working Americans or Virginians at every given point, be it from gas tax, be it from property tax, be it on the income tax, and even the money they got during the pandemic, they want to tax that money. And that's unfair to the hard-working Americans, especially small businesses. And at the same time, when they gave money to people who were not working, today, you go to a hotel, a restaurant, or a convenience store, you cannot find people to work.
I was just going to say, how many restaurants have you been to in the last, few months where the dining room is closed because they don't have enough workers to open up the full capacity of the restaurant?
When we wanted to do an event for Glenn Youngkin, the guy who owns a hotel is an Indian American. He said, you can come in here, but I cannot serve you water or tea or coffee because I don't have any workers. That's the plight of businesses, and guess what? When they take away right to work issue, or they bring the unionization in Virginia, it further kills business, and minimum wage is against free market principles, which we Republicans will fight for.
It's interesting, I'm watching the New Jersey results coming in at 50.5 going to Republican and 48.7 going to the Democrat, Bill Murphy. Like, that's another race that we're seeing that, I would have never thought that the Republicans would have such a strong hold in that race.
Well, it's a 2009 being repeated again. Bob McDonnell and Governor from New Jersey was elected. So we feel very strong. And look at the crowd. They're all going bonkers. This is a great night today.
It's a great night today. As they, let's see if we can pan the crowd. And you can see anytime this is the mainstream gets on there and they do the reporting. And of course, everyone loves to wave the signs. I love the media coverage that this race is getting. You know, we're in the media, and obviously we cover this. This is in our wheelhouse. But I love the attention that Virginia, this race is getting. I would probably say, my friend, on a global scale, they're watching this.
Well, people will see this is a mandate on Biden, not only on Terry McAuliffe, also on the socialist policy and where America is going to go. So Glenn Youngkin is leading the way in that. And most importantly, as we were discussing again, it is going to define to 2022, 2024, and it's going to set the stage of what the Democrat policies are: extreme left, or they're going to be for American people. That's most important to recognize.
Appreciate your. How can people? You got political aspirations?
Yes, I ran for lieutenant governor. I'm going to run again, and you can check me out at proudamericanpac.com.
Yeah, there you go. They're all chanting Youngkin. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. They're all chanting Youngkin, of course, as you would expect here. Let's go ahead and update you on a couple other things. I know we just did an update on the race in New Jersey. Let's give you an update as well. You know, we called the race here and in Virginia, but I'll give you some updates here. 80% is reporting 53.2 to Youngkin to 46.1 McAuliffe, and that is with 2.6 million votes counted so far. That gives Youngkin an 183,947 vote lead. We also called the breaking news here. We also called the Ohio 15 special election for Mike Carey, so the Republican getting the victory there in Ohio 15 as a special election for Mike Carey. So congratulations for him as well. And I want to thank our election team back at the headquarters for getting me this information. As you know, it seems that this is a moving bus here, folks. This is a lot going on here, not only here but around the country with other elections going on. So we appreciate the update there. All right, we absolutely enjoy this night. We were talking earlier, it seems like it's been a long time since conservatives had something to cheer about. It seems like over the last 10 months, we have been constantly caught up in trying to, clarify things, try to fight for election integrity, try to fight for a lot of the policies that have been imposed on the American people, unrightfully so. So tonight is a little taste of redemption, to be honest with you. It feels good to be able to be involved in something that is going to make change for the positive. And we saw that feeling back in 2016 with the Trump campaign. We saw what it's like to be involved in change and to dramatically change the course of this country. And so that's exactly what's happening here tonight. And people of Virginia have spoken out. They have made their opinions clear that they do not like the policies of the Biden administration, and they're going to do something about it. And let me tell you something. I've said this probably 100 times on this network. If you do not like the environment, the political environment, if you don't like the world that you live in, if you don't like your school board, if you don't like your city council, if you don't like your mayor, if you don't like your governor, then do something about it. There's probably never been a better time in history that a political outsider, a grassroots candidate, can basically rally together, meet in a coffee shop somewhere, and like this gentleman just said, have 5 or 10 supporters and say, you know what, I want to throw this idea around. I think I'm going to run for office. I think I'm going to run for school board. I think I'm going to run for city council. I think I want to change the world around me, and I think I can do it. And that's exactly what these people have done. Yes, ma'am. We're live on the air, by the way. Brian Glenn, Right Side Broadcasting Network.
We are so excited. We are filled with jubilation. There is so much happiness for a new Virginia and a new Republican Party under Glenn Youngkin. Win some Sears.
It's unbelievable. We called this election probably about 30 minutes ago, based upon all the analytics that we have, and we're excited. Now, obviously, you know, we know sometimes what can happen, and we've had our hopes, you know, crushed before, but we're very optimistic about what we're seeing here tonight.
Indeed. This is the new Virginia, a new Republican Party, and we are all in for Glenn Youngkin, who cares about the Virginians of Virginia. That's all he cares about.
And we've talked about that before. What resonates? You're so excited. I love you. Thank you very much. I love the enthusiasm that she just had. And that is one of the reasons why. You see, you know, do I say that there is a comparison of enthusiastic fan base that Glenn Youngkin has compared to what President Trump has? I will say this, and we've met hundreds and thousands of Trump supporters who would walk over broken glass for that president. I see a lot of enthusiasm on this Glenn Youngkin fan base that feel like they absolutely identify with him. And I think if there's any takeaway from this, and Glenn Youngkin, I hope you're watching, you're probably inundated with your staff right now, but I would just encourage anyone that's running for political office to do the same playbook that Glenn Youngkin has done here on this campaign and just connect to the average American. Do not connect with the elite. Do not connect with the social elite, the politically elite. That is not the way to go of victory, because the American people have seen that. They're tired of it. They're tired of the 46, 47-year career politician that all of a sudden has a plan to change the world. All of a sudden, they have the magical formula that can transform this country. The lights are dimming. I would imagine we're about to take the stage. I'm going to stand by on that because I just have a feeling that we're about to have some type of comment. 9:54 here, East Coast time. Thanks for joining us. We are live here, Glenn Youngkin's headquarters for governor here in Northern Virginia, and we are so glad you're joining us here tonight on this very historical moment, as Right Side Broadcasting about 38 minutes ago has called this race for Glenn Youngkin. As we have looked at the different precincts being reported, we've looked at Fairfax County at about 70+ precincts recorded, and we can confidently say right now that he is your next governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. But to continue my thought, that's the playbook here, is to identify with the average American, connect with a voter, find out what is on their heart and in their minds and what they want. And when that happens, you go do it. You go do it. Connect, serve the people. And we talk to thousands of people, and I will tell you, they do not want another career politician in office. And that's why you're seeing people like Carrie Lake for governor in Arizona, who stepped outside of a journalism background, a well-accomplished news anchor, and said, you know what, I've had enough here. I want to change the world that I live in. I care about the state too much. I care about these kids too much. I care about our economy. I care about our kids' kids, and I want to do something about it. And the change has to happen now. That is so important, that you recognize that you're in politics, you're running for political office to serve the American people, not to serve yourself, not to feed the system, not to swim in a swamp that is already, you know, it's easy for a politician to get into office and stay with the status quo. It's easy for them to stay in office and just do what comes with the machine, feed the machine. It's very difficult to go against the grain here and do what's right for the American people. And that's exactly what Glenn Youngkin and others that we've seen here lately running for office has do. Just to recap here, Ohio 15 special election for Mike Carey is your winner there in Ohio. Republican taking that election. And we're happy to say that Ohio has another fine person serving that great state of Ohio. Once again, recap here, we got 80% of the vote has been reported, 53.2 going to Youngkin and 46.1 to McAuliffe, 0.7 going to an independent, giving us a vote total of 2.6 million votes, giving Youngkin 183,947 vote lead over McAuliffe, giving him the victory in this race in the great state of Virginia. great stuff there. Remind you, everybody, social media, very important than ever. Make sure you're following us on all platforms. You can follow me as well at Brian Glenn TV. We will continue to be on the road across the country tomorrow night. Cary Lake election integrity rally there. We'll be live at about 6 o'clock their local time. We'll pump out some social media on that as well to get that accurate time. We'll let you know exactly what happens there. But that's a state that we have been talking about so much in regards to voter integrity and what needs to happen there. Update everything. We got 82% of the votes being recorded. We got 52.9 going to Youngkin, 46.4 going to McAuliffe, giving us a vote lead of 172,000. That is just slightly less than what we had a few minutes ago, but nevertheless, that lead continues, and victory. As a reminder, though, follow us on social media at Brian Glenn TV, and also across all the Right Side broadcasting platforms, as we have this wonderful new app that we introduced about 6 months ago, and it's a tremendous app, and it actually was trending in the top 3 for several weeks as the most downloaded app on iTunes. So go to your Apple store, your Android store, go to those and download that app. It's absolutely free. Put it in the palm of your hand, and you can take this show on the road wherever you go. We've got great shows on that platform as well. We've got Red, White, and Truth, our own Mike Crispy. Boy, he's a firecracker. I had 2 people, and I hope Mike Crispy was listening and watching right now. I had 2 people yesterday come up to me and ask me, hey, where's Mike Crispy? We love Mike Crispy. And I said, great. You know, he is something else. He is a firecracker with feet walking around. But we love him. You can watch that show as well every Thursday night right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Laura Trump show is on there as well. Great show. She's always got really enlightening guests. And then, of course, Diamond and Silk. Boy, they are popular, that Diamond and Silk. We got them on our network as well. And the great Michael Savage, the great radio talk show host, legend, Michael Savage, joining us as well. So I just encourage everybody to download our app on your Apple, your Android store, and have it in the palm of your hand. It's absolutely free. And while you're doing that, while you have a few minutes before Youngkin takes the stage here, I just want to encourage you also to go to our website, rsbnetwork.com, and sign up for our newsletter. We have some of the best writers in the business that will write some tremendously insightful articles on what's going on in our world. Grace Adanya, Alex Caldwell, Ashley as well. They're all on there, so please go sign up for our newsletter. That's absolutely free as well, and I can promise you we're not going to bomb you with emails. We're going to basically send you the updates via your inbox. You'll have all the information that you need to go. But we're so happy you're joining us on this very historical night here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We called it about 42 minutes ago that the election has gone to Glenn Youngkin for governor. As we see the precincts reported, we see the votes in, we see the margin of victory, and we just can call that based upon the figures that we have here. We have called this race, and we've also called the race there in Ohio as well with Mike Carey in Ohio 15. What a great election night there as well. And just to recap that, we've got a really tight race there in New Jersey, in the gubernatorial race there at a 50.6 going to the Republican and 48.6 going to the Democrat. Centarelli and Murphy there, and that's with an estimated 39% of the votes reported right now, with a total vote count of just over 1 million there. So what an update on that. And here we go here. Fairfax has reported 81% of the votes in Fairfax County have been reported, and 35% of those votes have gone to Youngkin. Now, we talked to an analyst earlier. He's an attorney. He works a lot with election integrity. Has said if he was able to carve into that margin of blue dominance there in Fairfax for Youngkin, that there was a large chance that he could absolutely win this race. And I think that he has done that with a 35% penetration in that county. Once again, Fairfax County, 81% of the votes have been reported, with 35% of those going to Youngkin. Of course, 82% overall in the state of Virginia has been recorded, with 52.9 going to Youngkin and 46.4 going to McAuliffe. Just over 2.6 million total votes being reported in Virginia. And if you look back what happened during the presidential election, Obama, well, I'm going way back, Biden getting about a 10-point lead in this state. It's been phenomenal. Now, I think a lot of that has been erased tonight as far as the support for the left and for the Democrats. I really think that has been erased due to the topics of education, due to the topics of the economy. We've seen the policies. They're destructive to what we all grew up on. I remember when we had a very strong, robust economy during the Trump administration. I remember when factories were being reopened, goods were being made here in the States, and we weren't exporting oil, or importing oil rather. We were energy independent. That was such a great time in our country's history. We were able to set records on GDP, set records for unemployment, set records for job growth. But that is slowly being taken away and erased by the policies. And I've even heard some people say all they had to do essentially when the Biden administration took over is just to sit down in the chair and absolutely do nothing. That Trump had this economy on cruise control. Trump had the immigration under control. We saw the border at the wall. We saw the wall built. Most of the wall had been built during his administration. And we saw from day one and day two of the Biden administration canceling the Keystone Pipeline, cutting off our energy going outbound to these countries, a source of income, but more importantly, stopping the construction of the border wall that had worked, and reversing the policies of, don't come here. Basically, the message that Donald Trump said is, don't come to this country, get in line and do it the legal way. And that's exactly what happened. We saw some of the lowest numbers on immigration, illegal immigration coming across our border. And of course, all of that has been reversed, and you're starting to see tonight by the turnout from this election and by the turnout along the Rio Grande. We've had a lot of strong Democrat results from, we've seen the strong results from that as well. We were reporting just now, a little bit of reporting here. In Fairfax, 81% of the vote has been reported, with 35% going to Youngkin. 35%. Now, you said earlier, if he's able to carve out a decent proportion of that blue vote, then that gives him a greater chance of really wrapping this up. And you know what, Ivan, that kind of looks like, based upon these numbers, that's exactly what's happening.
I hate to say it, but every once in a while, clock's right twice a day. And then I think I said 35%. 38% he gets in Fairfax, it's done. He gets 35 when we saw the Chesterfield numbers with 54, I think it was, or 55 for Youngkin. I think we're sitting, unless some massive...
Something crazy happens.
Yeah, something crazy happens. I think most of these pollsters are looking at their numbers to make sure that there's no mathematical possibility. For example, if 100% of the remaining votes go for McAuliffe, they're probably holding on for that mathematical, right? Obviously, it's going to be a statistical impossibility. I think we're in a position where, God bless Virginia.
Yeah. Let's turn our attention to New Jersey. You've got the results there in front of you. It's pretty, it's a 2-point margin there, with 39% of the votes being reported right now. 50.6 going to the Republican, and then Murphy getting 48.6. Pretty close, but that's surprising you. Do you think it would be this close, this late?
To me, that's a shocker, but again, the devil's in the details. It depends. I don't know New Jersey as well as I do Virginia, obviously, so I live here. I've kind of helped out different campaigns. I've ran myself, and so New Jersey is really going to come down to those, the Trentons, the major metropolitan areas, and how many of those precincts have already reported. But nonetheless, I think 39, you said, percent of the estimated votes reported. It's looking good. I think what happens there, if the Republican, who is it, Chattarelli? If he pulls it off, it's
All
because
right, got the
Project Veritas.
Yeah.
It's because of that Project Veritas hit that probably bumped interest in that.
And real quickly, we called the election Ohio 15 special election for Mike Carey. He is also a winner tonight in the great
in Ohio 11. So there's 3 congressional races going on tonight. You called one.
I don't have the 2 other ones. We'll get those other ones left. But Ivan, you're continuing to be a nice resource for us, so we appreciate it.
Anytime.
Yeah, thank you very much. As we get to that, we're going to put those graphics up here shortly on the race in New Jersey as we start to see that unfold. And of course, that's a little tighter than I think that we thought it would be at this kind of late in the game. But nevertheless, that once again, I think that what happened in the 2020 election has changed the perspective of the American voter, and has changed the way they look at things. We've seen races like this one in Virginia go from, 3-4 months ago was maybe somewhat predictable until we've heard them say it, until they start picking on the kids and picking on the parents. And boy, the topic of education can really turn things quite a bit here in Virginia. We're so glad you're joining us. It is 10:08 here local time in Northern Virginia. We're glad you're joining us on whatever platform you're watching us on. I want to encourage everybody to share this broadcast. Let's get as many people watching it as it's important that we let the world know that if you want change in your immediate world, if you want to make things different in your immediate world, then you need to step up and get involved and get active in your community. And that's exactly what the counties have done up here as far as school boards going. They have made a difference in their world, and they have made a difference really in all school boards across the country as they continue to fight for the American and fight for our education system and fight for what's right. It seems like, okay, we got some people taking the let's see if we got a little thing going on here. Just making sure we don't have anybody taking the stage to make a couple announcements here. So I apologize as I try to look over the sea of signs here that's been waving around. Of course, there's a lot of excitement, as you can see. I would say this, they now has started some house music, a little bit more of a Trump soundtrack to the rally. So now they're chanting Youngkin. That's interesting. Okay, update on the New Jersey gubernatorial race. It is now pretty much a deadlock there. It's 40% reporting on that, with the Republican Citronelli getting 49.85 and Murphy getting 49.36. So just a very slight edge going to the Republican candidate in that race with 40% reporting. We'll keep you updated on that as well. And as we reported, the Democrat candidate for the mayoral race in New York City has wrapped that up. So New York City has got a lot of work to do in that city. What a great city of New York. And of course, I saw Mike Crispy earlier walking around the streets of New York as these vaccination mandates have been put in place. You're seeing a lot of city workers, quite honestly, walking off the job, and the Department of basically waste disposal, trash guys, have walked off, and you've got piles of trash all around the city. And that is something that if you're a New Yorker, I don't think I don't care where you live, you don't want piles of trash built up. So the city of New York has got some work to do, and we can all just pray that gets done. And when you look at really these vaccine mandates that have been put in place around the country, just a few days ago, we had over 2,000 flights on American Airlines have been canceled due to, quote, weather. Now, you and I both know it has had nothing to do with weather, but that's exactly what they said happened. And when you take, people that have served their company or, for a number of years, and all of a sudden they are forced to basically hang it up and be forced to walk because they won't take a vaccine, it just doesn't seem fair. And even at the rally that we were at in, they're booing Kamala Harris, who's on the monitor here at a Terry McAuliffe rally. They're booing her. That's what you hear from here. But anyway, when you take a look at what we did with Southwest Airlines, the rally several weeks ago, we were out there in support of the employees at Southwest Airlines who have been at that point told that if you don't get the vaccination that you can potentially lose your job. And that is something that we got a tremendous feedback from people at that company that was saying, look, you know, even if I was vaccinated and I support getting the vaccine, but I don't necessarily support the mandate for the vaccines. And that's the biggest issue here. It's not necessarily a pro-vaccination or you're against a vaccination. It's against your freedom and your individual liberty to choose whether or not you get vaccinated to stay employed. So that's one of the things that's been resonating across corporate America as we see this topic come up so many times. And I know that we get a lot of emails about the vaccination in various companies and forced vaccinations and the mandates that are coming up, and how a lot of really good quality employees could be forced to walk from their jobs just because they chose to not get the vaccine. So, and that's a personal choice. And if I always will say, if you feel like that's what you want to do, that's great. That's go by all means, go get it. But these people are being forced to basically walk away from very successful careers because of the lack of that. Okay, let's get back into our reporting. Right now, we have about 85% of the votes have been reported in the state of Virginia. 52.5 going to Youngkin, 46.8 going to McAuliffe, giving you a vote total of 2.7 million votes reported, with giving Youngkin a 157,000 vote lead in this race. So just an incredible turnout. Of course, I would say this might be, and we were talking about this earlier, as we see the campaign trails, as we saw it, you know, amongst several campaigns, the turnouts for these rallies have been huge. These have been massive. They have had these event spaces they've rented out and then had to basically sometimes change venues or add additional seating and additional occupancy rates to have these rallies because of the massive people that would turn out. And I was told that, you know, they may expect 200 people to show up for a rally, and next thing you know, 700 people turn up for a rally. So as this campaign moved forward, we saw a groundswell of support for Youngkin. Now let's look at the McAuliffe side. It has been nothing but really a desperate attempt to get people to come to these rallies by putting, you know, former President Barack Obama, putting President Biden, First Lady Jill Biden on the stage with McAuliffe. And of course, they've tried to always link some type of negative spin to, like, well, if you vote for Youngkin, you're getting these crazy conservatives in office. And I think that worked against them. I think by associating yourself with the Biden administration, whose failed policies have been nothing but destructive to the average American, I think that was absolutely a negative on that campaign. Now, if he would have stayed away from the Biden administration, if he would have stayed away from associating with the Obama administration, maybe something would have changed. All right, here we go right here. I am getting news that Fairfax County has been 100% reported right now. Let me repeat. Fairfax County has reported 100% of their voters, with 35% going to Youngkin. 35% of the votes in Fairfax County have gone to Youngkin. So based upon what we've been told before, based upon the specialists that we have working for our network that have been studying this campaign is all but over for Glenn Youngkin. We called it about an hour ago, and we will continue to call it right now. This campaign is over. This race is over. Fairfax recording 100% of the votes in Fairfax County have been voted, with 35% of those going to Youngkin. What a great night here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. As a reminder, we will continue this political train that we're on right now as we head over to the great state of Arizona tomorrow for a Kari Lake for Governor campaign. I highly encourage everybody right now, if you're not following Kari Lake on social media, go follow her wherever. She is a patriot, very much like we are, very much like you are. And if you know anybody that lives in the great state of Arizona, we need to rally around Kari Lake and help her out to get the word out of her agenda, which is very similar to Glenn Youngkin. Matter of fact, I had a couple people say that here it is, ground it in her faith, ground it in family, ground it in the kids and what's best for the kids in school, ground it around values, ground it in small business, ground it in vote, ground it in America first. That is what made her so successful in that gubernatorial race there in Arizona. So if there's something that you can take away from this, and I've said this again, many times, is you have to resonate with the voter. You have to have them feel like they know you and trust you, because the last thing they want is another 46-year career politician getting into office and all of a sudden they've got the plan for you. How many times do we hear Biden get on the stage and have a solution to whatever problem came up? He kept saying over and over, I've got the solution, I've got the plan, I've got the way. We heard Gore say that so much. Remember the lockbox? He's got that special lockbox for your savings and for your health care. We heard, of course, we heard Joe Biden say it. We heard Barack Obama say it during the campaign. Everyone promises, and they don't follow through. And perhaps that's why President Trump was so popular, because it was promises made, promises kept. And he stayed with all of that. And that's what made him so successful. And he was able to really continue to work and get the trust of American people. A quick update on the New Jersey governor race there, another tight race. We've got Cinderelli, the Republican, is up 50.3. Murphy, the Democrat, 48.9. That is with about 45% of the votes reported. So it's a tight race, about a 1.2 margin in that. Very, very tight, but yet still he maintains a slight lead in that race. Enjoying it? And it's funny, we keep showing these vote totals, and just Youngkin just keeps slaying it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing. I mean, we knew it was going to be big, but not this big.
Not this big. And of course, we're seeing what's going on in New Jersey. A tight race there, but we've got a Republican lead there, which is fantastic as well. And of course, the race going on in Ohio as well. It's funny, McAuliffe is on the screen here giving a can't tell if that's live or not right now. I believe it is live. So he's making a statement right now. Perhaps we're going to hear from Glenn Youngkin here in a few minutes. And if you missed this earlier, we called Ohio 15 special election for Mike Carey, Republican. That's a great win there in the wonderful state of Ohio. A good thing to keep that state red. Not sure what the applause is. I'm trying to see from my vantage point exactly what is going on, if there's something going on behind the scenes that I don't quite see, but nevertheless, we got our eyes open. We've been on this for now about, it seems like 3 days here in Virginia. We will continue to monitor all things political. Oh, they keep playing these songs, just firing up the crowd as you expect. And if you missed the rally yesterday, I just encourage you to go back and watch the clip, because it felt very much like a Trump rally. Are you enjoying what you're seeing? I mean, you're like all of us. It's almost unbelievable what we're witnessing.
Phenomenal. This is history in the making, with Glenn Youngkin, Jason Miyares, and Winsome Sears.
Yeah, it's amazing what we're seeing right now. But I will say, and I've said this again, it doesn't really surprise me, because we've seen the destructive policies from the Democrats, and we've seen what happens when you poke the bear a little too much. You see what happens, and tonight, well, we're witnessing what's happening. So, to what's going on tonight, it's just history, and we're so happy to be here tonight with you. All right, let's turn our attention and talk about our partners, Mike Lindell. Can we get that great video queued up for Mike Lindell in the studio? You know, there's a patriot who's been with us side by side for so long and is fighting for election integrity. He's made some quality products, basically giving us all a reason to have a little bit of hope and election integrity, and that has been Mike Lindell. And I just encourage everyone right now, get ahead of that supply chain, get ahead of maybe the supply chain issues, in fact that you might order something online and quickly get an email saying that your order cannot be completed. So Mike Lindell has got some wonderful products. We've got a great commercial to show you. If we can toss to that, let's roll with the Mike Lindell MyPillow offer. Take it away.
Size MyPillows, regularly $69.98, now only $19.98 with your promo code. We also have the queen size MyPillows, regularly $79.98, now only $24.98 with your promo code. And we have the king size, regularly $89.98, now only $29.98 with your promo code. So go to mypillow.com now and use the promo code on your screen, or call the 1-800 number below to receive this exclusive offer. Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, the CEO of MyPillow. Cancel culture has not only affected myself and MyPillow, but millions of you out there. My employees and I want to personally thank each and every one of you for all of your support. At MyPillow, we not only have pillows, but we have hundreds of products, including my new slippers, bathrobes, sleepwear, and my new beds. We're offering the best gifts ever for the best prices ever. For example, we have this exclusive offer on the standard size MyPillows, regularly $69.98, now only $19.98 with your promo code. We also have the queen size MyPillows, regularly $79.98, now only $24.98 with your promo code. And we have the king size, regularly $89.98, now only $29.98 with your promo code. So go to mypillow.com now and use the promo code on your screen, or call the 1-800 number below to receive this exclusive offer. Hello, I'm Mike Lindell.
Just a fantastic company, and we had the pleasure of reviewing just how they make that wonderful, comfortable pillow. So I just encourage you, if you missed that broadcast, and we actually gave away a couple great products from there, I encourage you to go check out our app, go download it, watch that episode where we walk around MyPillow and showed exactly how we made all those wonderful things over at MyPillow. And also, don't forget to use that promo code, because Christmas is coming up. And I'm letting you know right now, you do not want to be ball humbugged and not get your stuff ready for Christmas, as it is time to step up, support Mike Lindell, support those products made right here in the USA, and make somebody happy. Hey, let me tell you something. It's getting cold up here. If you live in a cold climate and you're tired of going out in the morning and getting that paper, if you still get the paper, but if you're tired of going outside and taking the pets out for a walk, slide one of those MyPillow slippers on your feet, and I can promise you, you're going to be warm and very comfortable. So go check out those slippers, one of my personal favorites, as well as those towels. I absolutely love those towels. All right, here's a quick update on the reporting here on the race here. 87% of the vote is in so far. 51.7 going to Youngkin, 47.6, going to McAuliffe. That gives us a vote total of about 2.8 million votes. That gives Youngkin a 116,000 point lead in all of this. And what's key to this stat is that Fairfax has reported 100% of their votes in, giving 35% of those votes in Fairfax County goes to Youngkin. And that has been one of the key things this entire race was, A, the absentee ballots here in Virginia, whether or not some of those were counted, because by law they have till Friday to count those absentee ballots. So you've got that portion of all of this. Plus then you've got that very crucial county of Fairfax, who what we understood is that, yes, you can't win Fairfax County. That may be logistically impossible, but you can get a sizable lead in that county and be able to give you the margin of victory overall. So that is a very positive thing that has come out of this election. And we heard earlier that when it comes to the presidential election coming up in 2024, what does that look like now? Because now Virginia comes into play as one of these states that could swing conservative, and yet, you know, propping up once again more support for a conservative agenda. So, hey, heads up on the way to go, Virginia, for coming through on this election. Because, you know, go back 3-4 months ago, I don't think a whole lot of people put too much emphasis on what was going on as far as the chances of a Youngkin victory here. But then you inject the school board controversies, the demonization of parents. You talk about that, and all of a sudden, you know, the things change, and all of a sudden, well, you've got more independent voters going your way. You got more libertarians going your way. You got moderate Democrats going your way. And that's been something that has, I think, been key in this race, is the fact that you have more of a non-traditional swing in votes. Now, if the school board issue had not been a heavy topic here, would we have seen some of those independents swing over? I mean, based upon education, or based upon the economy rather, that's obviously been a topic that a lot of people have talked about. Let's talk about foreign policy for a second, because I know that when they polled Virginians here of what was concerning to them, I didn't see a lot of response on foreign policy. I guess we all know Joe Biden completely abandoning Afghanistan, leaving Americans there, putting our troops in danger. Of course, 13 service members died tragically in that withdrawal. That should not have gone down like that. And people can say, well, you know, President Trump had a strategy to exit Afghanistan, and he absolutely did. He had what you call a strategy. He didn't have a knee-jerk reaction, and the strategy was to pull out as many of the citizens and the people who have worked along the U.S. military and just Afghan Americans, remove them and get them safely in the States, and then pull out the military strategically and leaving some bases open so we have access to that. But by the way the Biden did it is so irresponsible. I just can't imagine perhaps being a military, good sizable presence here in the U.S. that I can imagine. Thank you very much for coming out. Thank you. I'm just getting a lot of people saying hi to us. I can imagine that perhaps the way he handled the Afghanistan withdrawal had something to do with it. I don't know. I'm just speculating here on other topics. Of course, when you look at the trade with China and just the economic situation here in this country, and we knew that, you know, China, we've seen a battle with them economically. There's a huge trade deficits with China. The economy here in Virginia, everybody has been affected by the disastrous economic policies of the Biden regime. So the economy playing big into all of this, and has definitely, I think, weighed in on the voters here in this state. So we got the economy, we got the way they handled COVID, And of course, every state was different. I know that I was in Texas, handled very differently than what was handled in other states around the country. I know California still, to this day, has some very strict mandates when it comes to, vaccination passports to getting in certain restaurants. Of course, a mask mandate has been in place for quite some time. And I will say in the Commonwealth of Virginia, as we have traveled the last couple of days around, the mask mandate is still pretty much in place. We've walked in a lot of businesses without masks and told, well, turn around, put one on before you can come in. And depending on what that service or good was, depends on whether or not I actually did that or not. But that still stays in place. And when it comes to masking our kids, we've seen that be a very hot topic. And, we've all can agree that we all want to stay safe and be responsible when it comes to dealing with the virus. We all want to be responsible with that. But it's the way that the mandate has forced some companies to be some type of police is big time. Can we talk to you real quick with Right Side Broadcasting Network? Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're just talking to. Oh, you know who you are. Hey. I need to know who you are. Who are you?
Elizabeth Schultz. I'm a former Fairfax County School Board member.
Oh, look at you. I talk about you we've talked about what you guys have done here, and it's been a movement. You've inspired, I would say, thousands of parents across this country to get involved in their kids' schools.
Look, the thing is that what has happened here in Fairfax is only a mirror image of what's happening in the rest of the country. Parents know, parents feel that something's wrong in the education of their children, and it took a pandemic to pull back the Wizard of Oz curtain to see at our kitchen table, at the sofa, in our children's desk, what the heck is going on. And the collusion of the teachers' unions with the CDC to keep our kids' schools closed, to force us to stay home and watch what was happening in disguise was a blessing, because I think parents across this country, not just in Fairfax, not just in Loudoun, not just in Virginia, but across the country, are going to take back their school boards. They're going to take back their children's education, and there's going to be an education revolution that starts right here tonight in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Virginia was the birth of a nation. At Jamestown, we were born. At Yorktown, when Cornwallis went down, we were reborn. And tonight, we're reborn again.
That is pretty much a mic drop moment right there for you. I can't agree with you anymore. I love it. Also, if we take a look at this, Youngkin has talked about people, families sitting around the table, sitting around the dinner table, talking about issues and how, these destructive policies have hurt us economically. People are losing their jobs. People are not making as much money. Business owners can't find employees to come to work.
Our shelves are empty because we can't get anything into the country. Our restaurants are stressed because they can't get anybody to work because we're paying people to stay home. The economy of the family is the economy of the nation. And when we have poverty in education, when we have poverty in the individual economy of a person or a family, we have a poverty in the education and the economy of our country. This is going to turn a tide that is going to change the future, not of just Virginia, but of the nation, because people see this is hope. What we are is a beacon of hope to every community, to every school district. You can do this.
And what's interesting is a lot of states, we've been monitoring our social media right now, and a lot of states, they've got their eyes on Virginia, and a lot of people that are in states that traditionally have been a strong Democratic stronghold are now going, you know what, we got some hope here. We got the right person in office, and I always said this before, the power is in the people. These are average, everyday people here, and that's what Youngkin did. He identified as a friend of everybody, not as a politician to somebody.
Well, for too long, the organization chart of government has been backwards. The government does not make us employees of it. We, the people, is what Glenn got, is that you put the people at that top of that organization chart, and the elected officials are not officiating over us, but they're public servants to us. And that is something that as a servant leader, if you have a servant heart, and we can get government working for us and not against us, not weaponizing tyrannically against us. You know, what I told the Virginia voters last night was, sic semper tyrannis, look at our flag, thus always to tyrants. Take back your flag, take back your government, don't surrender, don't fly the white flag, fly the Virginia flag.
Yeah, and so that's our message to everyone watching us right now. If you are in a state, or you are in a county, or you're in a city that you don't like the politics going on right now, this is just a pure example of how you have the power to change everything. Just ignite, start with a conversation with somebody, start with an idea and see where it goes.
Look, it starts with, where it started with me was I was a mom and I was mad at my previous school board. And I found myself pointing the finger and three pointing back at me, and I ran, and I was on the Fairfax County School Board for 8 years. It was the largest school boards in the United States of America. That was the start of a revolution of saying, you know what? That government, that school board is your closest government. That has the most to do with the culture war.
It's a culture war, you're right.
That is the culture war. It's the front lines. For 13 years, 51 million kids are in public K through 12. They don't get radicalized by stepping on a college campus. This happens in everyone's own town, city, community, right there. Go and take over your local school board, and that's the biggest chance you have of seizing back your values, your money, and making the brightest possible future for your children and your grandchildren.
We've all seen those viral videos in the school board meetings. What is it like to actually be in there and hear these parents get up in front of that microphone and just absolutely blowtorch the school board members? What is it like to actually be there in person?
I've been on the end of the blowtorch, and it's a sausage-making factory / pit of vipers. It isn't pretty, but I always tried to be very honest. Not everybody always agreed with me, but I would look right in the camera and I would tell people.
Here we go. Hang on, let's turn our attention to the This is it. Let's turn our attention to the podium.
I know. We're not going to listen to the squad. We're not going to listen to Elizabeth Warren or Bernie Sanders, and I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to say we didn't charge them with racist enough. We didn't mention Donald Trump enough. We got to double down. And if they do that, I think 2010 setback for the Democrats will look like a picnic. And just finishing very quickly, I think it taught the Republicans that the MAGA agenda is institutional.
So we're gonna let the votes come in, watch as the totals come in. We're gonna put Fox back on so we can all track the votes as they come in. We love the way they're going. We're feeling good. Glenn's excited, Suzanne's excited. We want you guys to keep excited. We're gonna have a party, and we are gonna celebrate tonight. So thank you all for what you're doing. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being with Glenn with the campaign. We are gonna celebrate electing the next governor of Virginia tonight. Thanks, guys.
That was just a kind of a quick update on everything. Hoping to kind of get a little bit more insight to what was going on. I want to continue. If I could, I want to continue this conversation just for a second, because I want to get to a point here. You come on. If you're just now joining us, we are probably in the most crowded media area of any campaign, any rally that we've ever covered. It is absolutely elbow to elbow with journalists here, as to be expected on a big night here in Virginia. Let's get to our point, though. This hopefully is some inspiration to people that think they don't have what it takes to make a difference in their world. And I've said this before. If you don't like what's happening in your neighborhood, I don't care if you don't like having it in your homeowners association. Why not? Make a change. Give people hope that you have the power. If you have the will and you have the way and you're a good person and you want to do it the right way, you can make a change.
You can make a change because it's the low-hanging fruit, but what's more important than fighting for your children? And see, this is the thing that we have lit on fire here in Virginia. We have done that. We have decided that pornography in our children's schools.
It's amazing that, and you've heard people read the books, and I was shocked to know that that was something that was in the curriculum?
I was really sad to say that I was not shocked, because being on the school board, I fought this on the inside for years, is increasing the visibility of what parents knew was going on in the curriculum, in the library materials. But this is it. Whether you want advanced academics, whether you want meritocracy, whether you want meritocracy, whatever it is that.
I'm just moving them over. Hang on a second. Ma'am. Anyway, I was trying to get her to come up. Go ahead.
Right.
Get you right here.
So whatever it is that you want in your child's education, you want to take care of special education of a child. You want the best outcome, whether they're going to college or not. Work readiness skills, life readiness skills. All of it is within your power. Is go out, figure out who is on that school board, whether they represent your values or not. And if they don't, which it's more odds that they aren't than they do, put a candidate up. If it's not you, back a candidate. Write a check. Drive them around. Host a fundraiser.
Put some signs in your yard.
Put some signs in your yard. Put some signs on the back of your car.
You can have them over for lunch or something like that. Have a little luncheon or a little brunch. That's what. There's a lot of creative ways you can get people inspired to run for office.
The real heart of politics is the most grassroots, and what's more grassroots than your local school board? There's 5, 7, maybe 11 people on your local school board. Go figure out who they are, recruit your own farm team, and take it over. Be the responsive government that you're hoping to see. You can do it.
Be the change you want to be, right?
Be the change.
Thank you. God bless for spending some time with us. It's great to meet you, and you inspired thousands of parents around this country to get involved in their school system. So, yeah, you can do it.
You can do it.
He can do it tonight. He's going to do it tonight. We called it. We called this race about an hour ago to him.
Well, I think that's incredible. I've been very cautious. I've been advising the campaign on education and public policy.
What's happening in New Jersey right now? We've got a Republican candidate up 51.2 to 48%.
There's a little hope in New Jersey.
There's a little hope in New Jersey.
You
would think that, though. Think about it. I mean, here we are thinking that Jersey was going to be a melon for Murphy, and that has not been the case.
This is a little spark to get something going across the country, folks. Light it up.
A little shot of hope here. Light it up. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. A little bit of hope is all we want here. Anyway, let's turn our attention over to the crowd here. And she made an announcement here just briefly about what we could expect here momentarily. And they said they are very, very excited now. Time here locally is 10:44. The polls closed at 7, so we're about 3 hours and 45 minutes past polling time. So I would imagine, here we go, we've got an update. 91% so far of the polls have been reported, and 51.7 to Youngkin, 47.6 to McAuliffe. Now, that gap has closed some. The lead of 120,000 votes that is gone down to, with 2.9 million votes total have been reported. So the margin has closed some, but when you look at Fairfax County at 100% being reported, and with Youngkin getting 35% of that county, one can only project, and that's something that we have done here on the network, is project him as the winner of this gubernatorial race here in Virginia. It's been so nice to talk to some of the people walking around and sharing their thoughts on what has happened here tonight. And, it's a common theme was that he's, quote, a great guy. He's a real person. And that's one of the things we just talked to that school board member here, was the fact that people want to vote for those who feel like they have their best interests at heart. So you can definitely make a difference in your own world. Also, we remind everybody about our social media platforms. We've been absolutely been so successful in terms of viewers across our platforms, but we don't ever want to stop there. Make sure you're subscribing to us on Rumble, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, of course, YouTube as well. And download our app, Right Side Broadcasting Network. You can find it on your iTunes, your Apple, your Android store. You can download that. That's absolutely free. and you can take this broadcast from anywhere that you go in the palm of your hands. Okay, update on the New Jersey race there. The Republicans still kind of taking a little bit more of a command and lead at 51.3 to 47.9 by Murphy, with 59% of the votes reported. I remember reporting on this race maybe about an hour ago, with the number of votes reported were very low, like in the 20s. Republican there hanging on there in the great state of New Jersey, with about 1.5 million votes being reported, giving him about a 54,000 vote lead there in New Jersey. So if we see tonight going both, obviously both directions to the Republicans here. I'm sorry, I was just reading some notes on my phone. The Republicans here, man, what a great wave that's going to take us into the holiday season and take us into the primaries next year. You want to talk about energizing a base. Think about this for a second, folks. You might even know local races in your neck of the woods. But if I'm a conservative, okay, and I'm just starting my grassroots effort, I'm just starting to make that shift, that solid push for office, in a way, seeing what happened here tonight and seeing what's happened here in New Jersey has got to be a shot and a breath of fresh air. My goodness, all of a sudden, you're finding yourself in a situation that you thought, you know what? I think as long as I keep my messaging on point and we keep to what kind of got me to the dance here of having these conservative values and listening to my constituents and listening to people in my area, I've got a chance here. So what do you do if you're a Democrat now? What do you do if you're a solid, blue-blooded Democrat? You see what happened here tonight. Well, I think I wouldn't say it's panic mode, but I would say you got to take a hard look at what is happening on the Biden side of things, as far as the policies that have come out and the messaging coming out from the White House. You really have to take a hard look. Is that what is best for America, and is that what's best for our country? And I don't know if this race goes down, and obviously it has, and you got New Jersey ends up going the same way. If I'm in the Biden administration, if I'm around the president at some arm's length, I think you've got to pivot. I think you've got to make a change, or you're going to see other states fall just like this tonight. And I think it's fair assessment to assume that, because when you look at what the messaging is being put out, and then if people are reacting to that messaging, and no matter how you hide it on social media, no matter how you try to spin certain things, and we've seen how the mainstream media loves to kind of cover up, or I should say not report fully, some of the things that are going on in this country. And of course, social media, it is what it is. We all know that story. We see that. You can turn that off. Okay. If you see what the messaging that's coming out, I'm not sure I'd go with that messaging. I mean, hey, we've seen how the American people have reacted to that. So, nevertheless, we're glad that messaging is like that, because we're seeing a lot of hope tonight. We're seeing a lot of optimism tonight. And we're seeing the people respond to what they think about what's going on in this country. Just kind of checking some notes, getting the latest update here. We appreciate you sticking with us. I know it's been a long broadcast today. I think we started this thing at 6:30, and it's now almost 11 o'clock. We're going on about 4.5, 5 hours of continuous coverage. So we definitely appreciate you guys staying in with this. We knew it would be a late night tonight. We knew that this would essentially be a somewhat tight race here. We had no idea it would be as much as we thought it was here. There is getting a live look. Let me see. One of the cameras have got a live look at I only see. If I get that, I thought that was something else. Let's talk about. There's one thing that did pop in my mind here earlier. Was talking about the defunding of the police and what a mistake and what even a disastrous idea that could ever become. To think that you're going to take, the 1%ers of the world who are actually going out and committing crimes and completely not protecting the majority of people. And taking a situation, and we all know what happened in the summer of 2020. I mean, obviously, the riots, the BLM, the disastrous protests and the fires and the looting and the violence, even the deaths that occurred during the summer of 2020 during that entire event. That's what led to this narrative of somehow reducing our police force due to the actions of police officers in relation to the George Floyd death. Now, we won't talk about, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole of all that, but I say that was the spark that got the dialogue started on defunding the police. And I think if you really look at some of the inner cities and what is concerning to parents in these inner cities, it is not taking away police off the streets. Matter of fact, they depend on police to keep them safe in the majority of cities around the country, because it's important that their kids are able to, walk home from school, to walk home from that job at night and not worry about violence on the streets. And we can talk about the murder rates in certain cities around the country that are mainly, democratically run. That's a big issue. So this narrative that we should eliminate police is a false narrative. The people are not asking for that. The American people are not demanding that police are removed from our society. That is absolutely such a false narrative that has been pushed by the left for whatever reason, and it needs to stop. And I think that's one of the things that we're seeing here. We're seeing the fact that if Terry McAuliffe and his base thinks that for whatever reason we need to defund the police, we need to scale back and maybe take a different approach to fighting crime. Well, we heard it from the voters here tonight. That's not something that they absolutely don't want to consider. So we got the police, we got all of that. Now let's fast forward to the economy. I don't know where you live, and wherever you're watching us, what's the gasoline in your neck of the woods? I know that in Texas we're over $3, well over $3. Over in California, it's in some sorts it's up to $6 a gallon. Did President Trump not warn us of rising fuel costs? Did he not warn us of a higher cost of living, energy dependence on other countries? For the first time, really, in our nation's history, we were exporting more oil than we were importing. We were essentially energy dependent, and for whatever reason, to feel like that all of a sudden we've got to take a back seat to the Middle East and being dependent on oil just absolutely makes no sense to me. So think about the gasoline price in your neck of the woods. Think about how much that you pay for fuel, and as we get into the winter months, you'll start to see how much you spend in heating your home and natural gas. That is going up as well. And I even ask you this: have you tried refilling your propane tank? Have you tried getting natural gas for that? In my neck of the woods, it was hard to find that because there was a shortage of that. Now that goes into the total supply chain issues there as well, which has been disruptive. But that is something to consider as we move forward. Like, how expensive is it going to be to put food on the table due to trucking issues, due to farming? We have less farmers are practicing their trade, which means less food. I just saw today, and I'm going to see if I can look that up real quickly, China put out a statement. Let me see if I can find that real quick. They put out a statement basically urging citizens of China to cut back on food consumption and to start basically, saving food because of a shortage. Now, let that sink in for a second. China, as big as a country as that is, as far as population, their GDP, what they produce, what they import, what they export, for them to come forward and say, we need to cut back on our food consumption, says a lot, involves what we can look forward to here in our country. That should scare anybody. And I know that we've had some food prep companies market with us and partner up with us, and all these food storage companies. And I think there's a reason for that, because I really feel like we're in some very difficult times moving ahead if, keyword is if, we don't change policy now. We have to pivot now. The longer we go down kind of this socialistic program, the longer we go down this rabbit hole of socialism and basically expecting less from people instead of inspiring people to outperform and to compete and to generate jobs and to generate income and strive for excellence, you're going to have very much what we're looking at now in China and other socialist countries. So I just, consider that when you start to think about where we're at in this world, and just the economy of the economy, and just the jobs and the layoffs, and just where we're at in this country and our priorities. And of course, we can back up and say, well, during COVID, was it detrimental, or was it destructive, I should say, that we shut down our churches and our places of worship at a time when people needed more hope than ever? People needed to go to church. People needed to be led by their pastor and led in faith to get through these difficult times. So, was that a bad thing that we closed down churches? We closed down, essential places of worship, but we kept liquor stores open. We kept, strip clubs open. And I know that's the extreme to say, but that's the reality of what happened. And who's to say what business isn't essential? I think every business is essential. I feel like if you have a job and you work at your company, you work for an employer, that is essential to you. That is what keeps the doors open. That's what keeps income coming in. So yes, every job is essential. Every employment opportunity is essential, because we all have food that we need to put on the table. So, if you look at what historically the Democrats have been proposing, has been just that. It's been take a step to the side. Let the government take over and tell you what is essential. And we saw Shelley Luther down in Texas, and you might remember her, the infamous hair salon owner that has basically was forced to, she said, I'm not going to close my hair salon down. And even though they forced her to close it down, she says, no, I'm not going to close it down, stayed open. And well, she found herself spending a couple days in jail for it, and really stood up for business owners in Texas. And it's so important right now that we continue to stay firm in what we believe in, stay confident in what we believe in, and stand up for your constitutional rights. Because as soon as we lay down our arms and just sit down and throw our hands up in the air and say, you know what, you're right, that we want the government telling us what to do, that's when we lose everything. Because if you think they're going to give it back, they're not. Think about this, folks. How many times have you seen a local tax put in place only to see, it was promised that it was going to be a temporary tax, but you never saw the tax actually eliminated from the roll, from the payroll. It's always on there, because once you start it, you can't really take it away. And once you give the government so much power, you cannot take it away. If you're just now joining us, it is a showdown in Virginia as we called this race about an hour and a half ago. Glenn Youngkin really taken such a dominant lead in this state, and really showing up in counties that historically have gone traditionally blue, and has showed up and really outperformed all of that. Let's kind of recap some of the numbers here as we move into the 11 o'clock hour here at night. 94% of the precincts, counties, I should say, reporting 94 percent reporting, 50.7 going to Youngkin, 48.2 going McAuliffe. That is a vote total, a lead of now 62,000. Now, mind you, I'm going to back up about, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes ago. We saw that vote lead in Virginia go to, it was about 120,000 if I'm not mistaken. Now it's been cut just about in half. Now, one of the things we've talked about is some of the procedures that would take place after all of this would happen. I'm talking about Fairfax County, even though we've seen 100% of the votes reported there in that county. We've seen that lead shrink down. Now, could that be absentee ballots being voted? I don't know at this point. Maybe if we can get our staff back in the election headquarters there at our home office, if we can investigate how many of the absentee ballots have been voted. And I don't know if those ballots after a certain time get dumped into the general population of votes. So maybe that is something that you can't verify. If that's the case, we don't know exactly how many of those votes remain to be counted or actually absentee ballots. But one can only speculate that lead that Youngkin had an hour ago, what has exactly cut into that lead. I don't know what voter, I don't know where those votes are coming from, but nevertheless, we are absolutely calling this race for Youngkin, and we did it. We stand by it because we feel like the stats are there, the numbers are there, and we stand by that. Now, of course, until the campaign comes out here and they recognize it publicly, we'll leave it at that. And we have not seen that here. Of course, they have they came on not too long ago, giving us kind of just a brief statement saying that they're very, very happy with what's going on and that they would see us here shortly. As you could probably see in that shot that you have right now, we've got it's a tight quarters here, people. If there's a reason why you don't see me on camera right now talking, it's because there's not a whole lot of space for me to go to, and it's a very tight shot here. But we're trying to do our best to hold everything up and bring this to you without any interruption. We do have some moments of transition as we kind of make our way through everybody, but we're glad that you're sticking with us through all this, and we're doing our very best to bring this coverage to you uninterrupted. And of course, we've been doing this for going on 5 hours now, so, and I couldn't think of any better place to be. Hey, if you missed this, we were live yesterday from the steps of the Supreme Court, and of course I encourage you to go replay that. Big historical day for the pro-life movement there at the steps of the Supreme Court as the Texas Heartbeat Act was submitted. And of course, the historical significance of that is the first time that the abortion, really the topic of abortion has been discussed on that level in quite some time. And really during a time that during the Trump appointed era, we, 3 Supreme Court justices, we have conservatives essentially have a 6-3 edge in the Supreme Court that I guess traditionally would have conservatives leaning towards conservative values. So a big thing now on December 1st, another discussion will be made from a Mississippi abortion law that essentially bans abortion at 15 weeks. That will be reviewed at the Supreme Court on December 1st, and perhaps we'll have coverage on that as well. As when you talk about the pro-life movement, you talk about Roe versus Wade, you talk about the possibility of essentially reversing that and going to a pro-life scenario. That is a possibility, and of course it all starts with a movement, and that's exactly what Ken Paxton and others have done there in Texas. And they have put this legislation forward to help reverse Roe versus Wade. And it was, and I'll kind of recap the scene there for you. When we pulled up to the Supreme Court, it was very interesting because there were two sides divided there. There was one side that was pro-life, that was led in spiritual, it was gospel, prayer, praise and worship music, essentially. And then the other side was pro-choice. Very much a very loud situation, a lot of shouting. It seemed very angry at several portions of the demonstration. And it really does kind of give you an eye on just how emotional the topic of abortion is in this country. And just really, you can't think, I mean, you got two separate sides that I don't think there's any middle ground on that. But nevertheless, I say that because so much is going on in this country. A lot of people say that we are having a spiritual revival, that unlike times that we've seen in this country where people get to a point in their lives and in their culture, so many demonic forces that have made their way into our lives that all of a sudden they find themselves, you know, really reaching out and going, look, I've got to do something for hope. And of course, we find as Christians, we find a lot of hope and inspiration through prayer, and just very much like a lot of you working this right now. I encourage all of you guys to go back and watch the remarks from Attorney General Ken Paxton and listen to what was said during that discussion after the Supreme Court reviewed the Texas Heartbeat Act. Go back and review all of that, and you might perhaps be inspired to get involved in the movement in your area, because that topic of abortion is not going to just fade off in the distance. There's too much support on the pro-life side. Speaking of the pro-life side, we've talked about Mike Lindell on the as far as election integrity. He's also very much involved on the pro-life side. So if that's an issue that's weighs on you, and that's an issue that you feel like resonates with you, then I just encourage you to go support Mike Lindell over there at MyPillow, as he is absolutely a pro-conservative, absolutely an advocate for election integrity and for the pro-life movement. So if that resonates with you and you feel in your heart and you feel led to give, I just want to encourage you to go to shop at mypillow.com, mypillow.com. Put that promo code RSBN when you check out, and you'll save up to 66% off, because that is where it's at. We have to support companies and individuals that put their neck out on the line for you and I, and that's exactly what Mike Lindell has done there at MyPillow. I know that if he was available yesterday, he would have been right there at the Supreme Court steps advocating for the life of the unborn. I absolutely know he would. You know, he's a man of faith. We've heard his story of redemption. We've heard his story of basically going from being essentially a crack addict, living on the streets and hiding from drug dealers and doing all of that, and finding faith and reaching down and just really turning his life around. And now he's finding a mission to turn other people's life around that have an addiction to drugs, and the Lindell Recovery Network. So, hey, if you have it in your heart right now, I know it's fairly late in the day, 11:10 at night, but hey, they say statistics show that more people get online at night and go shopping. So let's go ahead and stay with that stat and go over to MyPillow and put that promo code RSBN at checkout to get up to 66% off. And let me tell you what you want to buy there, because I've been to the website. Heck, I've been to the factory. You want to add those sheets. It's getting cold in many parts of the country. Add those sheets into your checkout box. Add those towels in the checkout box. Add those slippers. Add those pillows. Add up that shopping cart. Put that promo code in at RSBN at checkout and save up to 66% off. And full transparency, a portion of those proceeds goes right back to this network to help us cover the things that we're doing today. So go shop away. Go help him out. And when you help him out, you help out others in the cause. You help out the conservative movement. And of course, that's a way that we can all continue to do the things that we're doing today. So anyway, join us at mypillow.com. Don't forget to go to mystore.com as well. They got a ton of patriotic flags, banners, t-shirts, hats. Go on there, and hey, they've actually, get this, they've even got yard signs that you can put in your yard. So if you want to really, if you got some very liberal people in your neighborhood, you want to make them mad, just simply go stick a Mike Lindell yard sign in your front yard. That'll trigger the whole entire neighborhood. Go do that today. They've got package deals on that as well. They sell them by the 10. They sell them by the single. So go check it out. MyPillow.com, MyStore.com. Promo code RSBN at checkout and get up to 66% off. Great partner. And I will tease, we have another partner we're going to incorporate into our broadcast. We're going to see them tomorrow. And let me tell you, I don't want to give too much away. I got to be careful what I say. But if you want to make your life a little easier at home when it comes to making sure your home is clean, I've got the product for you. I'll just tease it like that. I've got the product for you. Stay tuned tomorrow as we're live in Arizona at the rally for Kerry Lake, and we'll see exactly. I'll tease you there. Let me see. We'll get the very latest update on everything. Make sure I got the latest stats. Big shout out to our team back in Alabama for keeping us up to date on all this stuff. I'm probably going to need to charge my phone before too long, though, because my battery's getting low and this thing is dead. So I don't know how far the outlet is here. I'm just being oh, there it is right there. Gage, is there anything right there? Can you plug that? Let's see. Yeah, when you've been on the air for darn nearly 5 hours. Here, I could probably get it. Let me see if there's a space there. All right, just trying to plug my phone in here, because when you've been on the air for, 5 hours and you've been on your phone constantly and you haven't had it plugged in. All right, just bear with me real quick as we try to get things plugged in. All right. Yeah. What a night here, trying to plug in your phone, you got no power. But anyway, we want to remind everybody, our programming note will be live here tomorrow in the great state of Arizona. We'll be out there tomorrow at approximately 6 o'clock local time, bringing to you Kerry Lake for Governor coverage there. Thank you. All right, it's a lifesaver. All right, phone's plugged in, we're in charge. Getting really ready for any statement coming up soon. Just a few minutes ago, we had a spokesperson come out and say, hey, we're very optimistic of what we're seeing tonight, and that we would basically be moments away from, having some type of announcement here. As we have seen the numbers continually change throughout the night, and I don't know if that gives warning to some of them that they don't want to prematurely come out here and make a statement without officially getting notice, even though we have absolutely projected Youngkin, the governor of Virginia, but perhaps they want to make an official statement later, and we're going to wait around for that. Turn our attention to the race in New Jersey. We have a very tight race there. We got the Republican right now, 51.2 over Murphy at 48% of the vote. That's tight, but then that's way closer than we thought on that. We actually thought if the Republican can just make it competitive, then that would be a win. Well, not only that, he's actually winning in that state of New Jersey. I didn't quite see what the percentage of counties reporting at this point, but nevertheless, that's a great turnout there. Also, we encourage everybody to let us know what type of topics you would love to see us cover here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're all over the place. Of course, we've done, various broadcasts about immigration and the border security, and we've done, small businesses being shut down. So I encourage you to go to our Facebook page and shoot us a DM, shoot us a message that says, hey, I really would love to see you guys cover this, because I said this earlier in the broadcast, how we are very much a network of the people. We want to see exactly what you want to see. We want to see what resonates in your world, and whatever is important to you is important to us. So drop us a line there. You can actually DM us on Facebook. You can DM us on Instagram as well. You can follow us across the board on social media, without a doubt. You need to be doing that anyway. But use that as a nice communication platform to send us your suggestions, or you can email us as well through our website. Just go into our website, rsbnetwork.com, and you can get all the information right there on our website, rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com. And of course, that's a great place for a donation as well. You know, we are partly viewer supported. We got some great partners along with our network, which is great, but we also are viewer supported. So if you feel led to help out our cause here and help us get around from city to city and handle all of these events, then please go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate, and make a contribution. We appreciate it. As the great Larry Elder would say, throw a little something in a tip jar. I always like that line he used to use. It was so appropriate to the situation there for his campaign. But yeah, I would ask you to please, put a little something in a tip jar and help us out. We get a lot of people that find us on the road to say, hey, we're not only a supporter of you guys, we watch you guys all the time, we share your content, but we also donate to you guys on a monthly basis, on a weekly basis, or a yearly basis, whatever the basis, our frequency, it doesn't matter. The fact is that you do that, and we appreciate it, and every bit of that proceeds go right back here to this network and helps us operate right now. So we appreciate all of that. I'm just taking a look at the crowd here. Even though it's late, they opened up the doors here, I think at 7. Even though we're 4 hours into the crowd being in here, I haven't seen it die down at all. Matter of fact, I'm looking behind us, and there is a lobby, an open area behind us, and then it goes back into another great sizable room. So I can imagine that and I can't see through the doors here, but I can imagine that the crowd in there is just as large as the crowd in here. So no one's going home yet. They are not going to go home until Glenn Youngkin takes this stage and declares a victory here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And that's what a lot of people are waiting for. We've seen how this whole thing started. It started with kind of a conversation that, hey, I want to make a difference in my world. I want to change the world that we live in. I don't like the direction that it's going. I think it's important that we all take note of the fact that we all have the ability to make a change in our world. And of course, we've seen that. And he's been a very political outsider, grassroots candidate, came from the business world, very successful in the business world, and made a point to have a fiscal plan to turn this state around financially and to create jobs in the economy and build businesses. And he has a plan from day one. He's had a plan. This is my agenda from day one. This is what I plan to do on day one. And he lays that out. And I think that is what resonated with the voters so much, that if you did suffer from the COVID shutdown, if you did suffer from small business, the lack of employees, the lack of products and goods, the inability to get services rendered to your customer, that's a priority to you. So small business, and he has promised to really to get America open, get people back to work in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Okay, so we've got jobs coming. Then also talk about taxes, how to lower the cost of living here in Virginia and get it to a point where we feel like, you can afford to live here on an adequate wage that you earn. You can afford to buy a house, raise a family, put food on the table, buy the products and goods and services. Like, that's what's important to people here in Virginia. And so perhaps that's what resonated with some of these people here, was the fact that, we're small business owners. We like to do stuff. We can have the ability to raise a family. So you propose reduce the gasoline tax, propose the grocery tax. I mean, these are all things that he said he would do during his administration in the initial days, that it was very unique to a campaign to say, look, I know what it's like to try to, put food on the family, put food on the table to feed your family. And so that, that is something that, the average person that's sitting around the dinner table at night, and he uses that expression a lot, that's one of the things that resonates well with them is the fact that, hey, I can identify with you, hardworking people of America. Now, let's cross the lines to Terry McAuliffe. Very much almost the opposite approach to all of this, not listening to the American people, not listening to taxpayers, not listening to the cost of living and in regards to that. And so you will lose voters if you feel like there's a disconnect there. If the voters feel like you're not being honest with them and they feel like you're not being transparent with them, then you're going to get negative feedback on there. And I think maybe that's why he polled so well as well. And we saw the polls go from basically a neck and neck heated race to basically a 9 to 10 point lead. We saw that swing in about a week. And it really comes with that. We talked about the school board, we talked about parents being concerned about the education of their kids. So you get to a point where those things matter to the American people. Of course, you start talking foreign policy, things like that. Look, you know what? We all want to be safe. We all want our borders to be secure. Now, granted, Virginia is not a border state, but the border policies or the lack of border policies will affect Virginians up here. Perhaps that's not in the top 5 or top 10 of concerns for people, but ultimately it is. Talk about McAuliffe had an 83% unfavorable opinion of Donald Trump compared to 16% of Youngkin voters had an unfavorable opinion of Donald Trump. That's a very interesting poll that they just had. Of course, one of the largest bases for Youngkin was the white evangelical base of 80% of his base is a white evangelicals. Rural votes account about 62% of his vote, and 54% of the vote for Youngkin are male, and also among seniors, more seniors, 57% identify with Youngkin over McAuliffe. So a lot of seniors, 65 plus, can identify with Youngkin more than they can McAuliffe. And then maybe that's, once again, getting back to family traditional values and getting back to what matters to most Americans. And so it's about relating to your base, giving your base what is their biggest concerns, and that's one of the reasons why I think you're seeing so much popularity here amongst this camp. We're glad that you're with us. Once again, I say this often, and I'll say it again. Let us know where you're watching us from. We go back and we watch this broadcast. We like to see our viewers from around the world tune in for us. And because there's a lot of interest in American politics overseas. The great people of Japan are very, there's a big, solid conservative base of Japanese that keep an eye on American politics for probably good reason, living in that part of the world. But we like to see where you're watching us from, so if you feel led, comment in the section wherever you're watching us from and let us know how you found us. It's interesting how many people we'll meet on a daily basis that will say, my goodness, I just found you guys, and I stumbled across somebody shared an article, which I encourage you to share this broadcast, because you never know who you might reach. It's kind of a force multiplier. You share this broadcast, someone finds it for the first time, they watch it, they find the words from Glenn Youngkin, they find out exactly what's going on, and perhaps that changes the world that they're in. So I just encourage everybody to get involved in social media and share this broadcast and be as vocal as possible. A lot of people say, I want to get involved. I know you talk about running for political office, and it's just not in my personality to do that. But what you can do is share this broadcast and comment, because we can all sit behind our social media platforms and comment and share this broadcast, right? It's easy. Point, click, share. And I encourage you to do that. So be a keyboard warrior, if you will, and simply share this broadcast and spread the word. And also tell people about Right Side Broadcasting Network. We sometimes assume that everybody knows who we are. And of course, if you follow the Trump campaign, absolutely you know who we are. But we often come across people for the first time that have never met us before, and never heard of us before. So be that person that introduces Right Side Broadcasting Network to a stranger, to a friend, a family member, a coworker, and let them know what we do, let me know what we're all about, and make a difference there. Looking at the race in New York, of course, Silva, running under the Republican platform, failed to win that race in New York. So once again, New York, you have a Democrat mayor, and of course we've seen some of the problems that these cities have with not only crime, but now with vaccine mandates and passport vaccines and all that stuff, and people walking off the job. We've seen piles of trash along the city. I would imagine if we get to where you have public transportation, if we get to that point where people are forced to get the vaccine or lose their job and they're a part of the transit system, when you shut down the transit system in a city like New York, or perhaps a city like DC, that's going to have some major implications to the way people get around, because, not everybody, if you take, average city in America where people are basically getting in cars to get from point A to point B, that doesn't have a great effect. But when you look at a city like DC, and you take like a city like New York and Boston, Chicago, and LA to a certain degree, that can have major shutdowns to the economy there. So as we kind of see this whole vaccination passport and this, you can't have a job unless you're vaccinated, that's going to have implications to that as well. So keep an eye on all that, folks. It's a different age. I mean, it's 2021, not 1991, when perhaps things were a little different then. And it's really interesting to find out that how many young people are getting involved in politics. I mean, you got Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, and what he's done with college campuses of getting people turned out to vote and get them involved in not just politics, but maybe other social issues that impact our culture, because without a doubt, it's a culture war that we're going on right now. It's definitely a war for our spirituality in this country. It's a war for... I want to talk to you a little bit about this. I mean, obviously, Farmers for Youngkin. We haven't talked a whole lot about that. We've had Latinos for Youngkin. We've had parents for Youngkin. Farmers for Youngkin. Tell us about that.
And also sportsmen for Youngkin.
I like that.
Oh yeah. There's
why Youngkin? Why is the farmers gravitating towards him?
Well, he's gonna get the economy booming again. And that's going to be good for the farmers. He's not going to have thousands and thousands of containers sitting out in the ocean.
I just said earlier that China put out a notice that told their citizens to conserve food, cut down on the food that they're consuming because there's a food shortage in China. So I ask you, from a farming perspective and an impact that we could have here in this country, how big is that China is asking their citizens to reduce their food consumption due to a shortage? How worried should we be?
America has enough food that should feed the U.S. We should not be
importing anything.
Yeah, we should not be importing. There's plenty of crops. The farmers should get paid a better wage than what they get paid for them. I mean, they're not getting paid near what they...
How concerned are you with the transportation, with the trucking shortage? There's a shortage of truckers. Of course, we got the ships docked at these ports. It's taking longer to get product to the shelves from the factory and from the farms. But how big of a concern right now is that right now to the American people?
Say it one more time about the...
No, it's okay. I'm just talking about the shortage and the delay in goods getting from point A to point B because of the lack of truckers on the road. There's a shortage of truck drivers. It's taking longer to get product around the country. How concerned should Americans be that we could be facing a shortage of food due to supply chain issues?
You think there's a shortage of truckers?
There is a shortage of truckers. Well, I'm going to tell you why. More truckers are retiring right now because of work conditions, of vaccination requirements. They're stepping down. Longshoremen and ports are stepping down because of long hours. I mean, look, it's tough. Look, we support truckers. We want more truckers. I've interviewed numerous people who have truck driving schools. They can't get students in quick enough because they can fill the jobs that are open. I think it's one of the most important jobs right now. The farmers, the truckers, the longshoremen, people that keep goods moving. We've got to make sure that we can move crops from your farm to somebody's table.
Correct. That is correct. But it's not, I mean, it's not as difficult as you think. I mean, I don't see it as a trucking problem.
I'm glad you said that, because I just know that we wish we had more truckers, though. I think we need more truckers, and they're unappreciated. If trucks stopped, like they do in certain of these countries where they just they protest whatever, it does bring goods to a screeching halt getting to the grocery store. So we do need as many truckers, I think, on the road as possible to move goods.
No, I mean, I know of truckers that are definitely looking for loads to haul.
Okay, so in your opinion,
I mean, corn, soybeans, definitely. Look, I mean, the market is not, the U.S. market is not giving them, the farmers, anything.
I'll say this, when I go to the grocery store to buy fish and it says imported from Vietnam, shrimp, whatever, don't buy it, folks. There's no reason why we should be buying any seafood that's not caught off the shores of our country. I mean, that's just, why in the world would anybody buy shrimp from Cambodia? It just doesn't make any sense.
No sense.
It may be cheaper, but it's just, you're putting people...
But why is it cheaper?
That I don't know. I mean, apparently we're buying...
Why would it be cheaper?
Because we're shipping it all the way from Cambodia to here. It doesn't make any sense why it'd be cheaper.
Doesn't make any sense. Somebody's making the money.
Somebody's making the money, and it's not us.
Correct. Yeah. And it's not the people doing the work.
I put so much product back on the shelf, and I look at it. Oh no, I'm not buying that.
So who's making the money?
The Chinese, the Vietnamese, the other countries are making money, not us. We're not. The U.S. fisher, the farmer, they're not making the money. We need to change that. Well, I'm glad we got a good lead here, though. You've been keeping an eye on this tonight. We got a good lead here, and I'm so glad that farmers have stepped up, the American people have stepped up, teachers have stepped up, parents have stepped up.
So how's the House looking as far as in Virginia?
That's a good question. I'd have to check the latest on that. I don't know, but let me tell you something. If this goes the way it's going right now, we called this election about an hour and 45 minutes ago. We said Youngkin is your next governor of Virginia. But if that goes, think about this, my friend. All these other races that we're seeing around the country, New Jersey, we ever thought that Republican would have the lead tonight in New Jersey? If we can see this going, 2022 will be big for conservatives, and we could definitely take back a lot of seats that we lost the last election.
Well, New Jersey has one of the best guys on the campaign team, Kent Mancini. He's working real hard. I keep in touch with him. He worked with Daniel Gade on his campaign, and I know he's up in New Jersey right now working real hard. And they're very optimistic on what on.
Numbers look pretty good so far. I mean, he's got a slim lead, but nevertheless, we'll take a slim lead over a decline right now. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for the sticker. We're going to put that right there on our stuff. God bless. Thanks for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless. Thank you very much. All right, there you go. Farmers for Youngkin. And, you know, I've said this time and time before. We've got to start buying more stuff made in the USA. And I'm not even joking. I'll go to the grocery store, and I'll pick up some shrimp. I'll pick up some fish. And if I see that product did not come from a U.S. fisherman, did not come from our waters, that thing's going back on the shelf. And I think if we did that across the board to just about every product that we buy, and then we would absolutely be in a better place economically and supporting. I am so grateful for the media partners we have around us that are letting me use their charger during this broadcast. I'm going to Venmo you some money. Yeah, there you go. All right, let me check in with all of this. And I was charging my phone. Let's find out. But it's been kind of a camaraderie around here when the media risers are so absolutely so tight that we see a lot of this real quick. All right, here we go right here. Here's some sporting news right now that the Atlanta Braves have just dominated the Houston Astros in taking the World Series. And is that not just, well, congratulations to the Atlanta Braves. What a great season. And also congratulations to the Houston Astros as well. We can't discredit that. But my goodness, what a great, great, great opportunity that is right there. Braves, congratulations. You have just won the World Series in baseball. So congratulations to that. But getting back to the food situation, and it seems like this is one of those deals where if you find yourself in a situation where you have a chance to buy an American product, you should absolutely do it. Now, we know that there's a lot of even like foreign vehicles like Toyota, Nissan. Of course, a lot of those parts are made in factories overseas, and they're shipped here and assembled in Tennessee and assembled in Georgia and a lot of states here in this country. But all in all, we should try to support American-made companies, American-made products, American, farmers, the fishing industry. We've got to get back to doing that, and we've done. That was something that Trump really, President Trump really established his solid base of being so pro-American and bringing factories back to this country and bringing the products back to this country and being so, I guess, on the forefront of making sure our businesses didn't leave the shores and making sure it was conducive for them to do business here, giving them a very pro-business environment. And perhaps Youngkin has done just that in Virginia. And he said, look, he comes from the financial world. He comes from leading a major company. So he understands the value of incentives for businesses to hire people here. And once you hire people here, they work here, they pay tax here, they live here, they shop here, they spend their money here. So to keep those workers here, because for every dollar that is shipped overseas has major implications to jobs here at home. So to try to keep that business here in the States is so important. So I just encourage you, from the grocery store to wherever you go, make sure that your money is going in the right place and as you're shopping the right way and supporting companies that support us. And so I love that. Big shout out to everyone watching us right now. I got some couple DMs from people watching us across the country right now. It's a late night here on the East Coast, but this is typically what you find on election night. If you're watching us in California, hello. We've got a lot of people watching us on the West Coast, and we'll watch a lot of people watching us in Arizona right now. Thank you so much for tuning in to our broadcast as we will continue to be here until something is formally announced. And we want to hear the words from Glenn Youngkin as he takes this stage here in Virginia, and really kind of, I would expect, thanking a very appreciative crowd of what has happened here tonight in Virginia. Going over a couple notes here, making sure I'm not missing any of the latest results going on right now. Let's see. All right, let's talk about the great state of New Jersey. The last report I have here is, we talk about a close race. 49.9 to 49.3. The advantage going to the Republican in this race, with 72% of the votes being reported right now. Overall votes cast, 1.9 million, and with about 11,000 lead for the Republican there. That is a tough. Now that's, if you that margin has reduced some just in the last 30 minutes or so. We've been watching New Jersey with that 72% of the votes in. So we still have roughly 28% of the vote still outstanding in that state, which should be something to look forward to. As that develops, let's just make sure we got all of our latest on everything. Just trying to go through my scroll here. Keep you up to date what's going on. All right. Once again, thanks to our team back in our home office. Side note here, they said the updates that we're getting from these campaign headquarters and from the reporting agencies have been a little slower as we go later. So we will see a little bit. Hopefully, we get a little bit more updated on that from them, not from our side, but from the companies or the agencies that were reporting all of these votes. Also want to remind you, hey, don't forget about all of our social media platforms. Go follow us on social media. Go give us a like. Go give us a follow, as we are doing all we can to keep you updated on everything. And follow me as well at Brian Glenn TV. We will be posting up some later, a little bit more behind the scenes stuff that we've captured that we don't have necessarily time to pump out now, but you'll be able to see it a little bit later on our socials. So we encourage everyone to go follow pretty much everybody at Right Side. If you go to our website at rsbnetwork.com, you check out our website, you can see all the personnel that we have working for us. Give them a follow. Support all of us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Liz Willis, the wonderful Liz Willis, that's out and about all the time reporting, and we are very grateful for all the hard work she puts in. Alex Caldwell, Grace Saldana, Mike Crispy, they're all, Mike Dimwitty, they're all great out there doing everything they can for the fight for the truth and a fight for freedom, and that's exactly what we're all about here at the network, and we appreciate you supporting us as well. So when you're at that website, rsbnetwork.com/donate, hey, throw a little something in the tip jar. We like that. All right, so I'm going to get the very latest. It's interesting how we're starting to see a little slowdown in the results here coming out of Virginia, and I don't know why that is. Now, we did report earlier that 100% of Fairfax County had been reported. So we've got, that's been reported. So I don't know the reduction in the lead in terms of Youngkin. I don't know what exactly that's what's causing that. I don't know exactly why that would happen. But perhaps we can get a little bit of insight from some of the people feeding us information here tonight, why that lead has slimmed some. As a matter of fact, it's been cut in half about 50% over the last hour or so. So we don't know exactly where those votes are coming in from, but we can see if we can find out here shortly. All right, just trying to see the board here if they have little updates. Don't really see much going on there. All right, okay, so let's turn our attention back to education, and that the CRT, the critical race theory, one of the topics that has been so, I guess, passionately debated in our school boards is the pushback on critical race theory. And if you're not familiar with critical race theory, that is the assumption that everything in our society is inherently racist. It's inherently bigoted towards those minorities. So everything in our culture is like that. That has been something that has been pushed upon our kids. And so you have kind of a sentiment that if you're basically if you're white, then if you're a person that identifies as white, that inherently that you have intrinsic values of being racist. And so that was something that a lot of people find offensive, and personally I do. I grew up in a very kind of a multicultural community. I grew up in a school that had racially diverse school, and so I find that personally offensive to think that just because of the color of my skin that I'm inherently racist. or inherently have any advantage over someone of a different race in 2021. Now, if you go back in 1950 and those, 50s and civil rights eras, absolutely, we have come a long way when it comes to equality in terms of race. But the year 2021, things are radically different, and that is one of the things that the Democrats have really used to their advantage of being able to say that racism in this country is so inherently widespread that is something that threatens everybody of color on a daily basis. And that is one of those narratives that they played part. And of course, you've seen so many people that have come forward that have absolutely disproven all of that. We can look at the stats as far as, how many people have, gone on to achieve great things. I mean, keep in mind, we elected Barack Obama for 2 terms in this country, the highest level of office in a political office in this country. We've elected him twice. So to inherently say that, this country is racist, no. You can say this. Racism exists in America, but America is not racist. This is one of the greatest countries in the world in terms of helping and supporting and fighting for minorities in our culture. So yes, there is racism in America, but you cannot say blanketed that America is racist. It's just accurate. That's being intellectually dishonest with yourself, and quite honestly, as anybody should view that statement and be insulted that all of the progress that Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement has really moved people of color forward, given them rights. We've seen major strides in equality due to race. So that is something that I think you're seeing a narrative shattered, that Democrats that just run on this platform of racism and calling anybody that's a conservative inherently racist, just the fact that we're conservatives, I think that's working against you. I think that's working against what is really happening in the world. So you've got that. You got the critical race theory that is being pushed back big time. And of course, I think that we need to basically understand our past historically and some of the challenges that we have been on through this country. That is not that we have definitely some stains and some bruises culturally in our history of when dealing with race, but those are things that we learn from, and we've heard that before about how we've seen people say that, at this point, racism, we've got so many safety nets for people that need to have some type of, backup platform, some kind of safety net that will help people survive. It's basically a backup system. We've just got so many ways to help people of minorities to get ahead in this country, and I'm so proud of that. We all should be proud of the strides that we made. Okay, so let's turn our attention to immigration now. We saw under the Trump administration some of the lowest rates of illegals, some of the lowest levels of illegals crossing the border. We've seen that. We saw what the Biden policies have done, as well as reversing some of the wall, cancel the contracts to the wall, and of course, Attorney General Ken Paxton has sued the Biden administration for those canceled contracts that, mind you, have been paid. These contractors have been paid to build the wall, and for simply when you stop those contracts and you stop them and you make them null and void, and the people leave their work site, you still have materials there and you have a finished wall. So by reversing the decision to finish the wall by sending the message to illegals across the world that say, hey, come on over. U.S. is open for business. That has been absolutely horrible for a lot of the border cities around not only Texas, but Arizona and New Mexico, California. You've got to get to the point where we start to have responsible immigration policies. We got to be a sensible approach to governing this country. I'm seeing an influx of people come inside this room, and I don't know if this is any indication that an announcement's going to be made here soon, but I have seen a pretty good sizable amount of people coming in here, which is interesting. So I don't know what that means, but it is, what time? It's almost midnight here on the East Coast, and that's got to be one to think that something might be happening. Some type of announcement, I would think. I would, look, I'm no political expert here. I don't run a campaign, but I can tell you that something is absolutely going to be announced here shortly. I can imagine that these people that have been gathering here for roughly 6 hours in this election headquarters need to hear some type of update, some type of speech from either Glenn Youngkin himself or someone associated with his campaign, I would imagine at this point. I'm trying to look at the totals that they have, the percentage of vote totals in right now, and I don't know exactly what that is from my vantage point. I can't see the screen from here. Perhaps I'll check to see if that was sent to me. Let me see. The last report we had was 94%, and that was a little over about an hour ago. We had 94% of the vote reported in Virginia with 50.7 to Youngkin. Now those totals have changed. That's about an hour ago, but to give you an idea of the percentage that has been reporting has been about 94%. So that's a sizable amount being recorded right now. Now I'm looking, it has Youngkin here at 51.2 over 48.1 with about 96% of the ballots in. Okay, 96%, and you've got a 51.2 over a 48.1 right now. A sizable margin. I will say that looks like it's about 1.5 to 1.6, so about a little less than 100,000 votes difference making up the two. So hopefully we'll see a statement before too long from the Youngkin camp of what's going on right now, because we are going on quite a long time getting the updates here, but we've seen that lead just in the last hour go down quite a bit. So we'll see exactly how that plays out. We'll keep an eye on New Jersey as well to see how that plays out. And of course, that's kind of a shocker here tonight that New Jersey is as close as it is. I know that some of the people that we were talking to were like, hey, if we can just get a decent showing in New Jersey, that would be a victory. Well, we've done a little bit more than that. It looks like they could potentially, at this point, that's a neck-and-neck race, but it's closer, too close to call at this point in the game. And then, of course, we did announce a victory in Ohio. Ohio 15, we're going to Republican there, taking the lead there in that race, which is good news. Republican loss in the New York City mayoral race. Silva going down to the Democrat there, so you've got a Democrat mayor once again in that city. Looking at California here closely, I know that we were out there covering the Larry Elder recall Newsom race, which was a very interesting setup, how we were there almost from day one on the recall effort, getting the signatures needed to put that on the ballot. They had to generate, so many people had to sign the petition to get the recall on the ballot. So that election took place earlier this year, and Larry Elder kind of entered that race extremely late in the race there. had a great showing, though, able to get about, I think, 2.4 million votes, which is phenomenal. That's a pretty good sizable chunk away from Gavin Newsom. But what's important to point out here is that even in the state of California, you're starting to see a little bit of shift coming away from Democrats going to conservatives in certain pockets. Of course, Orange County historically have been conservative for conservatives in California. We've seen a pretty good sizable swing there. But in some outlying counties in California, it's redder than we think, and so there might be hope for California as well as far as conservatives go. But what I'm getting to is this: it all started with a vision of doing things a little differently politically, and we saw Larry Elder do just that and enter that political realm. And he was, of course, an attorney, radio talk show host as well, so had a little bit of a recognizable factor with him. But he was able to change a narrative there in California and take away points from Gavin Newsom. So looking at Gavin Newsom, from day one, he was able to mandate some mass mandates in certain counties and really lock down even further some of the radical stuff that was going on. So how does that relate to what we're seeing here in Virginia? Well, this is how it goes. If you don't want Virginia to end up like California, you got to get Youngkin in office. You've got to make sure that we kind of stop some of these tyrannical moves that we're seeing from our politicians over the last 8 to 11 months. It's been a radical change. I think we've all seen it. We've all seen the difference that is happening in our world right now. We've all seen just how these destructive... Excuse me as I get a little swig of water. I will say this: our camera person, Gage, has been standing behind this camera since about 6 o'clock here local time. Has not sat down. To my knowledge, hasn't even bent his knees here. His knees might actually go out after this broadcast. And he has not had one single sip of water. And if I had 5 seconds to go run and get you water, buddy, I would do it. And of course, we're gonna probably need an IV drip after this broadcast. This might be a personal record for me. Look, I've been doing this broadcast for, I don't know, 20 years probably. Been in this business, all kinds of stuff. I will say this: this is the longest time I have ever stayed live continually at one time, especially at this time of the day. Morning shows, things like that, you get up at 4 a.m., and these guys know me. You wake me up at 4 a.m. in the morning, I'm ready to rock and roll. Just the way I am. You get past 8 o'clock at night, now I'm an OT now. I'm not a night person at all, so this is a little bit challenging to stay up and stay engaged at the level that it needs to be engaged tonight. And this is a very historical moment here in Virginia. I'm happy to be here. But a shout out to Gage, who has not sat down or bent his knees or had a sip of water in a while. And so hopefully we can get some water over to you. But anyway, we're excited that you're here. And I know that many of you have probably just popped on. We got a lot of West Coast viewers popped on. I got several messages just now from viewers that have been watching us on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us as we make our way through the night here in Virginia to see how this thing's going to play out. Let's see exactly how this thing plays out tonight. And I will say this, we kind of said, okay, the Youngkin leading is now by 93,000 votes. He leads by 93,000 votes at this time, which we've seen that go from 160 to basically 60,000, now back up to 93. So we've seen the leads go back and forth. And so we'll see exactly how that plays out here shortly. Checking out some of the other, making sure I'm not missing anything here. All right. making sure I have the very latest on these updates as it continually changes. And thanks to our staff that's updating on the totals here from the election headquarters there in Alabama. You know, I'm often asked, what is my favorite broadcast? I just got that question. I got a DM on Instagram, by the way. If you want to follow me on Instagram, you can do that at Brian Glenn TV. One of my favorite broadcasts of all time, working for Right Side, it wasn't one of my favorite ones, but it was one of the ones I will remember the most. And that was January 20th at Joint Base Andrews, the day that President Trump jumped on Air Force One and made his way back to Mar-a-Lago. That was one of my favorite broadcasts, only in the aspect of it was so personal to me, and it was so, if you go back and go get our app and download our app, you'll have the opportunity to watch that broadcast. But it's one of those situations where I'll never forget it, because I was able to bundle up the emotion that we had over the last 4 years and the accomplishments we had for Donald Trump, and we saw just the emotion of him getting on that plane, saying his goodbye, having all his family right there outside his SUV. It just meant so much. That was one of the toughest broadcasts I had to get through emotionally, because so much emotion was built up around what we had all gone through, not only through the 2016 election of him getting in the office, which is a joyful experience, and then of course watching all the historical accomplishments that President Trump was able to give America. We were winning, winning, winning. He said it all the time. All I want to do is win, win, win. Going through all of that, and then going up to the 2020 elections and seeing exactly what was happening there and watching how that all unfolded. And we were there from the very beginning, from election night all the way to January 20th. And so all of that emotion, all of that drama built up that moment, and that is something that I'll never forget in my entire life. So that was one of the most memorable live broadcasts in our Trump era. Of course, we loved when we covered stuff. There's a statement here. Wow, we just read I got a quick snippet of that. If corporate wants to quickly give me a recap of what we just saw, but basically it was a brief letter on kind of this Youngkin victory that we're seeing here in Virginia. Just a comment on that. We'll actually try to get that back up for you. Perhaps we can tweet that out if you're listening back in corporate. Perhaps we can get that message out here shortly. But that was an important thing. But, you know, when you look at just how much we've gone through as a network and some of the challenges that we've had as a network, you know, pivoting and covering all things Trump from the White House back after November, and following all of the election integrity throughout that process. We were there at every single one of them, and then all of the Senate hearings, all of the election integrity Senate hearings, we were there as well. Following all of that, we heard all of the witness testimony, all the sworn affidavits, all of the information that came out from just thousands and thousands of affidavits. We were there bringing all that coverage to you. So we have been there step by step, and then maybe that's perhaps why so many of you watch us, because you know that we're going to be there on events, and we're going to be there with things that are going on in the political world that means so much to this country. So that was another great thing, accomplishment. Of course, I will never forget, and I was just looking at this on my phone earlier today, Christmas at the White House was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen in my entire life. And covering that was wonderful as well. Just reflecting back on some things here. All right, here we go. Let me read the statement here real quickly. We're able to get a screenshot of that, and I appreciate those back of the corporate. Let me see if I can read that to you here shortly. This is Scalise's statement on the Virginia governor's race. Quote, Governor-elect Youngkin's victory is a huge win for parents who are concerned about the education of their children as much as it's a massive voter rejection of the Biden government socialism. That was a statement from Scalise. Now, that, and we said this at the top of the broadcast, that a win tonight would absolutely be a victory against any of these the radical Biden policies. So to his memo there, that means a lot, that if we're able to pull this victory and it confirmed and they initial it, he walks out here and takes it and the whole thing, that's huge. That's huge. And so we'd have to look and see the next political race across this country that has, and I'm talking like even a mayor race. I'm talking like city council races here. I'm not just talking the wide scale of a governor, or of course the 22 congressional Senate races. I'm talking about your local races. That's the impact that this election tonight has. It goes very deep into. It's very historical in the fact that it's going to affect your city council meetings. I mean, think about this for a second. If this race goes the way it's projected to go, how many school board members across the country are very nervous right now, knowing that they've been echoing a lot of the things that maybe some of these radical school board members here in this county have been doing? So how many school board members across the country are a little nervous today that potentially this shift, this narrative that's going on right now could greatly affect their success in their school board? So big moment. And of course, I've also said this win tonight could perhaps inspire the next great school board member, the next city council person. So if you feel led to get into politics and you think you don't have a chance or any kind of opportunity to do that, tonight's a great example. Hell, you're absolutely dead wrong on that you have a shot to make a difference in your own world. And that's exactly what he did. And we've seen him speak several times. And it's interesting. Here's Matt. We got a tweet here. Matt Walsh says Virginia is what a post-Trump GOP could look like. Engage in the culture. Absolutely. He did engage in the culture. And, he took a platform of education that's typically very Democratic control. That's usually what Democrats run on, is education, because they know that that is kind of the way that you can get to the parents. And so with that said, with the destructive policies of the Biden administration, that now you're seeing education used against the Democrats in this particular race because of what has happened in these school board meetings. So you got a platform that is kind of actually flipped and worked to the advantage of the Republicans, and pretty much a political outsider. Now turn our attention over to the economics of everything. Once again, radical policies get radical results. And that is one thing that at the end of the day, people look at their bank account, people look at their quality of life, they look at their groceries, they look at how much money they spend on gases and groceries and things like that, and they want to make a change. They want something different. They want something more. They work too hard for their money, for the government to take it in taxes, and then waste it away on policies that don't agree with their ideology. So that is, once again, you go down to the very basics. Talk about your schools, talk about your kids, talk about your money. I had a GM once tell me, Brian, there's nothing funny about your money, because when it comes to your money that you work for, you want to make sure that it's spent the right way and that you're taxed fairly. Now, you always hear Biden say, pay your fair share. You got to pay your fair share. I can't tell you how many times I've heard, you got to pay your fair share. Well, the last time I checked, states like New York, states like California, they were definitely paying their fair share, and that's one of the reasons why you see this mass exodus out of states like California and New York, going to places like Texas, and perhaps Youngkin was suggesting even moving to Virginia to do business instead of going out to North Carolina, Tennessee, and other bordering states to keep that business here in Virginia. So you see the economic policies under the Biden administration taking effect and rippling down to communities like right here in Virginia. So we got economics, we got education, we talked a little bit about immigration. Of course, immigration is one of those topics that you know, a lot of people think, I mean, you're not necessarily a border state, you're up in here in Virginia, but radical immigration policies absolutely affects everybody in that regard. So you got to be able to look at that with the illegal drugs flowing up to your community. And if you saw fentanyl, I mean, just like 2 milligrams of fentanyl can kill somebody instantly. The drugs don't discriminate who they kill. People take them and you die. So you have the drugs, illegal immigration affecting border states, economic. Foreign policy is one of those topics that if you look at Joe Biden's foreign policy history, it really is interesting how he hasn't done a lot in terms of foreign policy that has worked. He's done a lot involved in foreign policy, but he hasn't had a lot of victories in regards to foreign policy. Once again, people are concerned about the national security. They're concerned about their neighborhoods. They're concerned about the police. Any latest? Just trying to check on the latest. I know that the margin.
How long?
We're still alive. We're going for a record here. Maybe 6 hours.
Hours have you been?
About 6.
Great. Right. You need a break. You want me to take over?
6 hours. I may have you come in here and do CPR in a second. What's the pulse right now? And I've seen a lot of people leaving. Of course, it's late in the night, so I get it. It's 12:15 or whatever it is at night. But I've seen the numbers. We've seen the turnout. I just wonder what the delay is from them coming out and making some type of announcement.
All right, I like to contextualize things. Let me hearken you back to 1 year ago tomorrow night. What day was that?
November 3rd, and that's why I'm going to Arizona tomorrow. Okay, go ahead.
November 3rd, 2020. What did we see? Trump was winning into 10:30 p.m. Well, what time is it right now? Midnight. Oh, dark 30 almost, as we say. And guess what? The lead is slipping away, correct? Where are we
I've seen the vote total shrink, yeah.
To what, a 2-point lead? And guess what? I think that potentially when McAuliffe came out on stage, it was the indication that, hey guys, go ahead and do your thing. Harken back to 1 year ago, but do it in Fairfax County because that's where we have control of everything. And I would like to remind everyone, the viewers, to look up who the Secretary of the Commonwealth is. It's kind of it's similar to a Secretary of State, not quite, but guess what? Who appointed her? It was McAuliffe when he was governor, and it was reappointed by the governor Blackface, the current governor, well, not Blackface, the guy that was wearing the KKK outfit, right? Or both, because he never actually claimed which one it was. Or you can also call him a post-birth aborter, okay? So check this out. I'll say this. She has been in office since McAuliffe through Northam, and now is going to be the one that's most instrumental in using all of her discretionary power, authority, network, influence, resources to ensure McAuliffe wins.
It's incredible when you look at that map, just how red it is. And you've got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you got maybe 7 counties in the entire state, the Commonwealth of Virginia, that are not red, they're blue. Just 7 states.
Those 7 counties are almost 50% of the election of voters. Yep.
I see that Fairfax, there you go, Fairfax, you know, you got 35% in Fairfax, which we both said.
It was a good showing. That's a good showing, yeah.
So what are the counties there? We're going over Norfolk County.
Yeah, so the three main hubs of population centers in Virginia are Northern Virginia, consisting of the following counties: Alexandria, Arlington, Falls Church, and Fairfax County. And then you can lump in Prince William County in there and Loudoun County as your secondary kind of counties, right? That's what we consider Northern Virginia. Now, let's move on to the peninsula, or I should say Richmond. So in Richmond, you have Richmond City, Henrico County, and Chesterfield. Those are the three main jurisdictions that have the preponderance of voters within Central Virginia. And then as you move east, then you have your Virginia Beach, Hampton, right? Norfolk, Chesapeake. We call them the seven cities, 7 jurisdictions in that area. Those 7 counties in that area, or those 7 cities, if you will, in the Hampton Roads area, actually there's more. That's a bigger voting block than Northern Virginia. So those 2 areas are heavily Democrat. I'm not sure what the numbers are down there, but they may be working it down there as well.
Okay.
Right? I mean, at the end of the day, Fairfax, if you're going to choose one county, it's going to be Fairfax County, hands down.
Hands down. Okay, so take the 2020 election out of the equation. Take this election out of the equation. Have you seen any other elections kind of go this close, this late in the game that you can remember of lately? I mean, it seems like, you know, we talk to a lot of people and they say, hey, we won elections that we know exactly at 10 o'clock at night, we know who won, and there's no more discretionary votes out there floating out in space.
I'm going to answer your question this way. Compared to the last 10 years, 11 years of elections in Virginia, this one right here is the closest and the most favorable that we've seen for a Republican, hands down. Like, we are winning, and contextually, we've picked up, if the numbers stay as is, we've picked up 6 points from I think the best that we've done before this point in the last 10 years. If we even lose, it's still a 4 or 5 point pickup.
Would you say this is a great new look for the GOP? It's like a new generation of candidate that is, you know, he's a political outsider. He's a business guy. You know, he didn't walk. He's not in the swamp. You know, we hadn't been in the swamp for 47 years. It's a new breed of Republican.
Well, I got to be honest with you. I want to be full disclosure to contextualize this. I will slightly, somewhat disagree with your assertion. Yes, there is that. I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter because it's not going to impact the election. So let me kind of open things up a little bit, open up the aperture for better analysis of what's going on. So to determine where somebody's loyalties lie, you really have to look at their Federal Election Commission report on where they've donated their money. So if you were to kind of, in one-liner, tell someone, well, where does Youngkin fit on that scale of establishment, right, versus an outsider, right? I would put him in that 2/3 into the establishment realm, 1/3 into that kind of a America First slight realm. And what I mean by that is, if you look at his donations, he's contributed to the likes of Lindsey Graham, Paul Ryan, which your viewers are probably similar to myself. Let's just say they're better than a Democrat, they're better than Romney, but maybe not much, right? On the other side, he has contributed significant amount of his wealth to Rand Paul, who right now is, in my opinion, he's crushing it in defending our freedoms, and he's done that before. Rand Paul, and who had a hearing today on his own? Senator from Wisconsin. You should know all these folks, right?
I've been on the air for 6 hours.
All right. So we have a nice little senator from Wisconsin Ron Johnson, right? So Ron Johnson, he's also contributed to Ron Johnson. So for me, somebody that's more of a America First constitutional guy, and I'm also an outsider, if you will. I like that. I like that he's, dedicated put his money where his mouth is, in supporting Rand Paul, freedom, and supporting your Ron Johnson, who's, in my opinion, is doing the right things. He's been doing quite a lot of good. But there is that component where 2/3 of that contributions goes into the questionable rhino establishment crowd. So it is it kind of is who he is. So he's kind of trying to thread that needle, and I think he pulls it off. I mean, that's an indication how obviously he threaded the needle.
He did thread the needle. Let's talk about social media real quick. I know that there's a lot of censorship going on for conservatives on Facebook, and not every social media platform. That's what we talked about your Telegram channel earlier. How does that impact the ability for conservatives to get the message out in the primaries for next year? Because if we're constantly suppressed on our channels, how can we get the information out? Because we don't own much, right? I mean, we got Getter. Thank God for Jason Miller for building out Getter, and for a few other social media platforms. But until conservatives own something, it's going to be tougher and tougher to get this message out.
Best question. Perfect segue. I totally wanted to get into this. So check this out. You've noticed that some of the conservative mainstream channels, what have they been doing with this campaign? They've been very supportive, right? You would say? I mean, we got the big media out here, and you would think, well, why is that the case? Well, who did I say he contributed to and supported? We mentioned the guy by the name of Paul Ryan. We know he sits on the board of a company that's a competitor in decline, right? So it's really, the information landscape is really a power grab. That is where the power resides. When you can gain somebody's attention, you can then have a dialogue and discussion to influence the information cycle, if you will, right? The OODA loop in the military, we call it. The decision-making process. So right now, your Facebooks, the Metas, right? The WhatsApp, Facebook Corporation, right? WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, all that is manipulating the information landscape in order to gain access. And my argument is that the reason why all this censorship is going on is twofold, at least. The Chinese market has 1.3 billion consumers. You don't think that any other company in the world wants access to that 1.3 billion? Absolutely they do. Good night, buddy. All right.
Good insight. Hey, she's got to get home, get some sleep, right?
This is none other than the National Committee woman from Virginia.
You're with Right Side. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I love Right Side.
We're live on the air right now.
I'll come back.
Actually, I love your outfit, by the way. I know this is not a. You got to get the Nike shoes too, as well.
You got to take them in. You got to take the shoes in.
Well, go on. We appreciate your support. We really do.
We love you. We love RSBN. You were there with President Trump from the very beginning in 2015. We love you.
Appreciate that. I really appreciate it. I was just recapping the history of this network, and we didn't. That's a great endorsement. Thank you very much. Great kind words, and we do hear that a lot, that we have been with President Trump and really that movement for day one. And you know what? We're not going to stop here. We're not going to stop tomorrow. We're going to keep doing that as well. A good insight from Ivan here, Reichman, who is spending some time with us, sharing his professional opinion on what's going on in the political landscape. He is an attorney. This is what he does for a living. He looks at elections. He looks at political consulting. He looks at the legal aspect of all of this. So I'm very grateful that he is taking time out of his time here to spend it with us. But when you think about it, it does come down to just a handful of counties, and we saw that in the 2020 presidential election, how you take 9 counties, I think it was, 9 counties across the country in various states like Wisconsin, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania. You take Arizona, you take those 9 counties, it can really change the landscape of everything as far as those 9 counties go. Well, so does the country. Well, you got 7 counties or so here in. Okay, let's see if we can move right over here for a second. See if we can pivot over here and continue our conversation. All right, Ivan. Oh, let's continue that thought. I want to find that the social media is huge, because if you got people like Jason Miller with Getter, he's built that platform out. Until conservatives own their content, their platforms, you're going to start to see censorship continue to, suppress the information. Of course, you got great partners. There's some great mainstream media outlets that do that. But hey, people like Right Side, our space is shrinking that we can actually stand on to get our platform out.
Yes.
Message out.
Let me kind of go back to finish up the thought on the social media landscape, right? So really, the most powerful component of this entire political process is just that. It's the First Amendment component. As soon as, right after January 6th, I basically said, they're going to censor. Tomorrow, they're censoring all of us.
Remember, January 7th, they sent that email out saying that, basically, about you can't say this, can't say that.
Yeah, I think one of my last tweets was, hey, good to know you on Twitter. I'm going to be banned probably here shortly, so have a nice day. And lo and behold, January 8th? And then on January 10th, Parler was shut down by Amazon. And then the attacks started coming. On January 10th is when we all kind of transitioned over to Telegram, right? So, if you're not paying to play, the YouTube ads for Youngkin, they were up. No censorship. Well, why is that the case? You have to question yourself, right? So when we're talking about the 1/3, 2/3 piece, the reason why nothing was censored and banned is because you're playing the game with the heavies, right? Your big corps, both left and right. Facebooks, your Googles, your Alphabets, your YouTubes, your let's go down Insta. We already talked about the Facebook corporations. Those are kind of like the main plays, right? But going back to your question, in order to start removing that power that they have, this goes along every industry, we have to get our attention off of that. I get it. It's a little bit painful. It's not as good. There's not enough views or not as many people. I don't care. The 11,000 or so folks that are, thanks by the way to you, I've picked up, I looked over.
Am I getting you followers right now?
You're getting some followers, but anyway.
Give out your social media handle again.
Ivan Rakelin on Telegram. So the level of engagement in Telegram is tenfold that on Twitter. And oh, by the way, I started getting hit with a lot of bots because, once you get effective, people start to come out of the woodwork to attack you. But at the end of the day is the engagement level, the knowledge, the IQ level of my community on Telegram is like 100 points higher than you're getting from the average on Twitter, because you're getting algorithms, you're getting riffraff. You're just getting buffoons in there, right? Patrick Byrne calls them the thugs, or no, what do you call them? The goons. The goon squad comes out. The goons. Yeah.
We see the goons across the board. We see goons, they troll us, you can't put up a tweet praising anybody without all the bots hitting you up and criticizing.
I like engaging with it. If it's kind of noticeable that it's a bot, you don't engage. But if it's something you can toy with, somebody completely goes blitz.
Especially if you have the knowledge to do that. You're very versed in election laws and you know that that's your space. A lot of these people, they don't know this space. They just hate the candidate for whatever reason. They've been told to hate the candidate and to hate us. But you can hit them with facts, and it really shuts them up pretty quick.
No, I don't watch TV, so for me, my entertainment, I don't do the Netflix thing, so my entertainment is go in there, dangle something in front of them, they attack it, and oh, great, you did exactly what I wanted. Now I'm going to retweet with comment or whatever it was back then, and kind of make a joke out of it, and then they either accept the loss, the L, or continue to escalate, and then next thing you know, they're gone. But I was gone after that third retweet by the president. I guess I had to go.
Isn't it amazing just how many low information voters there are out there that just take that headline on Instagram or whatever, whatever social media platform? It's misinformation, it's misleading, it's worded in a way to just skew your mind one way or the other. Like the average person, they get sucked into that. You and I could point that out pretty quick, right? We know which outlet, of course, is going to be biased. But the average person doesn't know that. I'll give you a great example. There's so many people out there right now that had no idea about Hunter Biden's laptop. Had no clue it even existed.
Thank you. Garrett Ziegler. Where's the video camera? Where's the camera? Is there a camera over here? Garrett Ziegler, make sure you're safe and protected and keep working. Because you know who he is, right? He's the man.
Is that not a good example how that was suppressed from the voters during the 2020 election? Because they knew if the independents, if they saw that and they saw the history,
I got to say something. So, people that know me, I spent some time served in the Army, as a Green Beret, some know that. But I will say this, I'm all about go Army, beat Navy, but there is one person that served in the Navy that I absolutely love and adore, and he goes by the last name of Bobulinski. You remember that guy? So thank you for doing that. By the way, where is he? He needs to come out and continue to develop that story. Problem is, we need to do it in our ecosystem, right? Your, whatever it may be, Telegram, your Gab, your Parler, your Getter, your, what else? Frank Speech or whatever. I mean, RSBN. I mean, there's very few people that are talking about it. So I think I make it a point every day. I ask folks, and start with their, this crowd is a friendly crowd. Majority of the people in this room have never heard of Telegram.
Absolutely right. And have never, a Rumble.
There you go, Rumble. Or even Getter. It's incumbent on us to get them off of those other platforms. They may not necessarily get themselves off completely, but let's start that transition. Those of us are on RSBN already, we're the ones that came out first. Let's get the normies on our side that, ideologically they're on our side. But we have to educate them. To include, you said, those low information voters, it's on us to get those low information voters up to speed. Because if we don't, their attention is going to go elsewhere and we lose them.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because we're always encouraging our viewers to download our app, because we have total control of our app. But you never know on these other platforms when they might decide, it's enough for you, and they just point, click, to delete, you're gone. And then your message is deleted. Okay, I'm going to move back over here. I'm hoping that we get some type of word of what's going on right now. Let's move back over here. I'm hoping that we have. I know. Well, we love you right now. I was just.
There's another one out there I won't name.
We've got a handful of. There's a handful of media outlets out here that we're all on the same page. We're all about fighting for America. We're America First Network, without a doubt. We want this country to succeed. We want to crawl over broken glass for this country, and we do that. But to your point to social media, I'm glad we talked about this, because and you brought up an excellent point. It is time for us to start gravitating towards these platforms that we're protected on, and that they're going to allow us to have engaging conversations, and Telegram's one of them.
Oh, a couple of weeks ago I got banned on LinkedIn. Why?
LinkedIn?
I put up a post. Let's go back to the election. So I put up on my Twitter and LinkedIn saying that, hey, I'm going to project the election from November 3rd to January 6th. As a lawyer, constitutional lawyer, most people in the country, low information or moderately informed, didn't really know how the election occurred. We all kind of do now because we saw it, but no one really articulated it. So as I was articulating it through my social media, on LinkedIn, I cite the Constitution and the Electoral Count Act to determine the potential outcome of the election, and guess what? They say it's misinformation. And what do I do next? I screen capture that, repost it saying, LinkedIn considers the United States Constitution and the Electoral Count Act as misinformation. They actually retracted. So small victory.
So you fought back.
But that's when I knew that's LinkedIn's compromise. And guess what happened? You know the Newsweek article that came out, I believe, 2 days ago about Fauci? You saw that? That Elon Musk also basically said, hey, we need to have term limits for these bureaucrats. Well, guess what? The similar content that was published by the editorial in Newsweek that wasn't censored or banned was what I put up on LinkedIn that caused me to be banned. I guess I was a little early in distributing that sort of information.
When you look at LinkedIn, of all platforms, I'm always amazed at how many people on LinkedIn will post so political, jaded articles. It shows where you work. I'm not going to say who this guy is or where he works. It's at a major airport in this country. He's in charge of social media at a major airport, and he has trolled me and my network publicly about supporting Trump and about supporting America First candidates. And I thought, wow, here you are working for is this so your employer approves of this?
So I'm professional in the sense that That LinkedIn profile is mine. I have no information about any of my affiliations, where I work or who my clients are. I put in there, find me at t.me, at Ivan Rakelin, if you want uncensored content. But otherwise, you can keep here. Here's what happened. Here's the reality of why they kind of throttled me and censored me. I have about 30,000 plus connections on LinkedIn. Of those 30,000, about 1/3 at least are in the DC metro area, senior level officials throughout government, tech, business, military, special ops, intelligence. I mean, we're talking like pretty influential crowd, right? And guess what? If I put, most of these guys know or heard about me, they know me. When I put something out, it creates a little bit of more than a ripple in the information ecosystem within the Beltway. We can't have that because you can't have critical thinking, questioning, offering other hypotheses from the established norm that's been driven home, right? So
interesting.
It's an honor.
It is an honor. Yeah, I just always amazed that they come after you on LinkedIn. Of all platforms, I thought LinkedIn was a place you kind of go to say, hey, I'm a sales rep for this company, and whatever.
I'm a sales rep for truth.
I like that. I may put that in my bio right there. I'm a sales rep for hey, I changed my profile right now.
Marketer for truth.
I'm a marketer for truth. I love that. Right Side Broadcasting, the marketer for truth. We're selling truth, and sales are great. That's awesome. So, what's your plans here tonight? You stand a very. Are you a trooper? You're hanging in here.
I mean, I got to stay true to my background, right? What am I going to quit? No.
Reason quit.
Since you just said that, I'm not going to quit.
You can't quit.
I'm planning on going because I got my first meetings at 6 in the morning. So I figured, I got to get up at 5 in order to prep for it.
I got a 6 a.m. flight. You and I both got 6 a.m. flights tomorrow. I don't even know what time it is. I'm probably going to go straight from here to the hotel, get our stuff, and I may just go straight to the airport and then fly to Phoenix. And God bless my flight to Phoenix.
Talk to me about Phoenix. Give me a little taste.
Well, we're going to go out there for an election integrity rally with Carrie Lake for governor. She's got a rally there.
Can I say something? So Carrie Lake, I've met her personally, had a nice conversation with her at the cyber symposium that Mike Lindell did back in August. I had a very nice conversation, and you know what? I am going to fully endorse her for that race, but I don't vote in Arizona. Why? I think she's what we need. She definitely is for making sure that our electoral system is free, clear, transparent. And she's got the it factor. Very confident, but at the same time not cocky. Very calm, cool, collected, and she can hold her own.
She comes from the television background. She was a journalist for 27 years, so she knows how to handle the media. She knows how to do that. I like the fact that she's very much a real person like Youngkin. She's a mom. She cares about her kids. She cares about the education. She cares about Arizona, and she's ready to take on the swamp, and I kind of like that.
Yeah, I do like that too. So what else are you doing?
At that point, that's all I got out there right now, but no telling what you might stumble into.
So while you're down there, if there's any possibility for folks that are listening in that are from Arizona, why don't you contact our favorite sheriffs down there that are friendly, that are on our side? Can I explain something where there's a potential path to actually move forward in the audit? Is that all right?
I think so.
Okay, so here's my proposal.
Vaguely. Let's keep it.
Here's my proposal. A sheriff is responsible for enforcing state laws, right? In their county. Well, what if somebody violates state election law in their county?
Racine County, Wisconsin.
There's evidence of that election fraud. Exactly, Racine. I've been talking about this for almost a year.
Isn't that amazing that you've been talking about this for a year, and then we see a lot of stuff that just kind of pops up on the radar?
With it, I mean, I just thought of these things other people are executing, right? So hold on.
Talking about right now, New Jersey.
Okay, let's
talking about some of the election results in New Jersey right now, going favorable to the Republicans.
Yeah, it's looking good. So, yeah, Racine County. So remember, we got 3,143 counties and county equivalents. So we got what? We have sheriffs all throughout. Why don't we have every single constitutional sheriff that wants to enforce their election laws in their state to go ahead and be presented by the people through FOIA requests that there's something to look at into the machines?
Hang on a second. Are we seeing officially Glenn Youngkin, the winner of they called it, at least it's Fox News. Here we go. Let's turn our attention over to the PA announcer.
He was not well known. He was way back in the pack. In fact,
all right, 11 applause is Fox News just called it for Glenn Youngkin. The New York Times has called it as well. And now we are witnessing history here in the Commonwealth of Virginia as Glenn Youngkin has won the gubernatorial race here in this great state.
Definition of Glenn Youngkin and how he pulled off this very
As a reminder, our key partner for this entire broadcast had been Mike Lindell over at MyPillow. Please go to mypillow.com, put the promo code RSBN at checkout to get up to 66% off your entire order. Look, let me tell you something right now. Mike Lindell would be in this building right now supporting every one of the conservatives in here, supporting the political outsider that is Glenn Youngkin. And so it's time for us to support Mike Lindell in all of his efforts. Go to mypillow.com. That's mypillow.com. If you feel inspired, if you're happy with what you're seeing here tonight, as this is a victory for conservatives, let's celebrate. Go into mypillow.com, mystore.com. Don't forget about promo code RSBN at checkout to get up to 66% off your entire order. What a historical night in Virginia. Let's celebrate America. Go support Mike Lindell over at mypillow.com. That's mypillow.com. And just enjoy the night that we have had here in Virginia. It is 12:44, November the 3rd, here in the great state of Virginia, and we have a victory, everybody. And let's go celebrate. Log on right now, mypillow.com, promo code RSBN at checkout. I'm imagining Youngkin will take the stage here any minute as we are getting ready to celebrate a great victory for conservatives.
And I just want to point out this guy. We've heard Youngkin.
I will say, what a great night of coverage here. I want to thank everyone back in the studio for accurately predicting this win here for Glenn Youngkin early on, about 2 hours ago. Big thanks to Mike Lindell over at mypillow.com. That's mypillow.com. I want to thank him and all of you for hanging in with us tonight. It's been a long broadcast. Let's stay tuned for a great speech, I would imagine, from Glenn Youngkin as he just working with the media here. You can imagine over the last 5 minutes the scramble that has happened here on the media risers, with all the media coming back to their designated spots. to make sure that they're in place for this amazing victory speech. So, as you guys, taking the stage here. What a historical night here in Virginia. Let's take a listen in to what could be a very monumentous speech by your next governor, Glenn Youngkin. Listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor Gary Hamrick.
Folks, I have the privilege of leading off with a word of prayer for the next governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin. Glenn and Suzanne are people of faith, and they started this campaign in prayer, and we're not going to stop praying. Because Glenn understands that our unalienable rights come not from government, but from God. That's right. So, let's pray to the God of heaven. Father in heaven, we thank you for your mercy and for your grace. And we thank you for a new day in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And we give you praise and glory. You tell us in your word in Daniel 2 that you raise up kings and you depose them. And so we're thankful, Lord, that you are sovereign in the affairs of men. And we give you glory and honor. We pray your blessing over Governor-to-be Glenn Youngkin and the First Lady. And the First Lady of Virginia, Suzanne Youngkin, and their children. And we pray, God, your continued blessing on the United States of America and our great Commonwealth. In Jesus' name, and everybody said, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your next Lieutenant Governor, Winsome Sears.
All right, settle down, settle down. I am at a loss for words for the first time in my life. You know, I love you too. I am here. Yes. Hoorah. Marine Corps. Motivated, dedicated. So I'm here because of you. I'm here because you voted for me. I'm here because you put your trust in me. That's the only reason I'm here. Thank you. Thank you. Got my speech. Want to introduce to you my husband, Terrence. He's another Marine. My daughter, Katja, and my other daughter, Janelle. I'm telling you that what you are looking at is the American dream. The American dream. When my father came to this country, August 11th of 1963, he came at the height of the civil rights movement from Jamaica. He came, and I said to him, but it was such a bad time for us. Why did you come? And he said, because America was where the jobs and the opportunities were. And he only came with $1.75. $1.75. Took any job he could find, and he put himself through school and started his American dream. And then, yes, and now he's comfortably retired. And then he came and got me when I was 6 years old. And when I stepped on that Pan Am Boeing 737 and landed at JFK, I landed in a new world. And so let me tell you this. I am not even first-generation American. When I joined the Marine Corps, I was still a Jamaican. But this country had done so much for me, I was willing to die for this country. USA! 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 And so I say to you, victory indeed. But I say to you, there are some who want to divide us, and we must not let that happen. They would like us to believe we are back in 1963 when my father came. We can live where we want. We can eat where we want. We own the water fountains. We have had a black president elected not once but twice, and here I am, living proof. In case you haven't noticed, I am black, and I have been black all my life. But that's not what this is about. What we are going to do is we are going to now be about the business of the Commonwealth. We have things to tend to. We are going to fully fund our historically black colleges and universities. You're going to hear from your governor-elect, Glenn Youngkin. And he's got a day one plan that I'm already tired about. Don't know how we're going to make it to day two. But he's going to make sure we keep more of our money in our pockets because he's going to get rid of all kinds of taxes. We're going to have safer neighborhoods, safer communities, and our children are going to get a good education. Because education lifted my father out of poverty, education lifted me out of poverty, education will lift us all out of poverty because we must have marketable skills so that our children can not just survive, but they will thrive. And they will create generational wealth. That's what this is about. I'm going to finish up. We love you too. It's a historic night, yes it is, but I didn't run to make history. I just wanted to leave it better than I found it. And with your help, we're going to do that. We're going to have transparent government. And as I used to say as we were on the trail, hold on, Virginia. Help is on the way. The cavalry has arrived. Thank you. God bless you. And finally, I want to thank my staff because I couldn't have done it without them. We were a ragtag bunch of people. We ran an impossible, improbable campaign against God was exactly with us. Otherwise, we would never have made it. And so I want to finish up by thanking you, Jesus. How sweet it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your next First Lady, Suzanne Youngkin.
Women, you all were amazing. Incredible, incredible. It has been the highest honor to spend these last months traveling around this Commonwealth and meeting Virginians. You welcomed me in your homes. You welcomed me in your parks. You welcomed me in your houses of worship. You were the most kind, hospitable, industrious, dedicated, wise, thinking, caring, and beautiful people to me, and I am forever grateful. I do want to give a shout out to the more than 27,000 women that were part of Women for Glenn. Incredible, incredible. You inspired me and sustained me, and you girls rock. You're unbelievable. I'm so proud to be here representing our family, Glenn's family. I'm here joined with our son, Grant, our beautiful daughter, Anna, and Anna's little brother, John, is not here tonight because he is studying overseas, but he's with us in spirit, and our youngest son, Thomas. We also have an incredible array of extended family here that have come in from all over, including my father and Tom Schultz. And we are so honored. They bless us richly. And trust me when I tell you they bless Glenn richly too. So many of you all have heard the story about the beginning of this interesting journey that we're on. It happened on a fateful day in the summer of 2020 when Glenn came to me and he said, "Hey babe, you want to go for a walk?" And I thought, oh, you don't go for walks. And so we set out in our beautiful hometown of Great Falls, Virginia. And he told me on that walk that he was going to retire the next day from his 30-year business career. And that ultimately he had a calling on his heart to go into public service. And I paused and I said, so you're clearly having a midlife crisis and we really need to rethink this. But the more we talked and the more we walked, I knew that when Glenn Youngkin has a call on his heart, he steps into service. So the other two things that I knew were decidedly clear on that Friday afternoon was that my adoration for and dedication to my husband of more than 27 years meant that we were going to embark on this campaign and this journey together. I knew that. The second thing I knew, there would be no losing because I married a winner. So, without further ado, the Youngkin family would like to introduce you to a really tall man with a really big heart. I love him very dearly, and I can tell you do too. Please welcome my husband, your next governor, Glenn Youngkin.
Wow. Amazing. Woo! All righty, Virginia, we won this thing. How much fun? How much fun? First of all, thank you all for waiting a few minutes longer than we thought to. Breakfast will be served shortly. Amazing. God. Well, first, let me thank Suzanne. Just, oh. I have said many, many times that the Lord knew what he was doing because I need her a lot more than she needs me. When I told you on that fateful Friday afternoon that a conviction had come over my heart to go serve Virginians, you did respond. You responded with grace. You responded with support. You responded with unconditional love. Thank you. Thank you. I also have to thank my amazing kids, because I'm not sure that they were all on board at the beginning. So, guys, I want to thank you, Grant, Anna, John, Thomas. John, thank you over in Dublin. I love you guys. I love you guys. And I want to thank my beloved Commonwealth of Virginia. Here we are. My fellow Virginians, we stand here this morning at this defining moment, a defining moment that, yes, started with two people on a walk, and a defining moment that is now millions of Virginians walking together. Walking together, sharing dreams and hopes, just like the ones that have always been planted on my own heart. Dreams and hopes for a Virginia that soars, a Virginia that never settles, a Virginia where the Virginia promise comes alive for everyone that calls this Virginia home. Together, we will change the trajectory of this Commonwealth. And friends, we are going to start that transformation on day one. There is no time to waste. Our kids can't wait. We work in real people time, not government time. And so on day one, we're going to work. We're going to restore excellence in our schools. We will invest the largest education budget in the history of the Commonwealth. We're going to invest in teachers, new facilities, special education. We're going to introduce choice within our public school system. How about that? Choice within the public school system. We're going to start with 20 charter schools, and we are going to make a down payment and close the gap on giving parents an opportunity to select where their kids go to school. Friends, we're going to embrace our parents, not ignore them. We're going to press forward with a curriculum that includes listening to parents' input, a curriculum that allows our children to run as fast as they can, teaching them how to think, enabling their dreams to soar. Friends, we are going to reestablish excellence in our schools. We are fighting for parents and students and teachers and our schools. Friends, we will reduce our cost of living. On day one, we will declare the largest tax refund in the history of Virginia. We're going to eliminate the grocery tax, suspend the most recent hike in the gas tax, double everybody's standard deduction, and we are going to cut taxes on the retirement income of our veterans. All in, we're going to save Virginia families $1,500 year one. We are going to keep our communities safe. We're going to comprehensively fund law enforcement because they stand up for us, and we are going to stand up for them. Higher salaries, better equipment, more training, programs like Unity in the community to work to build trust between law enforcement and those they protect and serve. We're going to protect qualified immunity, invest in our behavioral health system. And finally, we will replace the entire parole board on day one. And on day one, we're going to jumpstart our jobs and reinvigorate this economy so it lifts up all Virginians. We're going to get this economy moving again, growing 400,000 new jobs, fostering 10,000 startup businesses. Friends, Virginia will be open for business. It's time for Virginia to be the place where everyone wants to live, not leave. A place where the relentless pursuit for a better life, for prosperity, is not burdened or blocked by self-interested politicians who are more focused on their futures than those they were elected to serve. Over 100,000 miles on the campaign trail. I heard stories that were unique and powerful. But the reality is the challenge of overcoming a culture where the state overwhelms self-empowerment is all too common. For too long, we've been expected to shelve our dreams, to shelve our hope, to settle for low expectations. We will not be a commonwealth of low expectations. We'll be a commonwealth of high expectations. And friends, all of that has changed tonight. A campaign that came from nowhere. But we were joined by neighbors and friends of all races, of all religions, of all ages, of all political ideologies. And it turned into a movement. This stopped being a campaign long ago. This is the spirit of Virginia coming together like never before. The spirit of Washington and Jefferson and Madison and Monroe and Patrick Henry, of Virginians standing up and taking our Commonwealth back. My fellow Virginians, this is our moment. It's our moment for parents, for grandparents, for aunts, for uncles, for neighbors, to change the future of Virginia's children's lives, to change their Virginia journey. It's our time to turn that vision into a reality. It's a vision where Virginians' power, the power that has historically resided in the marbled halls in Richmond, is spread out to the kitchen tables that are held together with the bond of spirit of liberty and freedom. Especially those kitchen tables where breakfast is eaten after a midnight shift. Friends, this is where our government will go. We will go to the people, for the people. It will be of the people. From the farms of the Shenandoah Valley to the docks and shipyards of Hampton Roads, to the coal fields in Southwest Virginia, to the banks of the James River, to the memorials in Arlington National Cemetery. This is our Virginia to build together, and we are going to go to work on day one. There are always those. There's those that say that that hill is too steep to climb. But we are empowered. We're empowered by a conviction, a righteous conviction in our children's future. We're strengthened by our collective belief in the Virginia promise. So let's climb that hill together. Let's reinvigorate our future. Let's reinvigorate this amazing Commonwealth of Virginia. Together, 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 we can build a new day. A new day for Virginians where, yes, we soar and we never settle. A new day where all Virginians, all of us, can deserve to look forward to grabbing, to aspiring, to dreaming, and then achieving that great Virginia promise. God bless you all. God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia. And let's go.
Well, there you have it. We are all have been witnessing history here in the Commonwealth of Virginia as Glenn Youngkin is now your new governor of this wonderful state. Hey, thank you so much for joining us over the last 6+ hours right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And big thanks to our partner, Mike Lindell over at MyPillow. And I just encourage you, if you feel inspired after the words you heard, if you're on this very positive, almost euphoric feeling right now that we got a victory, we finally got a victory, then I just encourage everyone right now to go to mypillow.com, and put that promo code RSBN at checkout to get up to 66% off your entire order. Let's continue to win, and let's shop, and let's do what we can to help further the conservative movement. Always go to our website, rsbnetwork.com, as well for all the latest developments on our network. You can go to rsbnetwork.com/donate as well. If you feel like, hey, I like what I've seen today, I like the energy, I like the content that you're providing us, I like the election updates, well, do us a favor. Contribute to our conservative cause and go to rsbnetwork.com/donate and throw a little something in that tip jar. It is greatly appreciated, and it absolutely keeps us out doing what we love best, and that's serving you, the American people. Thank you so much for joining us. Until next time, everybody, goodbye. God bless. We'll see you later tonight in Phoenix, Arizona for Carrie Lake for Governor Election Integrity Rally. We'll be there live. We'll see you later, everybody. Have a great night.
prices ever. For example, we have this exclusive offer on the standard size My Pillows, regularly $69.98, now only $19.98 with your promo code. We also have the queen size My Pillows, regularly $79.98, now only $24.98 with your promo code. And we have the king size, regularly $89.98, now only $29.98 with your promo code. So go to mypillow.com now and use the promo code on your screen or call the 1-800 number below to receive this exclusive offer.